Welcome back to Meta Fanfic, the place where your favorite words get rewritten. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. If you love powerful what if stories, you are in the right place. Before we begin, hit that subscribe button so you never miss a new twist in the wizarding world. Today's story is one of our most exciting yet. What if Harry Potter became the alpha of all Hogwarts house? Let's dive in.
Here is short summary. At Hogwarts, one choice changes everything. Refusing to be bound by house divisions, Harry rises beyond them all, uniting Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff under his influence. As alliances shift and power grows, Harry becomes something far greater than a student, the alpha no one can ignore, and no one can defeat. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry closed his eyes, turning away from the window, and thought about the events that had led to him finally being gone from the Dursleys. Letters had gone to his aunt and uncle's house for days, finally driving his uncle crazy enough that he took them away from home until they ended up at a broken-down house on an island, during the middle of a storm. Then, Hagrid, a big man, had broken into the house and given Harry his letter, finally convincing him that he was indeed a wizard. The next month was spent out of the way of his family until today, September 1st, when they agreed to take him to King's Cross, where they left him at 10 in the morning. Harry had been thankful that he had thought to ask Hagrid how he was to get to Hogwarts, a school for witches and wizards, as he probably would have never found the hidden entrance without Hagrid's instructions. He then worked hard until he finally got his trunk onto the train and into a compartment, sitting down by the window with his hair covering his forehead carefully. You see, Harry James Potter wasn't an ordinary wizard. Until a month ago, he had thought himself to be an ordinary boy with no parents. Then, he found out that his parents had been murdered by an evil wizard named Lord Voldemort, leaving Harry with only a lightning bolt-shaped scar on his forehead and the title, "The Boy Who Lived," after Voldemort had turned his wand on Harry, intending to kill the 1-year-old and failing, supposedly losing his own life in the process. Harry had learned on his trip to Diagon Alley, the alley where shops were for witches and wizards, hidden in London, that his scar made him stand out. He had decided to change into his new, black school robes the moment he got on the train and then hide his scar with his black, unruly hair, trying not to stand out. So far, his plan had been successful. Before too long, it was 11 o'clock, the whistles were blowing, and the Hogwarts Express was leaving the station, finally taking Harry to Hogwarts and away from his old life with the Dursleys. Harry was watching London pass by when a group of kids in robes with blue lining on them came into the compartment and asked him if they could sit with him. Harry told them they could and then went back to looking out of the window, basically ignoring the older children. He didn't want anyone to realize who he was, preferring to stay unnoticed until he was forced to name himself. Luckily for him, the older kids didn't mind and left him to himself, talking among themselves about their different summers. The only time Harry looked away from the window the entire train ride was to buy food for lunch when the trolley came around, only buying enough to satisfy his hunger. Otherwise, he spent hours just watching the land speed by him as he enjoyed his freedom from the Dursleys for the first time since he had been a year old and left on their doorstep after his parents had been murdered. Harry stared up at the magnificent castle in front of him as the boats sailed across the lake, unable to believe his eyes. He couldn't believe that he was going to be staying in such an amazing place for 10 months of each of the next 7 years. He thought he had to be dreaming. This couldn't be his new home. Looking around at the other first years, he realized that he wasn't the only one with this reaction. Almost every first year was staring at the castle in front of them, the few who weren't were looking around like Harry for other reactions. Harry went back to staring at the stone castle until they finally got to the other side of the lake and were led up to the doors where Hagrid knocked on the doors 3 times. They opened to show a tall, black-haired witch in emerald green robes with a stern face. "The furs, years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid said. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." The woman, Professor McGonagall, led them through an entrance hall that could hold the Dursleys' entire house, it was so huge. She led them past a doorway that had hundreds of voices talking behind it to a small, empty chamber off the hall, which they crowded into. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall said once they were all in the room. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very serious ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. You will have classes with the rest of your house, sleep in your house dormitory, and spend free time in your house common room. The 4 houses are called Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own noble history and has produced outstanding witches and wizards. While you are at Hogwarts, your triumphs will earn your house points, while any rule breaking will lose house points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, a great honor. I hope each of you will be a credit to whichever house becomes yours. The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting. I will return when we are ready for you. Please wait quietly." She left the chamber and Harry snuck into the shadows at the back of the room, using his dark hair and robes to his advantage. He then began trying to think about what the sorting might be, but his thoughts were cut short when he heard his name being spoken. "Potter supposed to be here this year?" a red-haired boy asked a black-haired boy. "I think so. He's supposed to be 11 this year, if I remember correctly," the boy replied. "Then why isn't he here?" the red-haired boy asked while looking around the room, never noticing Harry lurking in the shadows, listening to their conversation. "Because, Weasley, he probably feels that he's too special to come to Hogwarts and went to another school instead," a blond boy said as he walked up to the pair, 2 boys that looked like gorillas flanking him. "What do you mean, Malfoy?" the red-haired boy, Weasley, spat out. "I mean that he's rich and famous, so why bother coming to a dump like this? I'd have gone somewhere else, but Mother wanted me close to home, you see," Malfoy said. "Sod off, Malfoy," Weasley said, turning away from the blond boy. "Make me, Weasley," Malfoy said, egging him on. "I mean, it's not like you have any money or anything. Your second-hand robes are proof of that. I'll bet you have nothing to make you anything better than a mudblood." Weasley turned around so fast you could barely see him move, and was on top of Malfoy before anyone could react. Harry watched in amazement as Weasley began punching Malfoy in the face, breaking his nose and covering them both in blood. No one else in the room moved or spoke, afraid to get hurt or in trouble. Of course, the other first years had the right idea of not getting involved as just. After the fight had started, and before Malfoy could get Weasley back, Professor McGonagall came back into the room. "What is the meaning of this?" she yelled, making every student in the room look at her and stopping the fight in its tracks. "Fighting on the first day of school, before the sorting ceremony has even begun. You both should be ashamed of yourselves. Your families will be ridden too, and the headmaster will be involved in this. Be relieved that we cannot take points from a house before you have been sorted, nor for anything happening before the feast is over, or you'd both be losing a lot of points for your future houses." The angry professor moved forward, pulling her wand out as she did, and pulled the 2 boys off of each other. Then, with a few waves of her wand, she cleaned both boys off and healed Malfoy's nose. She glared at both boys before gesturing for all of the students to follow her. No one noticed as Harry slipped out of the shadows and merged into the middle of the group, trying to act as if he'd been there the entire time. The group entered the Great Hall in a line, and they were awed by what they found. Thousands of candles, all hanging over 4 long tables full of students and 1 shorter table of teachers, lit the room. The tables had golden goblets and plates, all shining brilliantly in the light from the candles. Above them, the ceiling looked like the night sky outside. Harry heard a brown-haired girl muttering about it being enchanted. The first years were led to the long table where the teachers sat. A stool was waiting for them in front of it, an old, dirty, pointed hat sitting upon it. Everyone from the older students, to the teachers, to the pearly white ghosts above the tables was looking at the hat, so the first years did as well. They weren't disappointed as they saw the hat move and a mouth form on it before it began to sing. Everyone clapped for the hat as it bowed to each of the houses before going still once more. After the clapping was done, most of the first years started talking to their friends about their relief at that being the sorting. Harry, on the other hand, tried to guess which house he'd be in as he didn't really know which house he fit the best. He still hadn't decided when Professor McGonagall stepped forward with a roll of parchment in her hands. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," she said. "Abbott, Hannah." Harry watched as Hannah was sorted into Hufflepuff, followed by a Susan Bones. He watched Terry Boot become the first Ravenclaw, followed by Mandy Brocklehurst. Lavender Brown became the first Gryffindor and Millicent Bulstrode became the first Slytherin, drawing boos from the crowd for some reason, and Tracy Davis got the same reaction. Justin Finch Fletchley became a Hufflepuff, and Harry began to lose interest as he watched Seamus Finnegan become a Gryffindor, followed by the brown-haired girl from In Line, Hermione Granger. Harry thought he heard the red-haired boy, Weasley, groan at her sorting, though he had no idea why. Neville Longbottom, the black-haired boy Weasley had been talking to, became a Gryffindor, and then he forgot he had to take the hat off, so he had to run back to give it to the next person. After that, Harry lost interest until the name Draco Malfoy was said and the blonde boy swaggered up to the stool. The hat barely touched his head before declaring him a Slytherin. Malfoy went to sit with the two boys who had been flanking him before, Crabbe and Goyle, at the Slytherin table, definitely happy with himself. Harry only started to pay attention again when the P's came. He watches as Parkinson was sorted into Slytherin, one of the Potter twins into Ravenclaw with the other going to Gryffindor, and he didn't even listen for the sorting of Perks as he had a feeling he was next. Sure enough, the next name said was Potter, Harry. As Harry finally made his presence known to the whole school, people began whispering and trying to get a good look at him. As the hat was dropped over his eyes, just as it had for every other first-year sorted, he saw everyone craning to get a good look at him. He just stared at the black of the hat and waited, willing to be patient for his sorting. Said a small voice in his ear. Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself. Now that's interesting, so where shall I put you? Wherever you'd like to put me, Harry thought in his head, guessing the sorting hat would pick up on the thought. I just want to be in the best place for me, no matter what others might think of it. That's very interesting. Well, then, I'd better choose the house that will help you on the way to greatness. As you don't seem to have any sort of bias in your mind, something I like about you, I think I'll put you in Slytherin. Harry lifted the hat off his head as the sorting hat finished saying his house to the hall and was greeted with pure and utter silence. Every single person in the hall was staring at him in disbelief, unable to believe that Harry Potter, the Harry Potter, was sorted into Slytherin. Not even the Slytherins, nor their head of house, could believe it. Harry turned around to see masks of shock on every teacher's face, even the one in the special chair that looked like a throne in the middle. Gulping slightly, Harry put the hat down and slowly walked towards the table with the students in green and silver. Every eye in the hall was still on him, following his movement as he went to his house's table. Even after he had sat down, no one could stop looking at him. Harry looked down at his watch in a way that it didn't look like he was looking at it. He waited after that and didn't look at his watch again until the professor in the throne-like chair actually moved, telling him that someone had finally gotten over whatever his sorting had done to shock everyone. His watch told him it had taken 5 minutes for anyone to actually react, which was a surprise for him. Professor McGonagall, please continue with the sorting, the professor in the throne-like chair said, snapping everyone out of their stupor. Of course, Professor Dumbledore, she replied, slowly continuing the sorting. While the sorting finished up, people kept looking at Harry, making him very nervous and uncomfortable. Harry only paid enough attention to the sorting to hear that Weasley's first name was Ronald and that he had become a Gryffindor. Another boy, Blaise Zabini, joined Harry at the Slytherin table, sitting next to him on his left and looking at him only for a moment before looking up towards the head table and Professor Dumbledore, the headmaster. Welcome. Albus Dumbledore, who had stood up, said. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are: nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak. Food appeared in front of Harry as Dumbledore sat down and most of the hall clapped for him. Harry dug right in, having never so much food in his life and wanting to enjoy what he could of it. He grabbed some of everything in front of him and began to eat while hearing his classmates around him talk, though they were actually talking to him. "Potter, how did you get into Slytherin?" Malfoy asked him, a sneer on his face. "The Sorting Hat put me here," Harry replied, not wishing to give anything away but still wanting the questioning to end. Yes, we all saw that, but everyone thought you'd be a bloody Gryffindor for sure. I mean, you're obviously light and all." "What do you mean by that?" "Potter, don't tell me you don't understand what you being in Slytherin means," Blaise Zabini drawled from next to him, a sneer on his face. Sorry, but I don't." "You don't?" Daphne Greengrass said from across the table, shock covering her face along with all the other first years around them, though she quickly wiped it off her face. Harry shook his head as he replied, "This is truthfully my first day in the wizarding world except for the day I got my supplies. Someone left me with some bloody awful muggles for most of my life. I truly hate them, though I'm not sure about muggles in general. The ones I'm related to are bloody bastards, though." All of his classmates stared at him in disbelief while he ate another bite of his fried chicken, waiting for a response that wasn't going to come right away. None of his classmates could believe that the Harry Potter had grown up as a muggle, having no idea about the wizarding world. Everyone had expected him to have grown up with some light family for his entire life. "Are you telling me that you didn't grow up knowing about the wizarding world?" Malfoy asked in disbelief. Harry just nodded as his mouth was still full. "Well, then, all of us here in Slytherin, we can help you make the right choices." The others all around him nodded in agreement, some more reluctantly than others. Harry cocked his head, deep in thought. To him, he could see some of these people being helpful like Blaise Zabini, Tracy Davis, and Daphne Greengrass, but Millicent Bulstrode, Pansy Parkinson, Crabbe, and Goyle seemed anything but helpful. Draco Malfoy and Theodore Nott were the two he definitely wasn't sure about, as Draco definitely seemed like the type who used others and Nott just seemed very sly for some reason. Those two would take a while to decide about. "I'll take advice," Harry finally said, "but the final choices regarding things I do are always going to be my own." To Harry's surprise, all of the other Slytherins nodded happily, small smiles coming to their faces while they all shared looks. "Very good, Potter," Daphne said. "You just told us why the Sorting Hat placed you in Slytherin. You think ambitiously, yet you're cautious and sly, hard to catch. You definitely belong here, unlike what most of us would have thought." "I must agree with Greengrass on this one," Blaise said from beside Harry, making him turn to look at him. "You most certainly think like a Slytherin. I think I could grow to like you, Potter," Malfoy said from beside him, though Harry barely noticed. "One question for all of you," Harry said as he realized something that was common among the others. "Why only the surnames?" "That's an easy one, Potter," Malfoy said from Harry's right side, finally getting his attention again. "It's a pureblood thing. We've all grown up doing it, and it's now a Slytherin tradition to mostly use surnames. Though closer ties, or friendships as some may call them, though we normally think of them as alliances, bring with them the stopping of surnames. That makes sense except for the fact that the term pureblood isn't something I've heard of before. A pureblood is someone with only magical blood in their family for at least 7 generations, Potter, Nott said, finally speaking. You were a half-blood. Your mother was a muggle-born, also known as a mudblood by purebloods. Most would take offense at the word, though I hope you will not. Mudblood means dirty blood, Potter, Davis said, seeing his look of confusion. It's the worst of the worst. Nott just wants you to know that you'll hear it around the common room a lot, so he's hoping you won't try to duel anyone who uses it. It's an insult to muggle-borns, which means it's an insult to your mother, but it's a common thing and you'll have to get used to it. Just as long as you all don't use it at me or my mother, I'll keep any emotions I may feel to myself, Harry said politely, trying to pick up on their more formal style of speaking. Greengrass nodded to him, letting him know that she understood and that she had also caught his try at formality. Harry liked that about the Slytherins. To everyone else, they'd only catch the first meaning, never the second meaning, but almost everything a Slytherin did had a second meaning or reason behind it. Harry saw this as the Slytherins began talking among themselves, including him in random conversations. Otherwise, they left him alone and let him listen so that he could try and pick up their way of doing things. This continued for the rest of dinner until Dumbledore informed them all that the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side was out of bounds. The other Slytherins just laughed off the part about a person dying a painful death. Dumbledore then sent them all on their way to bed after having them sing the school song, which all the Slytherins did as fast as they could, Harry included. And this is where the secret entrance to the Slytherin common room is, the fifth-year prefect that was leading the first years around said, stopping in front of a bare stone wall at a dead end in the dungeons. The password is, "Snakes are the kings for now." As the prefect said the password, the bare strip of wall in front of the group slid open, showing the first years an entranceway into a room. "Follow me." Harry looked around his common room, staring at the round, greenish lamps hanging from the rough stone ceiling on chains, the high-backed chairs by the fire, and the elaborately carved mantelpiece that was above the crackling fire. He saw a few older Slytherins sitting around the fire in the chairs, talking away, though it looked as if most were either not in the common room yet or they were in bed already. "Down those halls, you'll find the dormitories," the prefect said, bringing Harry's attention back to him and the halls on the opposite side of the room from the entrance. "Girls are down the left hall and boys are down the right. Boys, you cannot, in any circumstance, get past that first torch in the girls' hallway. Do not even try, as everyone in the house will hear, and we'll all make you regret it. Am I understood?" Harry nodded along with the other boys. "Good. Now, all of you will go into the first dormitories in the halls. Your belongings are already in there, so just unpack and get into bed. You'll most certainly have a long day tomorrow, so you'll need the sleep. Now get out of my sight." Harry and the other first years all looked at each other for a moment before each gender split up and went down their own hallways and into their dorms. Harry stared around the room, though he tried his best to keep a blank face as he did so. There were 6 four-poster beds with green and silver hangings. Beside each bed was a great mahogany wardrobe on one side and a mahogany desk, which included shelves above it for books and supplies, on the other. At the foot of each bed was a trunk, showing which boy had which bed. Harry quickly found his bed, the one closest to the door, and opened his trunk. Taking out his robes and uniforms, he hung the robes up and folded the uniforms neatly into the drawers inside the wardrobe. He then took his books out and placed them on the shelves of his desk, the bindings facing out. His parchment, quills, and ink followed, though they were put into the drawers of the desk. His school bag was placed on the back of his desk chair, which was also made of mahogany. Grabbing a pair of pajamas, which did not belong to Dudley as Harry had been smart enough to buy an entire new wardrobe of Muggle clothes as well as wizard while he had been away from Hagrid while in Diagon Alley, and his toiletries, Harry went into the shared bathroom and quickly got ready for bed within 5 minutes. By the time the other boys were finally done unpacking, Harry was done and getting into his own bed. Not, Malfoy, and Zabini all nodded Harry a good night, which Harry returned quickly. Harry was correct in guessing that Crabbe and Goyle weren't smart and couldn't think for themselves most of the time. Drawing his curtains closed around him, Harry settled down into bed and thought about what he would be dealing with around the school the next morning as he slowly fell into the deepest sleep he had ever had in his entire memory. Harry walked into the great hall, hungry and in the need of some breakfast. With him were the other first-year boys, the girls following them. Harry was actually in the middle of the group of boys, the boys agreeing that protecting one of their own was a very important thing to do. Once all of the young Slytherins were sitting down at their table and eating, Professor Snape, the potions master and their head of house, came down and started handing each student a schedule. As he handed Harry his schedule, the professor gave Harry a searching look, quite similar to the ones the other professors were giving him. Harry met Professor Snape's look head-on, looking him right in the eye and daring him to make a scene at breakfast. Snape moved on quickly after that, handing out the other schedules and moving on to the next group of students. Looking at his schedule, Harry saw that they had defense against the dark arts first thing that morning with a break following it. Shrugging, Harry went back to eating, knowing he would have to go and grab his books for the day before he went to class. The other first-year Slytherins were discussing their schedule and how much of a pain it was. Can you believe it? 2 hours of potions every Friday with the Gryffindors. Draco complained. I'd rather have it with Ravenclaws or Hufflepuffs than Gryffindors. We have charms with Hufflepuffs, Daphne said. Great. I'm looking at the idea of herbology with Ravenclaws to be the worst, personally, Theodore said, looking down at his schedule with distaste. What do you think is the worst, Potter? Draco asked suddenly, turning to look at Harry curiously. Why does it matter who we have classes with? Harry asked as he swallowed his bite of eggs. We're all students here. I mean, sure, we aren't all in the same house, but we're all just 11-year-olds who have been separated because of our traits. We're all here to learn, so why bother worrying about who we have the classes with as long as we learn in the classes? Daphne, Tracy, Blaise, and Theodore were all looking at Harry curiously, as if they didn't know what to think of him. Draco, on the other hand, was glaring openly at Harry. Pansy, Millicent, Crabbe, and Goyle were all just looking at Harry without much expression on their faces, though it looked as if Pansy was thinking of Harry as something disgusting. Why does it matter who we have classes with? Potter, it makes an entire difference. Draco said while waving his arms around a bit. We're the best of the school. Because of this, the other houses try to make us look bad so that we lose points every period. The only classes that are okay are the ones with Snape, as he's our head of house, and any that we have alone. Snape favors us above anyone else, and when we're alone, the teachers can only take points off of us for something we actually did. Then why not tell the rest of the school what you think about it? Harry asked rationally. Why not inform them that we're all human over here, not reincarnates of the dark? Tell them that we're just like them, but we have more ambition and cunning, making it so that we become more powerful easier because we have the minds to sneak past those who don't have the ability. Just let them know how you feel, how the whole house feels, and they'll listen. That's not how Hogwarts works, Potter. Ask anyone in Slytherin and they'll tell you the same. What would happen if I talked to someone from Hufflepuff, from Ravenclaw? What if I told them what I'm really like? Do you think they'd listen? I think they would. I think we'd get people off of our backs if we just talked to them and stopped trying to make their lives miserable. Daphne, Theodore, Blaise, and Tracy were all looking at Harry with newfound respect along with a lot of curiosity. They were truly interested in what he had to say, though it looked like Theodore not also seemed to be listening to Draco, though not as much as he was to Harry. Well, I'm done, Harry said suddenly as he put his fork down, grabbed his schedule, and stood up. I'm going to go grab my defense textbook. Anyone else coming with me? Harry looked around at the other first years and saw Daphne, Blaise, and Tracy putting their forks down and getting up. Theodore was hesitating, as if unsure what to do. Looking between Harry and Draco, he stayed put, but didn't pick up his fork again. Daphne, Blaise, Tracy, and Harry all walked out of the great hall amongst a lot of whispering and pointing, which all four ignored. They went straight to the entrance to the dungeons and headed in the direction of the common room. While most first years may have gotten lost in the dungeons, these four all had memorized the route by looking at certain markings along the corners that the prefect had pointed out to them. So, Potter, did you really mean all of that before? Daphne asked, breaking the silence between them. I did, Harry replied, not giving away anything more. Potter, Harry, Tracy began, you grabbed my attention with what you said. Do you really think talking with the other houses will change some of the rivalries from the past? Well, someone has to try. Besides, if a Slytherin doesn't make the first move, no moves will ever be made. We're the ones they're all afraid of, so we have to be the ones to show that we aren't what everyone says we are. I also meant what I said about us all being 11-year-olds. Think back to last night. Did any of you think of those other first years as anything else but fellow classmates that were as nervous as you were, classmates as confused as you were? I sure didn't. I thought of them as people just like me, just from different backgrounds. When you put it that way, I guess it does make sense, Tracy admitted, sounding a bit guilty. Potter, Blaise growled out, still unable to sound friendly, though it sounded like he was trying not to sneer, you do realize that you've now made an enemy out of Malfoy, right? If I have, then I'm going to have a little chat with him is all. Besides, what's the worst he can do? Harry questioned with a slightly raised eyebrow in Blaze's direction. Potter, you don't know who you're messing with. He's the son of Lucius Malfoy, who's on the board of governors for Hogwarts. He's one of the richest people in the country. Anything he wants, he gets. Zabini, you forget who you're talking to, Daphne said. Potter's the boy who lived. If Malfoy's father even tries something, he'll have the entire wizarding world on his case for it. Potter here has the best defense he can get through his title and fame, even if it's obvious he doesn't like it. True, Blaze conceded. I guess I have to admit that you do have some protection there, Potter. Besides, I like your view of things. Mudbloods may be a pain, but they're all students just like us. We purebloods just have more power, wealth, and ability. I think I may have to change my views a little, though I still believe purebloods will always be better than mudbloods. I'll change your view on that, Blaze, Harry said confidently. Muggle-borns are just like you and me except they know more about the Muggle world while purebloods know more about the magical world. That was the end of the conversation as they got to the bare stretch of wall that was the entrance to the common room. Tracy said the password and all four of them went inside and to their dorms. Grabbing quills, parchment, ink, textbook, and bag, Harry raced out of the room to wait for the other three to come back. Once all four were assembled, they all left the dungeons and began searching for the defense classroom, using any resource they could to find it. After defense class, where Harry had sat with Blaze and Draco with Nott, all of the first years went down to their common room, not a single word said the entire time. Once down there, Nott went into the boys' dorm room and everyone else split into the two groups from the morning. Both groups then spent almost their entire break on opposite sides of the common room, only moving to go and grab their history and charms books for their afternoon classes. At lunch the group was still separated, which caused a lot of talk among both staff and students, though mostly the Slytherins. Harry, Blaze, Daphne, and Tracy were at the end of the table with 6 seats between them and Draco, Pansy, Millicent, Crabbe, and Goyle. Theodore Nott was sitting in the middle, though on the side closer to Harry's group, which told all of the first years that while he didn't agree completely with Harry's words yet, he agreed with them more than Draco's. Unknown to the first years, the teachers were up at their table talking about them and this split in their group. The Slytherin first years were always known for sticking together, so this unusual split was completely out of character and it baffled all of the staff, including Professor Snape. What is going on with your students, Severus? Minerva McGonagall, head of Gryffindor, asked her colleague. I've never seen your Slytherins act like that before, especially not in their first year, let alone the first day. I'm not sure, Minerva, Severus Snape replied, obviously baffled, which was amazing in itself as Snape rarely ever showed emotion. I haven't actually seen them since giving out their schedules, and they were all getting along then. I noticed that 4 of your first years left earlier than the rest, this morning, Severus, with one other leaving between 2 groups, Pomona Sprout, head of Hufflepuff House, said. I caught that as well, said Phileas Flitwick, head of Ravenclaw. I also noticed that 2 of your boys, Potter and Malfoy, were arguing about something. Mr. Potter did not seem to be angry, but he most certainly was passionate about what he was saying. Mr. Malfoy was furious at Mr. Potter, you could see it on his face. I did not see any of this, but I will most certainly find out from all of my first years what has been going on with them, Severus Snape promised. I do not like the idea of a feud going on within my own house. This will either be stopped completely, or arrangements shall be made so that no blood will be shed over any argument that may have occurred. With that, Professor Snape swept out of his chair and down to the Slytherin table. I most certainly hope that he stops this before it goes too far, Professor McGonagall said, looking down at the Slytherin first years with worry flashing across her face. You know Severus, Albus Dumbledore said, speaking for the first time. He'll stop it long before it goes too far. What, if I may ask, is going on here? A voice demanded, making all of the first-year Slytherins look up to find themselves on the receiving end of one of Professor Snape's infamous glares. I don't know, Professor, what is going on here? Tracy asked while everyone else was wondering the same question. Why are my first years split into 2 groups with 1 boy between them? Oh, Yes, that. What is going on? It's all Potter's fault, Draco said before anyone else could say anything. And what did Mr. Potter do to cause this? Professor Snape asked, one eyebrow raised. I spoke my own thoughts and opinions, Harry said, unaffected by both the raised eyebrow and the glare. And that caused this, how? I'm not really sure, sir. See, Draco doesn't agree with my views, so he's been keeping away from me. I'm not avoiding him or anything like that, in fact, I wouldn't mind being friends with him. I just can't agree with his opinions on Muggle-borns and the other houses. You're telling me that the reason my Slytherin first years are separated into groups is the fact that two boys can't agree on opinions? Yes, sir, Harry said, nodding and completely ignoring the sharp tone Professor Snape was using. Is this true? Professor Snape asked, looking at the other first years. The ones near Harry nodded while the ones near Draco all shook their heads. Theodore nodded once, very quickly. Why is it that you all cannot even get a story straight? Mr. Malfoy, what happened? Potter insulted my family and honor, and those three agreed with him. Not as unable to decide if he should defend my honor or insult it, so he's staying neutral in the fight and out of the way. Mr. Not, is this true? No, sir. What Potter said is the truth. Malfoy is lying through his teeth. Right, well, then, I guess this is going to be a tough thing to get through. As you all have history of magic next, I'm going to talk to the headmaster and see if all 10 of us can't get this all sorted out by the time you have charms later. I'll be back in a moment. You may wish to finish eating while I'm gone. With that, Professor Snape went back up to the head table and right up to the headmaster, who listened to Snape as he whispered in the older man's ear. The first years began eating again, and shortly after Snape left, he was back with the headmaster and gesturing for them to follow. Ellipsis. Once they were all in the headmaster's office and seated, Dumbledore began to look closely at all of them, making each of them shiver in turn. Harry felt as if the headmaster was actually reading his thoughts and probing his mind. Professor Snape has told me an interesting story, Professor Dumbledore said eventually. In it, we have two groups with one person in the middle, and each group has a different opinion. Now, while this normally would not be a worry, it is a very large worry. Rarely before has this happened within a single house, let alone a single year. While I understand this is happening because two of you have completely different opinions on things, we cannot allow it to turn into a feud. You all must live together for the next 7 years, and having you all against each other will not make those 7 years any easier. We must come to some sort of compromise or truce for this to all work out. I say you kick out Potter and his friends from the house and send them to Gryffindor, as that seems to be where they wish to be, Draco sneered. Oh, no, we could never do that. They were sorted into Slytherin for a reason, so Slytherin is where they shall stay. No, what I meant was, we need some sort of truce so that you all will not allow this difference of opinions to make it so that none of you feel safe while sleeping, or even while inside the castle. While you all don't have to like each other, you all must at least be willing to live among one another. You can be separate for meals and classes, but not while sleeping. Professor Snape and I need to know that you'll be able to do this without problem. All of the teachers need to know that you all won't try to sabotage one another because of this. That's easy for me, Professor, Harry said. I don't want this to turn into a war among my classmates. I just don't like the idea that Muggle-borns are treated like scum and that the other houses seem to hate Slytherins. We're all human beings. Just because we have different traits and are in different houses doesn't mean that some of us are demons in human form while some are angels. Very good, Mr. Malfoy. Fine, I won't do anything to protect Potter or his stupid friends. They're all blood traitors that have somehow made their way into Slytherin and need to realize that they've chosen wrong. I don't need to hurt them to do that. Oh, be quiet, Malfoy, Daphne said. Yeah, we're almost all purebloods, but Harry here has a point. While they may not have the same kind of blood, wealth, or power in the government as us, Muggle-borns do have magic like us and at least earn a place here in Hogwarts, though never Slytherin. Slytherin is a place for ambitious, cunning purebloods and half-bloods to live. How can you say that, Greengrass? Draco demanded. You've grown up in a dark family, even if it is neutral, and now you're talking like a mudblood lover. Language, Mr. Malfoy. Professor Snape snapped. Because, Malfoy, Daphne sneered his name, Harry here made some good points at breakfast. If we stop trying to isolate ourselves from the other houses, we may just learn that some of the other people in this school are bearable and can be useful in the long run. Besides, they're all human beings like us. I remember last night as well as you must. I saw scared, nervous 11-year-olds that were just like me, all waiting to be sorted, all waiting to be told where they'd spend the next 7 years of their lives. I did too, Malfoy, Tracy said, looking up at Draco with hard eyes. We're all the same deep down inside, even if some of our traits are different. Let them separate us for classes and sleeping, but don't let them separate us from the others while we eat or while we study. The two professors sat in their chairs, staring as the first-year Slytherins fought amongst themselves, presenting ideas that no one had presented in the school for years. Neither had had any idea that this was what had caused such a big rift between the two groups in the first years of Slytherin. They had thought it could have been beds or names, but never this. Snape had been humoring Harry when he had told them it was a disagreement of opinions, believing he was lying. "You're all letting Potter brainwash you," Draco yelled. "We're Slytherins. We don't need those other stupid houses to make us the best because we already are the best." "Malfoy, think about how the other characteristics from the other houses could help us all," Blaise said. "Ravenclaws may love to study, but that can help in the long run. You can have them help with homework, with finding new spells, with doing research for something. Hufflepuffs may not be brave, but they're loyal to a fault and they work hard. Those traits together can make the people you want on your side. Gryffindors may be arrogant and cocky, but they're brave and they'd be willing to follow you to the end. If you put them all together with the ambitious and cunning Slytherins, you've got one mean group of people." "How can you all be thinking like this?" Draco screamed. "We're Slytherins and we don't need the others. We're the best of the best without them. They'd only hold us back." "And that is where you're wrong, Malfoy," Theodore said, finally choosing a side. "What Zabini just said is the complete truth. No one has ever thought about it until now, thanks to Potter bringing it up, but if you combine the houses into one group, we'd make one mean group." "Not, you traitor. How can you side with these blood traitors?" "I can side with them because they have the right ideas. Potter, this is your entire fault." "Is it, Draco?" Harry asked calmly. "I think it may just be yours. You're trying so hard to keep tradition, that you can't see something that would work in your favor right in front of you. Either way, I won't do anything to you, and I have a feeling neither will my friends, unless you do something to us. Leave us alone, and we'll leave you alone. Also, you'll be welcomed into the group if you ever realize the mistake you're making." Draco glared at Harry while Harry turned to face the two shell-shocked professors watching them. The two still couldn't believe that this was happening. It was so uncharacteristic of Slytherins to actually be thinking about bringing the houses together. "Well, I say that this is a great start down the road to one of the most successful things that could ever happen here at Hogwarts," a voice said from the side of the room. Everyone turned to see the sorting hat on a shelf, looking down at the 10 students. "I knew you'd do well in Slytherin, Mr. Potter. I do believe you're going to be the one to finally stop this stupidity and bring the houses closer together. You truly have all the traits to fit in any house, but by being in Slytherin, you're on your way to greatness as well as success. Only in Slytherin would you be able to make this connection. You'll do very well where you are. I wish you good luck for your journey ahead." Everyone was silent for a moment after that before Professor Dumbledore spoke. "Well then, I guess as long as Mr. Malfoy agrees not to do anything as well, you all are done. I'd also like to say that you all have amazed me beyond belief here, and I hope you manage to bring the houses together, at least in your own year, if not the entire school." Professor Dumbledore gave Draco a look while he said this, as did Professor Snape, making Draco look at his feet for a moment before looking up again and nodding once, curtly. "Go down to the common room. Your break is about to begin anyway, so just go there and get ready for your first charms class," Professor Snape said. "I'll take you down to the Great Hall. Follow me." All of the Slytherins followed Professor Snape out, leaving Professor Dumbledore alone in his office. Well, Fox, I believe we're going to have an interesting few years, he said, looking at the red and gold phoenix in the corner of the room on his perch, from which the phoenix had just watched the entire scene. I have an idea, Harry said to his 4 friends as the 5 of them sat around a table on the other side of the common room from Draco and his friends. You do? Theodore asked cautiously. Yeah, Harry replied. When we get to charms, why don't we sit so that some of the Hufflepuffs have to sit with us? What do you mean, Potter? Blaise asked. I mean, each of us sits at one of the tables meant for 2 so that when the Hufflepuffs get there, only some of them can sit with a housemate. I like the way you think, Potter, Daphne said, a sly smile coming to her face. With this we can show them that we're not what they think we are. Yeah, we can show them that we can be kind, funny, and not evil, Tracy added. My thoughts exactly, Harry said with a smile on his face. So we basically talk with them and show them we're not like they think we are. Theodore confirmed. I think what Potter is saying is that we need to leave our arrogance behind during charms and let our charm take over. Ignore the pun, Blaise said. Basically, though I have a feeling your arrogance is actually a mask that's been built over the years from living with your Slytherin families, am I right? Harry asked. I guess you're right, Daphne said slowly, truly thinking about it. Well then, if we're doing this, we'd better get to charms early, right? Tracy asked, grabbing her bag as she did so and putting it over her shoulder. She has a good point, Harry said, also grabbing his bag. The others also grabbed their bags, which already had their charms books in them, and they all headed out of the common room under the watchful gaze of Draco Malfoy, who was doing some serious thinking about what had occurred in the headmaster's office earlier. The moment the bell rang throughout the castle, the 5 Slytherin first years got to the charms class. They waited as the 4th-year Gryffindor Ravenclaw class left the room, some of the Gryffindors sneering at the Slytherins until they realized Harry was among the group. Once the room was empty, they all went into the room and decided to sit on the left half of it. Each one of the 5 took a seat at their own table. Professor Flitwick looked at the Slytherins curiously, but decided that they must be waiting for their fellow Slytherins. It was a surprise to him when the other Slytherins came in a couple of minutes later and sat on the other side of the room, Draco pairing with Pansy while Crabbe and Goyle paired, leaving Millicent as the one to be alone. A few minutes after the Slytherins were settled, the Hufflepuffs came into the room and then stopped in surprise. Harry watched as the Hufflepuffs slowly looked between the 2 different groups of Slytherins on opposite sides of the room. They all began whispering quietly among one another until, finally, a girl with red hair walked out of the group and up to Harry. May I sit with you? The girl asked him. Harry smiled and nodded, happy that at least one of the Hufflepuffs was brave enough to come forward and sit with the Slytherins. Thanks. The other Hufflepuffs took that as their cue and 4 others went up to Harry's friends and asked to sit down. All of them seemed to be surprised to be met with smiles and nods. One of the Hufflepuffs went to Millicent and asked, but that boy was met with a sneer and a shake of the head, confusing all of the Hufflepuffs and Professor Flitwick. I'm Susan Bones, the girl next to Harry said suddenly, turning to face him. I'm Harry Potter, Harry replied and held out his hand for Susan to shake. Susan seemed slightly taken aback by his politeness, but she reached out her hand and shook his, a small smile forming on her face. Please tell your housemate that I apologize for Millicent's behavior, Harry said, gesturing towards the girl who was glaring at the boy who had been forced to sit next to her due to lack of space. Only some of us in Slytherin seem to have manners. My only warning is to stay away from Draco Malfoy's group. We were all wondering why you were in 2 groups as well as why the group over here was spread out so much, Susan admitted while she looked around the room and saw that the Slytherins on the left side of the room were making quiet conversation with the Hufflepuffs while the other Slytherins were glaring at everyone in the room but each other. Well, there's been a bit of a spat in Slytherin, though. Only in the first year. Dear Draco over there isn't using his brain enough to realize that the other houses aren't that bad. That leads to why we were spread out over here. We were spread out so that a bunch of you Hufflepuffs could sit with us and make conversation. Harry flashed Susan a smile quickly. Really? Why would you want to make conversation with us? I mean, you're Slytherins and we're Hufflepuffs. Like I said, that's how Draco thinks. My friends and I, on the other hand, all believe that we're all human here at Hogwarts, even if we all have different backgrounds. House isn't a good enough reason to not make friends among one another. Harry smiled slightly before frowning in Draco's direction. We're going to try and make Draco see reason, but I have a feeling it won't happen anytime soon. Well, I guess I have to say that this is quite different from what I expected. I'm glad you're all like this, though. It makes a nice change from what I've been told Slytherin is like from adults and older students. Harry sat quietly for a few moments before asking a question. Hey Susan, could you maybe do me a favor? It depends on the favor, Harry, Susan replied, looking skeptical. Could you maybe pass on to the other first years, and maybe even the older students, that Harry Potter and his 4 Slytherin friends are trying to make peace between the houses? Also that we're willing to talk with anyone who wants to. Wow, Susan said, her eyes wide in surprise. I guess I can, though I'm not sure how much the others will believe me. Why don't we come over to your table to say hello during dinner tonight, before we leave? It would make a huge fuss. Oh, don't worry, I'll go alone first and then bring my friends over. I don't think they'd complain too much if the boy who lived decided to say hello to a fellow classmate. Besides, Dumbledore and Snape already know what my friends and I are hoping to do. Okay, I guess, Susan replied hesitantly. Harry smiled and her and Susan couldn't help but return the smile, though a bit hesitantly. Harry was going to say more, but that was when Professor Flitwick decided to start class, which he had postponed for a few minutes because he had never thought he'd see the day Slytherins and Hufflepuffs were actually getting along, let alone those in first year. Did you actually say you were going to go and talk with the Hufflepuffs later, Potter? Daphne asked. Yeah, Harry admitted around a bite of steak. I want all of us to go, but I think it'd be best if I go first as I'm the least likely they'd kill out of all of us. At least he's using the Slytherin part of his mind to do this, Theodore said to no one in particular. Thank Merlin for that, Blaise muttered under his breath. The others all snickered while Harry gave Blaise an annoyed look. When are you going over there, Harry? Tracy asked. Well, I think I'll go now since I'm done eating, Harry said as he put his fork down on his empty plate. Have fun, Theodore said. Oh, and let us know when you need us to come and save you from the terrible Hufflepuffs, he added with a cheeky smile. Oh, very funny, Theo, Harry said. I'll let you all know when I want you to join me at the table with the horrible Hufflepuffs. With that, Harry got up and walked over to where Susan was sitting at the Hufflepuff table. Susan, Harry said uncertainly while under looks from the students of the school. Oh, hi Harry, Susan said as she turned around to find Harry standing behind her. Here, sit down. I was just telling my friends here about what you said during Charms. Thanks, Harry said with a small, nervous smile while he sat down between Susan and another first-year girl from Charms. This is Hannah Abbott, Susan said, gesturing to the girl next to him, Justin Finch Fletchley, Ernie Macmillan, Megan Jones, Zachariah Smith, and Wayne Hopkins. She pointed to each student as she said their names. Harry smiled and nodded to each of them in turn and got a nod, smile, or small wave in return. I'd introduce you to my friends, but they're all still finishing up their dinner over there, Harry said while gesturing offhandedly to the Slytherin table. They'll come over here to say hello when they're done, but don't expect it to be any time soon. All of them are slow eaters. It makes no sense to me, really. All of the Hufflepuff first years laughed at that statement before Justin spoke up. So, Harry, are you friends with all of the Slytherins? Not at all, Justin, Harry said just as it clicked in his mind that this was the boy forced to sit next to Millicent during Charms. In fact, I asked Susan to apologize for the way Bulstrode was behaving in Charms. She's in Malfoy's group, and you really don't want to mess with those 5. Susan passed on the apology, but I couldn't believe it until I heard it with my own ears, Justin admitted, slightly guilty. It's fine, Harry said, and he waved off the unspoken apology from Justin. I understand. You either grew up being taught about the bad side of Slytherin or you were told about it on the train and then here at Hogwarts. It seems to be completely normal for here, though it really makes no sense to me. Either way, Slytherin is now split in half within the first years. You have Draco and his 4 friends, Bulstrode, Parkinson, Crabbe, and Goyle, and then you have my own friends and me. My friends are Daphne Greengrass, Theodore Knott, Tracy Davis, and Blaise Zabini. They actually look at things slightly differently than I do, but they still look at the other houses and realize that we're all the same, even if we're slightly different. In fact, here they come now. When everyone turned to look, they could indeed see the 4 other Slytherins slowly walking towards them, all unsure of themselves. Harry and a couple of Hufflepuffs around him waved the Slytherins over, boosting their courage and making them walk faster in response. By the time they got there, all of the first years in the odd group were smiling slightly as they had all realized in charms that the ones from the other house weren't so bad. Ellipsis. Up at the head table, the staff was amazed yet again by what was occurring around the Slytherin first years. The only ones not quite as surprised as the others were Albus Dumbledore and Phileas Flitwick. Both of them were smiling slightly at the sight of the 5 Slytherins sitting with the 7 Hufflepuffs. What is going on with those first years? Professor McGonagall asked, clearly unable to believe her eyes. I truthfully have no idea, Minerva, Professor Snape said, even though he had an inkling of an idea. I too wish to know why my Hufflepuffs are talking with those first years as if centuries of rivalry have never existed between Slytherin House and the other houses, Professor Sprout said without taking her eyes off of the odd group below. I think it's great, Professor Flitwick squeaked, forcing every eye away from the students so that they could all stare at him. None of you were in my last class of the day. It's my first-year class with the Slytherins and Hufflepuffs. It was an amazing sight to behold. Professor Flitwick's voice had gotten an odd tone to it as he had finished that sentence. What happened, Phileas? Professor Dumbledore asked, his eyes twinkling curiously. Those 5 Slytherins were the first into the room after the bell rang. They all sat on one side of the room, spread out. I thought that they were just waiting for the other Slytherins, so I didn't say anything. When the other Slytherins came in, they sat on the other side of the room in pairs, leaving the seat next to Miss Bulstrode open. Then, the Hufflepuffs came in. It was obvious that they were shocked because it was obvious that a few of the Hufflepuffs were going to have to sit with the 5 Slytherins. Finally, Miss Bones went out and sat with Mr. Potter, which set off the chain reaction of the others all sitting down where there was space. It was silent for a few moments before Miss Bones introduced herself, and she and Mr. Potter began a conversation. After that, the 4 other Slytherins who had arrived with Harry introduced themselves and conversation was covering half the room in noise. The side with Mr. Malfoy and his friends was silent throughout the entire thing. I actually didn't start the class until 10 minutes after the bell rang. It was that amazing to see the 2 houses talking normally. I didn't have a single argument from those Slytherins and Hufflepuffs the entire class. The only ones who were obviously having trouble working together were Mr. Finch-Fletchley and Miss Bulstrode. The other professors were staring at Professor Flitwick in shock as he finished his tale of the Slytherin Hufflepuff charms class that day. Not a single one of them, even Professor Dumbledore, could believe that all of that had really occurred. They all then turned as one to look at the Hufflepuff table, almost as if they had rehearsed the movement. I can't believe that actually happened, but, with the way those students are behaving, it seems almost as if it's the only explanation for what seems to be the impossible, Professor Sprout slowly admitted. Pomona speaks for me as well when she says that, Professor McGonagall said. I must say that this is a welcome sight, though, even if it is surprising. As long as no one tries to hurt the first years for it, I don't mind it at all. Does anyone else? Professor McGonagall gave Professor Snape a look as she said that. I, for one, find it very refreshing, Professor Dumbledore said. I do as well, said Professor Flitwick, with Professor Sprout agreeing almost immediately after. All heads then turned to Professor Snape as he was the last of the heads of house to say anything about it and he was the most important. I can see nothing wrong with it as long as it doesn't interfere with classes or Quidditch, though that won't be a problem until next year at the earliest, Professor Snape finally said, surprising most of the professors. That's right, Professor McGonagall said mostly to herself, though she was loud enough that the other teachers heard her. You of all people wouldn't mind this sort of interaction, would you, Severus? The other 2 heads of house looked between the Gryffindor and Slytherin heads while the headmaster smiled at them both. Not after. How could I, Minerva? I'd be a hypocrite if I did, Professor Snape sneered before his face turned back into its emotionless mask. It would have to be that student to start of this, too. He shook his head slightly and turned away from the Hufflepuff table. No, I have no problem with this and I don't think I ever will as long as no violence comes from this. With that, he ended the conversation about the first years. Ellipsis. What do those stupid Slytherins think they're doing over with the Hufflepuffs? Ronald Weasley asked his fellow Gryffindor first years. I mean, it can't be anything good. I have to agree with you there, Ron, Dean Thomas said while Seamus Finnegan nodded his own agreement. I think we should go tell those stupid Slytherins off so that they'll leave the Hufflepuffs alone, Ron continued after getting an agreement. I don't think we should, Ron, Neville. Longbottom said. It looks to me as if the Hufflepuffs were not only expecting the Slytherins, but are also enjoying the conversation they're having with them. Nonsense, Neville, Ron said, waving off Neville's ideas. No one but a Slytherin could enjoy a Slytherin's company, let alone a Slytherin's conversation. The Hufflepuffs are only putting on faces so that the Slytherins won't hex them in oblivion. I have to agree with Neville, Ronald, Hermione Granger bravely said. You mustn't go and bother those at the Hufflepuff table. Besides, the teachers wouldn't allow them to stay there if they thought it would cause trouble. Didn't you see the teachers talking at the head table? Oh, shut up, you bloody know-it-all, Ron said before getting up from the table and moving towards the Hufflepuffs, Dean and Seamus behind him while Hermione and Neville watched them in worry. Potter, what do you think you're doing at the Hufflepuff table? Ron yelled as he got closer to the first years, making every head in the hall turn towards them. Talking with my friends, right guys? Harry replied calmly, the first years around him nodding slightly. No rule against it, is there? You're at the Hufflepuff table, you bloody Slytherin. Ron yelled at Harry, making some of the students in the hall flinch as they could see a fight coming. And, I can have Hufflepuff friends, Harry replied, still quite calm, though on the inside he was getting angry. You can bloody well not. You're a bloody Slytherin. I don't care how you're bribing or blackmailing the Hufflepuffs, but you will stop. And I mean right now. They are not blackmailing or bribing us. Susan yelled at Ron, shocking him into silence, though he was still red. They are kind, unbiased Slytherins with whom we've made friends with. Yeah, Weasley, Ernie added. If you want to make friends with us, you've just gotten to a terrible start. Go have fun with your Gryffindor friends. At least the Slytherins listen to our opinions and let us make our own decisions. Go back to the Lions, Weasley, Hannah said. With that, every single one of the first years sitting at the Hufflepuff table went back to their original position and went back to their conversation about the charms homework that had been interrupted. The rest of the Great Hall was staring at the group in shock, gazes flying between the Gryffindors and the Hufflepuff and Slytherin group. None could say a word, and one could hear a needle drop in the room except for by where the first years were talking. Ron, Dean, and Seamus turned on their heels, went back to their table, grabbed their bags, and left the room, all three fully aware of the stares following them. At the Gryffindor table, Hermione Granger was just shaking her head and muttering about telling them so while Neville was staring at the spots that had just been occupied by the trio. Most of the hall went back to staring at the off-group once the trio had left the room, though many Slytherins, some people from the other houses, and the teachers all went back to their meals. I can't believe it, either Fred or George Weasley, the Weasley twins who were third years, said. Slytherins and Hufflepuff's friends. I know, my dear brother, said the other twin. It most certainly is a sight to behold. And people think we're going to make this school go crazy. I do believe that those Slytherins will drive much of the school up the wall before we do, my dear brother. The shame. Oh, the shame. We're being beaten for the title of driving the school crazy by a bunch of first years. Around the twins, many of the Gryffindors were laughing at their antics. Their words had a calming touch for the rest of the Great Hall as most of the students turned away from the odd group to go back to their meals. While none forgot what had happened, they all began to realize that they had no control over what was happening with the little first years. Any sort of fight had been broken before it had started and Hogwarts was going back to normal. If anyone had thought to think about it, they would have realized that there was no normal in Hogwarts. Things changed with every generation, and it seemed that the famous Harry Potter was going to bring about the big change from his generation in the form of the houses being united to create one group. The next week and a half went by smoothly. Harry and his group of friends, which had expanded to include the Hufflepuffs, had gone and talked to the first-year Ravenclaws. While the Slytherins alone may not have been able to convince the Ravenclaws of the fact that they really did mean what they said, the Hufflepuffs helped convince the Ravenclaws, and their group had expanded even more. The whole group agreed that the Gryffindors would be the hardest to convince, so they left the Gryffindors to come to the group themselves. The Ravenclaws of the group helped the others with their homework. A few of the students had an easier time in each subject, so those students helped the others with the spellwork. Between them all, the whole group was doing very well in their classes and always had free time to spare. Draco and his friends didn't bother Harry and his friends, so there was no trouble in the Slytherin dorms. The main problem for the group was Ron Weasley and his friends, which included the entire first year of Gryffindor, though it was obvious many of those first years did not like being in the group. The Gryffindors attacked the group whenever they could. They used both words and physical means to try and upset or anger the group into retaliating and getting into trouble. The group just retaliated by telling their heads of house each time an incident occurred so that they had a record of what was going on. It was the second Thursday of the year, and the first-year Slytherins had their first flying lesson with the Gryffindors. Draco had actually asked Harry if he and his Slytherin friends were willing to put aside their differences for the time just so that they could get through their flying lesson with the Gryffindors looking like a united group, like they had agreed to do during potions class. Harry had agreed and all 10 Slytherins were walking down to the lesson together. When they got there, they were met with the sight of 20 broomsticks in front of them. The Gryffindors weren't there yet, so the Slytherins just hung out in a group, all talking about how the brooms here at Hogwarts were supposed to be terrible. Draco and Harry had even managed to hold a polite conversation about how they thought the Gryffindors would do. Both agreed that Neville Longbottom would have some trouble while Ronald Weasley would be okay but not the best, even though he was bragging away about his skills. Harry didn't mention it, but Draco had been doing the same thing the past few days. Just then the Gryffindors arrived, stopping just in front of the brooms and glaring at the Slytherins. Well, most of them were glaring. Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom were looking at them hopelessly before they looked back at the other Gryffindors. Harry even saw Hermione give him a look that made him think she was begging him to help her for some reason that he couldn't guess at. Then Madame Hooch, the teacher, came over with her yellow eyes that reminded Harry of a hawk flashing at the sight of her students. She pushed some of her short, gray hair out of her eyes before glaring at all of her students slightly. Finally she walked over to the front of the 2 lines of broomsticks and stood there. "Well, what are you waiting for?" she barked. "Everyone stand by a broomstick. Come on, hurry up." The Slytherins quickly took up one line of brooms, Harry and Draco in the middle with their group of friends on their side of the line. One look at his broom told Harry that it was old, as it had twigs sticking out at odd angles and the wood was cracked slightly and worn so much that it shined in a way that definitely wasn't polish. "Stick out your right hand over your broom and say, 'Up.'" Madame Hooch called from the front of the class, making everyone pay attention to her. "Up," everyone shouted. Harry's broom jumped into his hand without hesitation, but he noticed as he looked around that his was one of the few that had. Next to him, Draco's had gone up, though from the look on his face, Harry guessed it had hesitated slightly. Theo's broom had flown up to his hand after the second time he called it. The rest of Harry's friends got it on the 4th or 5th try, making them all pleased with themselves. Draco's friends took much longer, finally getting it after about 10 tries each. Looking over at the Gryffindors, Harry saw that Hermione's was rolling over next to her while Neville's had yet to move at all. Ronald's broom finally went up, but instead of going into his hand, it hit him in the face, which made Draco laugh next to Harry. Dean and Seamus both finally got theirs to react after multiple tries, though they didn't succeed before Harry's friends. Finally, Lavender and Parvati, the only other Gryffindor girls, got theirs to come up after Hermione got hers too, which was saying something as Hermione took ages to succeed. Once Neville and Ronald finally got their brooms to go up, Madame Hooch began showing them how to mount their brooms. Harry understood what she was saying quickly and noticed Draco wasn't following instructions. Wanting to keep his house from getting laughed at by Ronald and his friends, Harry pointed it out to Draco, who looked to be about to retort before he realized that he did in fact have it wrong and fixed it. He muttered about doing it like that for years while he did it, but he was fine when Madam Hooch came down their line, which was all that mattered. "Now, when I blow my whistle, you kick off from the ground, hard," said Madam Hooch once she was back in the front. "Keep your broom steady, rise a few feet, and then come straight back down by leaning forward slightly. On my whistle, 3, 2. Everyone watched as Neville kicked off too early in his nervousness and continued to rise even after Madam Hooch told him to come down. Harry could see his eyes looking down at the ground that was slowly falling away. They were full of fear. Harry gasped as Neville lost his grip and slid sideways off the broom, falling down to the ground quickly with a wham. He was face down in the ground and his wrist was bent at an odd angle, which was what the loud crack that Harry had heard must have been. Harry barely noticed that the broom was still in the air and floating both upwards and towards the forest as he watched Neville. Madam Hooch rushed over to him and muttered something that Harry couldn't hear as she picked him up. She then turned to the rest of the class. "None of you is to move while I take this boy to the hospital wing. You leave those brooms where they are or you'll be out of Hogwarts before you can say, Quidditch." She then led Neville away and towards the castle. Harry saw Draco about to laugh at Neville and hit him on the arm hard, shaking his head at him forcefully. Draco glared at Harry for a moment before turning away and facing the Gryffindors, who were watching the byplay with interest as this was their first time seeing the split in Slytherin outside of the Great Hall since the Slytherins were in a truce for potions. Harry caught the gleam of light in the grass just as Draco went over to it and picked up a glass ball that Harry had vaguely seen Neville with during breakfast. "Look at this," Draco said while holding up the glass ball for the class to see. "It's that stupid thing that Longbottom got from his gran this morning." "Give it here, Malfoy," Ronald yelled as he walked forward to stand in front of Draco, pushing Gryffindors out of his way as he did so. "I think I'll leave it somewhere for Longbottom to find. How about, up a tree? On the roof?" Draco smiled nastily as he said this. "Give it here, Draco," Harry said quietly. Every head turned to face Harry. "Standing up for a Gryffindor like Weasley here, Potter," Draco sneered, gesturing towards Ronald. "I didn't think you'd stoop so low. Actually, I'm trying to stop you from looking like even more of an idiot in front of another house but..." Harry trailed off as Draco looked around them and realized everyone was looking at them. "Just give it here, Draco." Harry held out his left hand as his right hand was still holding his broom. Draco actually contemplated giving it over, but then Ronald Weasley had to go and ruin it. "Yeah right, Potter," he snarled. "Give it here, Malfoy. It's obvious you're all working together on this one. Give it to a real person, not a snake." Draco turned to Harry for just long enough to their eyes to meet. Harry could tell just by looking into his eyes that Draco wanted revenge on Ronald but wanted Harry's help to do it so that nothing would happen to the Remembral. Harry, seeing this as a chance to make a lot of new ties, nodded just enough for Draco to see. Draco then jumped onto his broom and flew up over a tree, throwing and catching the ball when he got steady. "Come and get it, Weasley." Ronald snarled and flew up towards Malfoy without hesitation, steadying himself once he was facing him. Harry, surprising everyone but his friends, who had seen the exchange between him and Draco, got onto his broom and flew up behind Ronald. Harry flew quicker and steadier than either of the purebloods who already knew how to fly, making it so that Draco had to keep his mask on his face carefully. "Give it here, Malfoy, or I'll knock you off that broom." Ronald yelled at him, not even noticing Harry had flown up behind him. "Oh yeah," Draco sneered, not even having to try as he knew he was a better flyer than Ronald, though he was relieved that it wasn't Harry he was up against. Ronald tried to flatten himself up against his broom to shoot like an arrow at Draco, but Draco moved out of the way and Ronald overshot it by a long shot. By the time he had turned around to face Draco, Harry was way above both boys so that Ronald wouldn't see him in the air. "Is that the best you can do?" Draco taunted as he waved the glass ball in the air. "Face it, Weasley, you aren't going to get it from me." Ronald growled as he realized it was a truth and slowly dived towards the ground. He then surprised everyone by suddenly flying up towards Draco, who barely had a chance to throw the glass ball in the opposite direction, which happened to be towards the school. Harry had been watching Professor Snape, who was on the front steps of the school and watching the three boys silently, when he noticed the glass ball being thrown by Draco. Watching it, he could see its movements in slow motion as it arched up and then began to dive down towards the ground. Harry pushed himself flat against his broom as he angled it towards the ground in the direction he knew the ball would be headed and ignored everything but his broom, the glass ball, and himself. He barely even noticed the wind blowing past his ears as he reached out and grabbed the Remembrall just 2 feet above the ground, which gave him just enough time to pull his broom out of the dive so that his feet were skimming the ground before he landed. The first thing he saw once his senses returned was Ronald and Draco landing and staring at him in awe. The first thing he heard was his friends rushing over towards him. The first thing he smelled was the grass around him. The first thing he felt was the cool glass in his hand and the wood between his legs. The first thing he was afraid of was the sight of Professor Snape sweeping across the grounds towards him. "Potter!" he yelled when he was close enough that the other students had seen him. "Come with me." He walked right up to Harry and his friends, giving him an odd look. Professor?" Harry asked bravely, his Gryffindor side coming into play. "Yes. What is it, Potter?" Professor Snape snapped. "I thought I told you to follow me. I was wondering if I could give this to a Gryffindor to give back to Neville. It is his Remembrall after all." Harry held it up for his professor to see so that he could tell Harry wasn't lying. "Go ahead, but hurry up. I don't have all day, you know." Harry quickly got off his broom and ran over to where the Gryffindors were standing. The boys moved out of his way as he rushed over to where Hermione was standing alone, her broom held loosely in her hand as if she didn't want to be holding it at all. Harry held out the glass ball to her and she took it in her hand tightly. "Can you give this to Neville for me please?" Hermione nodded. "Oh, and please let him know that while I may have caught it, Draco didn't want to go into the air until Ronald there told him off again. I've gotta go." With that, Harry hurried off, still holding his broom, and went over to where Professor Snape was waiting. Following his professor, Harry was led back into the castle and up to the 5th floor and a classroom he had never seen before. Professor Snape opened the door and Harry was able to see Slytherins and Hufflepuffs in the room before Professor Snape filled the doorway. "Professor Vector, I need Flint for the rest of the period," Professor Snape said in his usual tone. "Of course. Go on, Mr. Flint." Out of the room came someone who looked similar to Crabbe and Goyle, who both looked like they had troll blood in them, Harry's classmates said. He gave Harry an odd look when he saw him there, but both boys followed Professor Snape down to his office in silence, neither one wishing to anger their head of house. Both boys sat down where Snape pointed for them to as he slammed the door closed and swept into his seat behind the desk. "Flint," he started, turning to the boy and ignoring Harry completely, "you know how I feel about your seeker this year." Flint nodded. "Have him and Potter here fly against each other." Flint looked like he was about to protest, but Professor Snape raised a hand up to stop him. "I know about the first-year rule, but I will talk to Professor Dumbledore about it. Besides, even if it doesn't work out, you shall have a better seeker for next year, which is better than having to find someone to replace Higgs next year." Flint nodded and stood up, gesturing for Harry to do the same. He began walking around him, muttering to himself for a few moments before looking up at Professor Snape and nodding. "He'll do," he said. "That is, he'll do if he has the skill. As much as I hate to admit it, his father was one of the best players at Hogwarts during his time, though he was a chaser, not a seeker," Professor Snape sneered. "He has the skill. He caught a Remembrall after a 100-foot dive during the first flying lesson of the year." "That your first time on a broom, Potter?" Flint asked him while he looked at Harry in a new light. Harry nodded. "Well then, that changes everything. I'll try him out, but if you can get permission, I have a feeling Potter here won't need a tryout to be on the team. Though, if he's going to be seeker, he'll need a broom to fit him. A Nimbus would be the best broom he could get." Flint was mostly talking to himself by then. "I'm sure if you inform Potter on how to purchase one, he can buy himself a broom, though I'll certainly bring it up with the headmaster and see if we can't get a free one for Potter," Professor Snape told Flint while looking Harry in the eyes. "You also may wish to inform Potter here on what Quidditch is and how to play. He seems to be very lost at the moment as he wasn't raised in the wizarding world like he should have been." "Ever heard of Quidditch, Potter?" Flint snapped. "I've heard of it, but I don't know anything about it," Harry admitted without feeling embarrassed, as his friends had all helped him realize that feeling embarrassed just because he had been forced to grow up as a muggle just wasn't worth it. "Yes, well, when we get you onto the field this weekend for a tryout, you'll meet me half an hour early and I'll explain what you're going to be doing. If we have permission and you beat Higgs, I'll have someone explain Quidditch to you. Until then, just wait for my owl on when to meet me at the pitch, and don't tell anyone outside of Slytherin of your chance. If I hear anyone that isn't a Slytherin talking about it, you lose your chance to be on the team. Do you understand me?" Harry nodded. "Good. The owl will have directions to the pitch in case you don't know the way." He turned to face Professor Snape. "I believe my work here is done with Potter. Thank you for bringing him to my attention, Professor. Hopefully Professor Dumbledore will permit him to be on the team and we'll continue to hold on to that Quidditch Cup as well as the House Cup." "Hopefully," Professor Snape drawled. "Now, I need to talk to Potter alone." Flint nodded and left the room. "Potter, were you trying to show off?" Professor Snape almost shouted at him. "No, Professor," Harry replied. "Draco was making a fool of himself in front of the Gryffindors, and I was trying to stop him. It had almost worked when Ronald Weasley ruined it by saying we were working together to get the Remembral. Draco told me with his eyes that he wanted revenge and needed my help, but he wasn't going to hurt anyone. I could tell that by my help he meant he needed me to make sure the Remembral didn't fall and break. I stayed out of the way and ready to help if anything happened to either of the boys or the ball. I noticed you on the stairs watching the whole thing just before I saw Draco throw the Remembral. You saw the rest. I was just trying to stop anything from being hurt or broken." Professor Snape looked at Harry for a few moments before speaking. "You certainly remind me of your mother. Lily Evans was always trying to keep peace where she could, and sometimes, even where she couldn't. You did a good thing today, Potter, trying to help not only your fellow Slytherin but the Gryffindors too. Your mother would be proud. Now, when you see your friends you'll tell them that you got yelled at and you have detention with me every night for all of next week. When you get to the common room, you may tell them the truth, but only there. If the other houses hear that I let you off easily, and even more, I'm trying to get you onto the Quidditch team, the school will go crazy. Have I made myself clear?" "Yes, Professor. Make sure you're in the common room by 6:30 all of next week. If you must get books from the library, send a friend to do it." "Yes, Professor. Now get out of my sight." Harry quickly left the room with many different things on his mind, the most important of which was what Professor Snape had told him about his mother, whom he had heard nothing about before then. "Seeker," Theo exclaimed in a whisper once Harry was done explaining to his friends what had happened. "Harry, this hasn't happened in decades," Daphne said while she turned a page in her charms book, looking over the lesson again from earlier that day. "I'm not officially on the team yet, you guys," Harry said in exasperation. "Besides, I don't even know what Quidditch is. All I can guess is that it involves flying. You don't know what? Oh, right, I forgot that you grew up as a muggle," Theo said. "Quidditch is only the best sport in the world," Blaise said, lifting his head from his herbology homework to look at Harry. "It's done on broomsticks in the air. You have 7 players and 4 balls," Tracy continued. "The players are called the Keeper, the Seeker, the Beaters, and the Chasers. The balls are the Quaffle, the Bludgers, and the Golden Snitch. The Chasers use the Quaffle to try and score points on the other team by getting it through one of the other team's 3 hoops, which are guarded by the Keeper," Daphne said without looking up from her book. "The Beaters carry around bats that are used to hit the Bludgers away from their own team and at the other team," Blaise commented as he looked back down at his herbology book. "The Seeker tries to catch the Golden Snitch, which is really fast and almost impossible to see," Theo said. "The Seeker is the most important player on the team in a way because while the Quaffle can get a team 10 points per score, the Golden Snitch can get a team on 150 points, making it almost impossible for that team to lose. Great, another reason for people to think I'm important, Harry said sarcastically as he took out his Defense Against the Dark Arts book, opening it to the reading they were assigned that day for homework. That's only if you make the team, Harry, Tracy said as she too got out her Dada book to read. You said that one yourself. I know I did, Harry sighed, but Flint said that unless Dumbledore says I can't be on the team, I probably wouldn't even need a tryout just because Snape told him about the flying lesson. Harry finished the page he was reading and turned it. Harry, what you did in class was amazing. Theo exclaimed as he finally got out his charms book so that he could also join his friends in doing their homework. I've never seen flying like that before. Well, good on me because now I'll be the talk of the school yet again, Harry muttered just loud enough for Daphne, who was sitting next to him, to hear. Harry, you haven't stopped being the talk of the school yet. She laughed. It'll be ages before everyone gets tired of talking about you, especially because of the fact that you're getting the different houses to get along while being a Slytherin. Great, Harry muttered, this time loud enough for the whole group to hear. So you're telling me that my sense of safety from the rumor mill has been fake this entire time? All of his friends looked up from their homework to share a look before facing him and nodding, making him groan just quietly enough that the other Slytherins in the common room didn't tell him to shut up. Harry put his face in his hands and shook it just enough for his friends to notice while he muttered, "Great, just great," under his breath over and over. The other four just smirked until Harry calmed down and they all went back to their homework, working silently. Harry silently turned in his 2-foot essay on the ingredients from the Boil Cure potion from the week before to Professor Snape. And then went back to his seat next to Draco. Looking up at the board, Harry saw that they were making the opposite potion that day, the boil-causing potion. Snape finished collecting the essays and ordered them all to begin working on the potion. Harry and Draco both looked each other in the eye, caught the silent message that both boys were sharing, nodded, and set to work. While Harry collected the ingredients from the student stores that they didn't have in their kits, Draco got the ones they did have out of his kit. Both boys sat on their stools and began preparing the ingredients needed for the first few steps while their water began to heat up in their cauldron. During the first lesson, both boys had realized that they could work well together if they split the tasks up properly. They had formed an agreement that Harry would deal with ingredients from the stores while Draco used their kits. They would take turns when it came to the actual potion making. One boy would do the stirring, or whatever it was the potion needed, while the other put the ingredients in. The next class, they would switch jobs. Professor Snape walked over to their cauldron just as Draco began putting the ingredients in for the first step as it was his turn to do ingredients. Harry already knew that they had to stew for 5 minutes, so he kept an eye on his watch as he continued to prepare his ingredients. Draco went back to his own ingredients while both boys waited. While Professor Snape didn't like Harry as much as Draco, he didn't seem to truly dislike him either. It was more like he didn't know what to make of Harry. Professor Snape didn't try to make him look bad nor good, he just left Harry alone to work on his potions with Draco, who he did try to make look good. They had a silent agreement to act like that during class, and neither was willing to break it. The rest of the class went by smoothly with Hermione stopping Neville from blowing up his cauldron yet again. The Slytherins got along, though they didn't actually talk much. Both Harry's and Draco's friends paired up by gender in their own groups while Harry and Draco worked together. The two boys only spoke about the class and nothing more. Even though the Gryffindors, except for Hermione, didn't actually notice it, the Slytherins were only acting like a group for potions. Once they were all out of sight of both the potions room and the Gryffindors, they would all go back to ignoring each other. Harry and his 4 friends sped up to get ahead of Draco and his friends once out of sight of the Gryffindors to grab their homework from earlier on in the week before heading to lunch. Fridays had become the official study day for the first years. After lunch, the Slytherins, Hufflepuffs, and Ravenclaws all went up to the library, though not all at once, and grouped a bunch of tables together to do their homework. Between the students, there were always enough textbooks to go around so that each student only brought 1 or 2 books. The first years had all been there for an hour when someone tapped Harry on the shoulder lightly from behind. He turned to see Hermione and Neville both standing there awkwardly, as if unsure they could be there. Could we maybe join your study group?" Hermione asked cautiously, as if afraid they would be rejected. Of course, Harry replied while he gestured to some of the empty chairs next to the Ravenclaws. We have plenty of room for anyone who wants to join in from the first year. Thanks, she replied with a small smile on her face before she and Neville went to go sit down. Finally, the Gryffindors are showing their bravery, Daphne muttered just loud enough for the Slytherins to hear. Theo, Tracy, and Blaise all nodded their agreement. I have a feeling Ronald and the other Gryffindors were telling those two that Slytherins are evil spawn, and that we're controlling the Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws by threatening them with different sorts of torture, Harry said, though it was only meant for the Slytherins to hear, so he was quiet. They were probably told that hanging out with anyone in this group or Malfoy's group would make them evil too. I can believe that, Tracy whispered as she watched the two Gryffindors talk with the Ravenclaws about something in an essay. My only question is, why have they changed? Yesterday, Theo said with such force that it was obvious he was sure. Harry showed them, though Longbottom probably heard it from Granger, that not all Slytherins are evil, and it changed their minds on things. I can agree with that, Harry said, but can you please stop using surnames, Theo? You know how annoying and weird that is to hear that. Sorry, Harry, Theo sighed. It's a hard habit to break after all these years. I know it is, but it just doesn't make sense, Harry said as he went back to the essay Professor Snape had just assigned that morning, since it was the last essay he had to write for the week. I'll try, Theo replied after a moment, effectively ending the conversation as the Slytherins went back to their homework. The first years spent the next couple of hours working on their homework and getting a good part of it done. They only stopped because it was time for dinner. The whole group packed up their work and they went down to dinner together. It seemed that the entire group had forgotten the problems this could cause, because just moments after they entered the Great Hall, Ronald Weasley and his two friends were in front of the group. Neville, Hermione, how could you two do this? He yelled at the two lone Gryffindors in the group. You're siding with the enemy. He pointed at Harry specifically as if he was the enemy. So Harry is the enemy? Susan Bones asked Ronald angrily, stepping up to be in front of Harry at the front of the group. Of course he is. Ron yelled as if that was the most obvious thing in the world. He should have been in Gryffindor. The fact that he's in Slytherin means he's going to be the next Dark Lord or something. Just because he wasn't sorted into Gryffindor doesn't mean he's evil, Terry Boot, from Ravenclaw, said in a strong but quiet voice as he stepped forward to be next to Susan. He helped a Gryffindor, Ron, he helped me, Neville said quietly while he stepped forward to stand on Terry's other side. You're acting more evil than Harry is, Tracy said as she stepped forward to be next to Susan. He's trying to make friends within the different houses, and you're trying to not only stop him, but to also stop your house from making friends outside of it. Gah, Ronald yelled. Hermione, you were there at the flying lesson yesterday. You saw how Potter was helping Malfoy just as well as I did. I saw Harry almost stop Draco before you made him angry again, so Harry flew up to make sure neither of you got hurt. Hermione yelled at Ronald from beside Harry with a very red face in her anger. He even got Neville his remembrall back instead of letting it fall to the ground and break. You were the reason that all happened, not him. Harry wasn't trying to make a single move. He had figured out early on that if he let his friends all take care of the idiots, it would just prove his point that much more that the houses could work together and make friends. Harry also wasn't blind, even though he had to wear glasses, and could see the headmaster coming down to the group along with all four heads of house. What, if I may ask, is the problem here? Professor Dumbledore asked from behind. Ronald in a clear voice. The other teachers were in a line behind him. Well, we were. Ronald tried to think of an excuse as he turned around to find himself on the receiving end of many glares and got very nervous. Hannah, what's the problem here? Professor Sprout asked, looking at her Hufflepuff. We had all just come into the Great Hall to get dinner after our study session in the library when Ronald here came up and began yelling at Hermione and Neville because they were with us. He said that Harry was the enemy and that they shouldn't be siding with the enemy. Susan, Terry, Neville, and Tracy were all defending Harry before Ronald began trying to blame whatever happened during the Slytherin Gryffindor flying lesson yesterday on Harry, trying to use Hermione to back him up. Hannah looked confused as she said the part about the flying lesson as she hadn't been there. Hermione defended Harry about the flying lesson, saying he had been trying to stop whatever happened. The entire time this happened, Harry didn't make a single move to speak, he just stood there listening. You came up before anything else could be said, Hannah finished before taking a deep breath. Is this true? Professor McGonagall asked the entire group. Harry and his friends all nodded, but Ron and his friends shook their heads. Oh, what happened then, Mr. Thomas? Ron, Seamus, and I came over here to rescue Neville and Hermione because they were being held in the middle of the group when they all walked in here. Potter was telling both of them something, most likely threats, and it looked like he had his wand in his hand, Dean Thomas said. 20 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Thomas, for your obvious lies, Professor McGonagall said, her eyes narrowing at the trio. I do not like it when my Gryffindors are lying to me. Ms. Abbott's explanation fits what we all saw from the head table while yours does not. Mr. Weasley, you will be having detention with Professor Snape Monday night as it is his student you are attacking with your words. Next to her, Professor Snape was glowering at the Gryffindor, promising him a bad detention for this. Now that we've taken care of that, all of you should go enjoy your dinner, Professor Dumbledore said before heading back up to his dinner, the other teachers following. The first years all began to realize that all of the older students were staring at them after the scene they had made. The 3 Gryffindors all looked embarrassed, as did a few of the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs, but most of the group just looked around the room to see the reactions of the others. There seemed to be many mixed reactions. Everyone in the group could tell that most of the Hufflepuffs were proud of all the first years in the group for protecting one of their own, even if the student was a Slytherin. The Slytherins and Ravenclaws could see past the shocked faces of the Ravenclaws and could tell that most of them were impressed by what had just occurred. The Gryffindors were actually split, some were just angry at Ronald and his friends for losing house points over something so stupid while some were looking at the group curiously with the rest either obviously thinking about the group or glaring needles at Hermione and Neville. Out of the whole group, only the Slytherins could tell what was going on in their own house. While surprised in the beginning by the split in their first years, the Slytherins had all realized that both groups had come to a form of truce so that no bloodshed would happen, nor would arguments occur often. Many of the Slytherins didn't really mind the fact that Slytherins were getting along with their classmates from the different houses because they themselves had friends from different houses, though none from Gryffindor and not as many as the first years had gathered. The rest of the Slytherins just didn't comment on it, though it was obvious that while they didn't mind it, they had some feelings towards specific people in the group. Right now the Slytherins were still split in opinions, though it was becoming obvious that more were beginning to accept what was going on and not mind it anymore. Most of the table was looking on in hidden awe at how well their own Harry Potter had gathered his friends and made a group so close that they'd protect their own, yet open enough that they'd accept new people into it without much hesitation. A few Slytherins were pleased because of the points lost by the Gryffindors for a stupid reason. The rest of the Slytherins were looking on indifferently, which said that they didn't really care what was going on. Turning their attention back to the 3 Gryffindors, the group saw that they were all getting really nervous about the attention. The Slytherins all had to hold back laughs. It was obvious that if you planned to make a scene in the Great Hall, you were going to get attention from the other students. Maybe next time you 3 will think about the attention you'll get before you make a scene in the Great Hall where all of the students eat meals, Daphne said while quite obviously holding in a laugh. It's really obvious you all don't like attention, yet you bring it upon yourselves. Does that make any sense to you all? Daphne asked the group at large, and she received shakes of the head in return. I didn't think so. Shut up, Snake, Ronald said angrily while he blushed red in embarrassment. Don't call her Snake, Weasley. Theo yelled just before Harry put a hand on his shoulder to calm him down. Why not? Ronald asked. I mean, that's what she is, isn't it? She's a sneaky, slimy, Slytherin snake. Stop, Harry yelled just as his friends all began to react to Ronald's remark. Let's leave him alone. It's obvious he needs to talk down to Slytherins just to feel good about himself. Hopefully he'll get over his arrogance, pride, and hurt soon enough so that we'll be left alone, though I'm not sure that'll happen. Either way, he's just trying to bait us so that we lose points and get detention just like him. Ignore him and go eat. With that, Harry left the group to head towards the Slytherin table. Everyone else stood there for a moment before Harry's friends all went to their tables to eat, leaving Ronald, Dean, and Seamus just standing in front of the doorway to the Great Hall. The rest of the students were shocked that Harry had stopped his friends from reacting, but none were more shocked in the hall than the teachers. The teachers were shocked into silence by what had occurred just as they got to their seats. They had been afraid they would have to go break up the fight again, but Harry had not only stopped his friends from retaliating but also stopped the chance of another fight from them. A few teachers all came to the same conclusion Dumbledore had the first day. Hogwarts was going to have an interesting few years with Harry Potter among their numbers. Harry walked into the Quidditch pitch and stopped short, his friends just barely stopping in time to not run into him. He stared at the 650-foot-tall hoops, 3 on each side of the field. Walking into the pitch a bit more, he turned in a circle to look at all the stands surrounding the field. They were all split into 4 sections, each one a different house color to show where each house sat during a match. There was a special box in the center of one side of the pitch between the Gryffindor and Slytherin stands, which was obviously for the teachers as it was black with the school symbol on it. "So, what do you think, Harry?" Daphne asked from behind him, bringing him out of his amazed stupor. "This is amazing," he replied in awe, making his friends laugh at the look of amazement on his face. "I remember my father telling me I looked like that when I first saw a Quidditch pitch," Theo said while smiling at the amazed look on Harry's face. It was the first time since they had met him that he had looked like that, and it made him seem a bit more normal. "I remember Astoria looked like that the first time she saw one when she was 5, Daphne muttered quietly to herself as she thought about her sister and how she hadn't written to her since she got to Hogwarts. "Ah, good, you're here, Potter," a voice said from behind them, startling Harry into spinning around quickly to spot Flint coming up behind them. "I see you've kept the arrangement within Slytherin alone. Very good, Potter." Flint nodded appreciatively, his face blank as he looked Harry over carefully. "Can't have our team given away before it's even formed, Flint smiled slightly. "Harry told us that you needed Professor Dumbledore's permission for him to be on the team," Theo said into the silence that had quickly fallen over the group. "Oh yes, he does," Flint replied as he turned to look Theo over. "I guess we're very lucky, then, as just this morning, Professor Snape came over to me to inform me that Professor Dumbledore has agreed to the use of a first year on our team, though only if it's Potter here." Flint nodded in Harry's direction. "He also said that if Potter, and only Potter, is the Seeker, he'll get him a Nimbus 2000, Flint continued, trying to keep the awe out of his voice while Harry's friends all whistled appreciatively. "That means, Potter," Flint started suddenly, whirling around to face Harry, "that you have to get that position. A Nimbus on our team will make us unbeatable." Harry nodded quickly when he realized that everyone else really wanted that broom on the team, though he didn't understand why. To him, a broomstick was just a broomstick, though it was obvious to him that it wasn't actually like that in the wizarding world. It seemed that there were some brooms that were better than others, and the Nimbus 2000 was one of those brooms. "Now, Potter, I think I can guess correctly that your friends have told you about Quidditch," Flint said. "Well, what I'm going to tell you is that it isn't as easy as it sounds, and I'm hoping it didn't sound easy. As a Seeker, you'll be dodging a lot of bludgers, especially when we're up against Gryffindor because the Weasley twins love aiming for our Seeker just as much as our Chasers. It doesn't really help that you're who you are," Flint added as an afterthought. Harry fought back a groan at the idea that his fame would make it so that he was a larger target than normal. He truly did hate his fame, and it didn't help that the rest of the school outside of his house and friends stared at him a lot of the time. Some days he wished that he could just disappear. "So, Potter," Flint began, drawing Harry out of his thoughts, "when Higgs gets here, you're going to use my broom and then both try and find the snitch. We both have clean sweep 7s, so you'll be equal when you race for the snitch. The best Seeker and Flyer will win and get the position with the other as a reserve. Got that, Potter?" Harry nodded. "Good, then take my broom and show me that you can really fly. Professor Snape may say you can, but I have to see it for myself." Harry took the proffered broom, mounted, and flew into the air. The wind blew Harry's hair all around and he felt himself relaxing as a smile came to his face. To him, flying was a second nature and something that really seemed to relax him like nothing else could. He just began flying in any way he could, diving and spinning for fun. By the time he landed again, Flint was smiling in a way that told Harry that Flint loved his flying and couldn't wait for him to be on the team. Smiling slightly, Harry just could tell that everyone now thought he'd be on the team without a problem. His friends were all staring at him in awe, Theo looking slightly jealous at his flying skills but also happy for Harry. Harry himself just wanted to get back into the air, but he knew he had to wait. "And here comes the rest of the team now," Flint said, looking behind Harry. Harry turned around to see 6 other boys coming up to the group. All 6 had brooms over their shoulders and 2 had beater bats in their other hands. The 2 chasers had a crate between them that obviously held the balls. "Boys," Flint said as the team reached the group, "Potter here has been recommended by Snape himself for the team, so we're going to have a little match between seekers. Higgs, he's on my broom, so you'll be on equal standing there. The first of you 2 to catch the snitch will be our seeker, the other our reserve. Any questions?" "Yeah," one of the beaters said. "Why Potter?" "Snape saw our flying lesson," Blaze informed him calmly. "And how does that answer my question?" The beater sneered. "It answered your question because Snape saw Harry's flying skills firsthand while it was Harry's first time on a broom," Daphne snapped. "Bull, calm down," Flint snapped while he glared at the boy in question. "Wait until you see Potter fly before you question the decision." Bull grunted with his arms crossed over his chest. "Potter, Higgs, in the air. I'll release the snitch once you're both ready." Flint went over to the crate, opened it, and pulled out a golden ball no larger than a large walnut. Looking up as he mounted his broom, Harry saw that Higgs had mounted his broom at almost the same moment. Harry, determined to prove himself to everyone there, kicked off from the ground moments before the older boy, flying higher up than Higgs. Harry just watched as Flint checked to see if both boys were ready before releasing the golden ball into the air. His eyes followed the snitch as it flew up to his eye level before zooming away so fast that Harry couldn't see it anymore. The next 30 minutes were spent with Harry circling high above Higgs, his eyes searching everywhere for the snitch. Higgs had tried to fake him out a few times, but Harry had looked and seen no snitch where Higgs was going, so he ignored the boy and continued his search. Once or twice, Harry had gotten bored and done some steep dives, barely pulling up in time not to crash. Harry had to stifle his snickers when Higgs fell for both fakes even though Harry wasn't even trying to fake him out. Just as Harry was getting bored enough to go into another dive, he saw the snitch on the other side of the field by the teacher's stands. Higgs wasn't anywhere near it, but Harry didn't want to give the snitch away, so he continued to do his dive, though he was actually faking this time. Higgs, thinking Harry was just faking again, just moved closer to Harry just in case the first year had actually seen the snitch. Harry, exhilarated by his dive, suddenly pulled up and went up at an angle towards the teacher's stands, going fast because of the momentum he'd picked up from the dive. Before Higgs could even turn around to look to see where Harry was headed, Harry had his hand around the snitch and was headed to the ground. Everyone on the ground was confused as to why Harry was landing. That is, they were until Harry held up the snitch as he dismounted and headed towards Flint, a huge smile on his face and his eyes shining from happiness and exhilaration. The entire team, Higgs and Flint included, were shocked so much that they couldn't move a muscle. Harry's friends were shocked, but they were able to run over to meet him and pat him on the back for a job well done. "Well, it looks like Potter is out seeker," Flint said when he finally was able to move again. "Well done, Potter." The rest of the team, Higgs included, nodded their agreement with that statement, eyes wide in amazement still. "We practice every Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday. We sometimes have a Saturday practice as well. Sundays are from noon until 4 while Tuesdays and Thursdays are from 5 until 7. Unlike Gryffindor, we don't step up the practices right before the match, but work hard in every practice and remain calm the entire time. Practice tomorrow, Potter, so be here and we'll see about getting you a uniform and a broom." Harry, eyes still shining in happiness, nodded and gave Flint his broom and the snitch back before turning to face his friends, who were shocked to see Harry's face. They had never seen Harry glowing like he was then. He had a huge smile and his eyes were gleaming emeralds. "The rest of you lot, it's time to practice," Flint yelled as he turned back to the team. "Higgs, you'll practice with us today, and then join the reserve team, which practices on Sunday with the normal team, and then Wednesday alone with me." "Got it." Higgs nodded, only a bit upset over losing his position because even he could tell that Harry was a way better seeker than he was and would win more games for Slytherin. "Nice game, Potter," Higgs said, walking over to Harry and holding out his hand for Harry to shake while the others watched from around them. "Thanks, you too, Higgs," Harry replied, accepting the hand and shaking it. That was a fun way to see what catching the snitch would be like. Higgs nodded and then mounted his broom and took off. The rest of the team followed him while Harry and his friends went back into the castle and headed down to the common room so that they could all talk about Harry's face-off with Higgs. The next day, Harry got his uniform and began his training in Quidditch on Higgs' broom, which he was letting him borrow for practice until he got his own. In fact, Harry got his own broom a week later. The entire house was in awe over the fact that their team had a Nimbus 2000. Only Slytherin knew that Harry was on the team, and the fact was going to stay in the house as it was a house secret and every Slytherin knew it. Once Harry began practicing 3 times a week, his time at Hogwarts began to fly by. Before he knew it, the summer weather turned into fall weather, and September turned into October. Halloween was upon the first years before they even realized it. On his way to the Halloween feast, Harry was told by Terry Boot, from Ravenclaw, that Ron Weasley had made Hermione cry after charms just because she was trying to help him with the levitation spell. Careful questioning told Harry that Padma Patil had chased after Hermione and calmed her down enough that the girl stopped crying and got happy enough to go to the rest of her classes for the day. Relieved, Harry entered the amazingly decorated hall and went over to the Slytherin table, sitting between Blaise and Daphne. The 5 Slytherins enjoyed the feast up until the point where Professor Quirrell came running into the hall, yelling about a troll in the dungeons. Almost the entire hall screamed, though Harry and his friends weren't among them. Once Dumbledore had calmed the students down and told them to go to their dorms, Harry watched the teachers leave the Great Hall and noticed one little detail. While the other teachers had gone to the dungeons, Snape had gone upstairs. Confused, Harry stopped at the edge of the Great Hall. He turned around just in time to see Professor Quirrell, who had passed out after telling the school about the troll, stand up and check to make sure he was alone. Harry slipped into the shadows like he had the first day before the sorting, and watched his professor go upstairs. Thinking fast, Harry followed him almost silently and in the shadows. Much to Harry's surprise, Quirrell took a few shortcuts and ended up in the forbidden corridor of the 3rd floor. Still sticking to the shadows, Harry followed and watched as Quirrell managed to open the door. Listening closely, he heard growling that quickly turned to barking as a 3-headed dog came into view. His eyes widening in surprise, Harry barely noticed when Professor Snape turned up, stood in front of Quirrell, got bitten in the leg by the dog, and managed to close the door on the dog before it could bite him again. Harry snuck back downstairs and into the dungeons without meeting a single soul the entire time, not that he noticed. His mind was racing as he tried to sort out his thoughts about what he had just witnessed. Snape had been headed to the 3rd floor, but so had Quirrell. Quirrell got there first and opened the door to reveal a 3-headed dog just before Snape got in the way and got bitten in the process. Mind still in thought, Harry got to the common room by pure instinct and was barraged by questions when he got in there. Shaking his head to try and clear it enough to answer his friends, Harry quickly explained to his friends what had happened. The only thing they got out of it was that Quirrell was up to something, that it had to do with that dog and the forbidden corridor, and that Snape didn't trust Quirrell either. The 5 friends went to bed thinking about the mystery, but they were all resolved to let the clues come to them or not. Ellipsis. 2 days later, Harry was in the Great Hall, trying to eat breakfast and not succeeding very well. Flint had told Harry that he shouldn't get nervous for his first Quidditch match, even if it was against Gryffindor, but Harry couldn't help it. He had never been in sports at primary school as Dudley had scared all of the students away from Harry. This was Harry's first time doing something like this. "Harry, calm down, you'll be fine," Tracy assured him softly from beside him where she could feel his tenseness. I know I'm ready, Trace, but I've never done something like this. I'm worried, Harry admitted quietly to her and only her. Harry, you've been practicing for 3 days a week for a month and a half, you're the most natural person I've ever seen on a broom, and you're ready for this. Just think about whatever the feeling is you get while you're flying, it should help you calm down. Harry imagined the rush he always felt while flying, the feeling that he belonged in the air just as much as on the ground. Harry was a bit shocked to feel himself relaxing as he let those feelings flood over him. Tracy smiled when she felt his body relax next to her, she knew he'd be just fine. Harry walked out onto the field behind Bletchley, the Slytherin keeper, and smiled slightly as the amazed whispers going around the pitch as the other houses realized who the Slytherin seeker was. He then put his blank mask back on as he listened to Madam Hooch, who was refereeing the match. Now, I want a nice fair game, all of you. Harry had to hold back a snicker when he realized she was looking at Flint more than anyone else. Mount your brooms, please. Harry mounted his broom and kicked off the ground once Madam Hooch had blown her silver whistle, flying faster and higher than anyone else. Almost completely tuning out the commentary except for things like who scored, a player getting knocked out, fouls, and any word. On the snitch, Harry looked around the field, trying to find the little gold ball before Gryffindor's mediocre seeker Patricia Stimpson. It was actually a good thing Harry was listening for the word snitch in the commentary as Adrian Pusey, one of Slytherin's chasers, dodged one of the Gryffindor chasers, Katie Bell. Lee Jordan, the commenter, saw the snitch by Adrian's ear. Harry zoomed towards Adrian the moment he saw the snitch. He knew he was ahead of Patricia as she had been further away from the snitch and he was faster, so he chased the snitch as it dived under Adrian. None of the chasers were moving as they all watched the two seekers racing for the snitch, Harry obviously in front. Harry put on a burst of speed just as he was closing in on the snitch and Harry felt the silver wings brush against his gloved hand just as it closed around the golden ball. Harry pulled out of his high-speed, steep dive before raising his right hand above him, the snitch clasped in it and quite visible. Everything was frozen for a moment before Slytherin began yelling at the top of its lungs. The entire team was zooming towards Harry, all of them wanting to be in a group to show off. Just before the team got to him, Harry's Nimbus did something very odd, it bucked. Most would have put it out of their mind except for the fact that it happened again, harder that time. Everyone, teachers and students alike, could tell that something was very wrong with Harry's broomstick. Harry was almost bucked off his broom completely, only holding on by grabbing the broom with his right hand as well as his left, the snitch still caught in his hand. When another buck made his body lift off the broom, Harry twisted his legs together underneath him in an attempt to stay on his broom. His broom completely out of his control, Harry watched as Madam Hooch and the team players, Gryffindors and Slytherins alike, all began to converge under him, ready to catch him if he fell from his broom. Holding on for dear life, Harry was shocked to see Professors Snape and Quirrell looking at him without blinking when the broom turned him in the direction of the teachers' stands. While most would suspect Professor Snape of cursing Harry's broom, only 5 students in the school had all the information about Snape, and Harry was among them. He quickly put the information from 2 nights ago, Halloween, together with the scene in front of him and realized that even thought Snape looked as if he was cursing Harry's broom, he was actually trying to counter the curse that Quirrell was putting on it. "Stop cursing my broom, Professor Quirrell." Harry yelled at the top of his lungs just before his broom bucked again. Harry's scream shocked the entire stadium. The other professors in the stands, besides Snape, all turned to see that Quirrell was indeed staring at Harry in the way that claimed cursing. Harry's Nimbus gave one last buck, the largest of them all, and then was completely stable as the professors blocked Quirrell's view of him. Only a handful of professors saw Snape also looking at Harry, but they were the important ones of the group. Shaking from the shock of almost being thrown from his broom, Harry quickly dived down to the ground and dismounted from his broom, snitch still in his right hand. The other players and Madam Hooch landed as well, all of the Slytherins and Gryffindors surrounding him to make sure he was all right, which surprised him as he hadn't expected the Gryffindors to act like that with a Slytherin, even if it was him. Once everyone was sure that he was fine, just a little shaken, the Slytherins congratulated him on an excellent catch before the Gryffindors told him that it really had been a great catch. Harry was very confused about the fact that he was being complimented by Gryffindors and decided to bring it up with the others when he had the whole group together. For now, Harry just wanted to enjoy the victory. To say Albus Dumbledore was upset by what had occurred at the Quidditch match was an understatement. He had been in his office, dealing with ministry work, when Professors Snape, Quirrell, McGonagall, Sprout, and Flitwick entered his office without knocking. Professor Quirrell was tied up and held by Professor Sprout while Professor Snape was held at Professor McGonagall's wand point. "May I ask what's happened to cause this sort of harsh treatment of your colleagues?" Professor Dumbledore asked kindly, his eyes twinkling, though not as brightly as normal. Mr. Potter's broom began to try to buck him off just after he caught the snitch, Professor McGonagall began. When his broom turned to face our box, he looked at his teachers for a moment before yelling at Quirrell here to stop cursing his broom. Professor Sprout continued, acid in her voice as she said it. We all turned and saw he was looking at Harry straight on without blinking, not even when Harry yelled that, Professor Flitwick squeaked. The problem is that all three of us saw Severus here staring at Mr. Potter as well, though no one else did. Professor McGonagall growled while moving her wand slightly closer to said professor. Professor Dumbledore took in the sight before him. Professor Snape was glaring at Professor McGonagall, though he looked a bit hopeless whenever he looked at the headmaster. Professor Dumbledore correctly interpreted that look and decided what he wished to do. "Could you all please leave Severus alone with me for a little?" Professor Dumbledore asked kindly. "Just wait outside of my office until I send him out to bring you back in." Though the headmaster said this kindly, all of the professors knew that it was an order, nor a request, so they all left without a fight, though Professor McGonagall was a bit hesitant for a moment. "Now, Severus, please explain what happened." I heard Quirrell muttering behind me and turned just enough to see him staring at Potter, so I realized that he was trying to curse him. I started the counter curse to all curses on an object or person, and it helped Potter keep himself on his broomstick, though I couldn't throw the curse off completely. The most I could do was turn Potter to face the box so that I could see his reactions to what was happening. He surprised me when he looked at me, then at Quirrell, thought for a moment, and then yelled at Quirrell to stop cursing him. I'm not sure how he knew that it was him and not me, but he did, and I'm grateful because his yelling at me would have turned more people against me than the number against Quirrell. Professor Dumbledore muttered under his breath. "It seems young Harry is full of surprises," he said aloud so that Professor Snape could hear him. "Please go and collect Quirinus, Severus. Then wait outside with the others." In his mind, Professor Dumbledore began to realize that there was something afoot going on with Quirrell, but he didn't know what it was. His defense professor had been acting oddly since his trip, and Dumbledore wasn't sure if he liked it. Unfortunately, because he didn't know what was going on and he was always a curious man who wanted to know all he could, he realized he would have to keep a close eye on Quirrell, but he couldn't let him go, especially if he might be after the stone. That would mean that Lord Voldemort could be involved, and if he let Quirrell go, who knew what Voldemort would do to get the stone? No, it would be best to let this incident go and keep a close eye on Quirrell while also putting up extra defenses so that no other students would be in danger of being hurt by him. Otherwise, he might never know what was really going on. Professor Snape then swept out of the room, realizing what Professor Dumbledore was going to do. Moments later, a bound Professor Quirrell was thrown into the office, where he fell on the floor and had to be levitated into a standing position by Professor Dumbledore. "Could you please tell me what happened at the match today, Quirinus?" Dumbledore asked as calmly as he could. "IIW was WW watch chinning the mat tchwh when IH heard sever Russ mu mut ter ring under H his b breath and W watch ching y young Mr. P Potter ca carefully. ID did T the C count ter curse to T try and S stop H him. T then Mr. P Potter C claimed I at W was me C curse sing H him. Thank you, Quirinus. Severus told me the opposite, so I'm not sure which story to believe, Professor Dumbledore admitted, though he was actually lying as he knew Severus was telling the real story. I'm going to bring the others back in. With that, Professor Dumbledore went and opened his office door for the others, stepping aside to let them come into his office again. He went and found a seat, waving his wand so that all of the professors had a place to sit. Another wave of his wand freed Professor Quirrell, much to everyone's shock, and the shaking professor sat down. "I've heard two similar stories this afternoon," Professor Dumbledore began, "but only one can be correct as they each tell the opposite story. As I don't know which story is correct, I'm going to give you both the benefit of the doubt and let you both go. I do not want to hear of a student being endangered again." Professor Dumbledore's eyes were hard and the twinkle gone from them. "Severus, Quirinus, please leave and go back to your quarters," he continued, giving Professor Snape a hard look to get him to go. Both nodded and left the room, one after the other. "Now that they're both gone, I believe I will tell you something," Professor Dumbledore said to his remaining teachers. Severus was not trying to harm Mr. Potter, but protect him. It was Quirinus attacking the broomstick. The three teachers' mouths were hanging slightly open in shock, though Professor McGonagall closed hers quickly. "Please, keep an eye on him like Severus has been doing. We must not allow him to get to the stone, so we may be in danger. I have a very bad feeling that Lord Voldemort is somewhere in this mess, though where I have no idea. I know it is probably your first instinct to have me get rid of Quirrell, but we must be able to keep an eye on him so that we can keep the stone safe. If we allow him to leave, he might just find another way to get to it, and then we won't have any warning at all as to when it will happen. I will do everything in my power to keep our students safe from Quirrell, you all have my word on that. Just trust me, and nothing will happen." The three professors could say nothing in response to this, so they left the room in silence, all three thinking about what Professor Dumbledore had just told them. They had known the stone was in the school for protection, but not that it was from you-know-who. They truly didn't know what to think except that they trusted Professor Dumbledore with their lives. Back in his office, Professor Dumbledore was wondering about many things: the stone, his Dada teacher, and most importantly, a Mr. Harry James Potter. Harry walked into the Great Hall the morning after the Quidditch match to a purple spell hitting him from the direction of the Weasley twins. He took one look at the Slytherin table and sighed quietly while groaning internally. The twins had managed to hit the whole team. "Let me guess," Harry said to his staring Slytherin friends. "Gold and crimson hair. How did you know?" Theo asked while the others looked just as surprised. "They got the whole team," Harry said as he pointed at the Slytherin table where the rest of the team sat with varying amounts of Gryffindor colors covering their top half. "How are you going to get it off?" Tracy asked curiously. Harry thought for a moment before he figured out the twins' logic behind it. "Daphne, use finite on me when we get to the table without making it obvious," Harry requested as the Slytherins walked to their table and ignored the looks, comments, and laughs of the hall completely. Daphne just nodded without questioning his request before she pulled her wand out of her robes while sitting down next to him with their backs to the Gryffindors. She muttered the spell under her breath, and Harry felt a tingling on his head and saw Tracy's confirming glance from across the table. The twins didn't expect a Slytherin to actually ask for help, so it only spreads when a person with the spell on them tries to counter it, not when someone else does, Harry explained. "And they call us arrogant," Theo muttered to the general agreement of the group. "Potter." Harry turned to see Flint and the rest of the team looking at him. "How'd you get rid of the Gryffindor look?" "Have someone without the spell counter it," Harry replied. If the answer surprised any of the team, they hid it well. Soon enough the whole team was clean of all red and gold, and Professor Snape had come into the hall, so the twins didn't dare try again. The rest of breakfast was peaceful, though the twins could be heard complaining about the ruined prank from across the hall. That afternoon, Harry was on his way down to Professor Snape's office from the library, where he and his Slytherin friends had gone to research something for potions, to ask him for a possible favor when he heard hushed voices in an empty classroom. "Can't believe Hagrid owns that three-headed dog," the familiar voice of Ron Weasley was saying. "Or that he named it Fluffy," Dean Thomas added. "Or that," Ron agreed. "I guess to find out what it's guarding, we'll have to find Nicholas Flamel." Both of the other boys agreed, but before Harry could hear any more, footsteps in the room headed towards the door sent him down the hall and towards the dungeons. Harry's mind was spinning as he tried to piece together all the information he had. On Halloween, he had seen Professor Quirrell try to get past the three-headed dog, Fluffy, in the forbidden corridor only to be stopped by Professor Snape, who got hurt in the process. Now Harry knew Ron Weasley and his friends had run into Fluffy, found out it was guarding something, and that it had to do with a Nicholas Flamel. Before Harry knew it, he was outside Professor Snape's office. Taking a calming breath, Harry knocked on the door and entered when told to do so, closing the door before facing his head of house. Harry barely took in the sight of the odd specimens in jars around him as he stood waiting for his professor to look up from his papers and acknowledge him. Harry had guessed he would be forced to wait, so he wasn't surprised. Finally, Snape finished, looked up at Harry, and asked, "Yes, Potter." "What is it?" "Sir, did you happen to hear about this morning's prank?" Harry asked. "I did. I was thinking, what if a potion was used to change them into Slytherin colors for, let's say, 2 weeks?" Harry saw that he had his professor's attention and continued. "A charm can be countered, like this morning proved, but a potion is harder. If 2 potions are made, one for green and one for silver, so that they can last for a few months, the twins won't know what hit them as the revenge could come at any time." By then, Snape was smirking in a way that said he liked the idea. "By coincidence, I know of a potion like that, both colors actually, that is easy to make and takes an hour at the most to brew. My classroom will be empty for the rest of the day and the potion just so happens to be written on the board. Now, leave, unless there's something else." Harry hesitated for a moment, thinking of the dog, before shaking his head and replying, "No, sir, and thank you." Harry went to the classroom, made the potions, labeled each carefully, and left, the room looking untouched. After putting the vials, which couldn't break, into his trunk, he went back to the library and told his friends about what he had overheard. "Nicholas Flamel." Theo asked to confirm the name. "That's what they said. Weasley really is as stupid as he looks," Theo said as he shook his head sadly. "Any pureblood should know it. Flamel is an alchemist," Daphne explained when Harry opened his mouth to ask why. "A famous alchemist. He's also the maker and owner of the only philosopher's stone in existence. It can turn metal into gold and makes the elixir of life, which makes the drinker immortal. So the dog, Fluffy, must be guarding the stone," Harry muttered while thinking that putting something as precious as that in a school was asking for trouble. "Probably," Theo agreed. "Well, now that we know all of this, we know why Quirrell wants to get past the dog, so we can warn Professor Snape if we think something's happening," Harry decided. "Should we tell Snape we know?" Tracy asked quietly. The whole group shared a look. "I think we should," Blaise said. "If he knows that we know, he'll believe us if we tell him things." "Blaise has a point," Daphne admitted slowly. "I think we should." "Then let's go," Harry said as he got up and headed towards Snape's office for the second time that day. When they got there, Harry knocked and the whole group entered when called. Snape looked up at the group, surprised to see all of them, but even more surprised to see Harry back. "Something wrong with what we discussed before, Potter?" he asked. "No, sir, and thanks again for that." Snape nodded while Harry's friends hid their confusion because Harry had only told them that he had to speak to Snape, not what it was about. "We're here about the 3rd-floor corridor on the right-hand side." Snape's eyes widened as he realized what Harry meant. "What about it?" he asked cautiously, thought very few would pick up on his cautiousness. "The dog, Hagrid named it Fluffy for some reason, is guarding something," Daphne stated. "That something is owned by Nicholas Flamel," Tracy picked up. "And the only thing he has of value is a stone," Blaise added. "A stone known as the Philosopher's Stone, which can turn metal into gold and produces the elixir of life," Theo said in a monotone. "Most importantly, Quirrell wants it," Harry finished forcefully. Professor Snape stared at the 5 Slytherins in front of him, unable to believe that they had figured out the whole thing in just over 2 months of school. He now knew that the stone wasn't safe if first years, given they were Slytherins and smart, could figure it out, then anyone could find and probably get it. Flamel had just gotten lucky that Dumbledore had the staff in the loop about the stone so that they could keep an eye on the corridor. Who else knows? Snape sighed as he sat back in defeat. The 5 shared surprised looks as they hadn't expected Snape to give in. "Only the 5 of us know everything, but Ron Weasley and his 2 friends know about the dog and that the protected belongs to Nicholas Flamel. Otherwise, we're pretty sure they don't know anything," Harry replied. Good, Snape said as he nodded. We don't want more students to know if they don't have to. Now, why are you even telling me you know? So that if we hear something, we can tell you and you'll actually believe us, Blaise stated. Plus, you can't move the stone now. Quirrell wants it, knows it's in the corridor, and would be even more dangerous if he knew that his prize was taken, Tracy said softly, the quietest of the 5 friends as well as their entire year. Snape's head hit the back of his chair as he realized his soft-spoken Slytherin was right, the stone couldn't be moved. If they moved the stone, Quirrell might do something to the students for revenge, or maybe something worse. I'll have to inform the headmaster of your knowledge of the stone. They all shared looks before shrugging in response, none really caring if Dumbledore knew. You won't be punished, as not only did you tell me of your knowledge, but it sounds like you came by it by coincidence since you know what Weasley already knows. They all nodded to confirm his suspicions. Thank you for informing me. Please, if you hear or see anything else, let me know. Otherwise, I'll speak to the headmaster and see what we can do. Harry groaned as he threw himself onto his bed the night of Christmas Eve. The past 2 months or so had been full of Quidditch practice twice a week, learning new spells, writing essays, making potions, hanging out with both his large group of friends and his 4 Slytherin ones, and basically living life at Hogwarts. Christmas break had begun a week before, and Harry was the only one out of all his friends to stay at Hogwarts, and that was from the large group of first years. In fact, the only other first year in the school was Ron Weasley, as he and his 3 older brothers had stayed for the break. Otherwise, there were a couple of older Hufflepuffs and a couple of older Ravenclaws. Harry was the only Slytherin and the Weasleys the only Gryffindors. Sighing slightly, Harry crawled under his blankets in the empty dorm and closed his eyes to fall asleep. While he would normally not expect gifts from anyone, he knew that his friends would be getting him something for Christmas just as he had gotten each of them something, so he knew he was going to get his first ever gifts the next morning. It made falling asleep harder, but he eventually fell asleep. Luckily Harry was the only one in Slytherin, as it meant he got to sleep until 9. He suspected that Gryffindor Tower was full of loud Weasleys right then. Looking at his moderate pile of gifts, he was amazed at the number of them. Not only did Theo, Blaise, Daphne, and Tracy get him gifts, but Susan, Hannah, Padma, Terry, Hermione, and Neville got him one each, and the others all went together to get him a gift from the Ravenclaws and another from the Hufflepuffs. Hermione had gotten him a handsome eagle feather quill, while Neville got him a bottle of color-changing ink. Hannah and Susan had each gotten him a different book on wizarding law, as Harry was always interested in learning more about the wizarding world, especially with his Slytherin friends knowing so much about it. Padma and Terry had also worked together to get him books on wizarding traditions. The Ravenclaws had gotten him a large package of chocolate frogs, and the Hufflepuffs had gotten him a large package of sugar quills. Harry finally turned to the 4 gifts from his friends and a 5th that wasn't signed. Harry opened Theo's gift first to find a few different books on fighting magic, as Dada was Harry's best class even though they had a terrible teacher. As it turned out, each of his friends had gotten him books on different subjects. Daphne had gotten him potions, which Harry had actually found he liked after Snape had helped him with the prank. Potions he had yet to use, as Snape had stopped ignoring him and treated him like any other Slytherin. Tracy had gotten him charms, some of them fun charms and others more serious. Blaise had gotten him transfiguration, and one of them even talked about animagi, or turning into an animal. Smiling at the gifts his friends had gotten him, he turned to the last present on his bed. Picking it up, he realized it was amazingly light. Opening it slowly, the present was revealed to be a gleaming, silvery gray cloak that was fluid and felt like water woven into material. Harry didn't know what it was, so he decided to go try it on and see what it looked like. Standing in front of the full mirror in his wardrobe, he put on the cloak and was amazed when everything of him went invisible except his head, which also went invisible when he pulled the hood up and over his head. His only reaction was a gasp when he first saw himself, because his mind was already racing about what he could do with the cloak. The first thing on his list was to play the prank on the twins. Just as he turned back to his bed to change and grab the potions, he noticed a note on his bed that must have been with the cloak. Picking it up, he read the loopy handwriting. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A very happy Christmas to you. It had no signature, but Harry didn't care. He finally had something that belonged to one of his parents. Closing his eyes against his tears, Harry held the clock reverently in his hands and he ran his fingers through the material over and over. He imagined his dad, who everyone said he looked like except for his eyes, getting under the cloak and sneaking around the school. Getting a hold of himself, Harry quickly got dressed and grabbed the potions. Once he was in the common room, he slipped the cloak on and made sure it covered all of him, which it did easily. Walking as quietly as possible, he went to the Great Hall and was pleased to see the twins eating heartily at the Gryffindor table. Harry snuck up behind them and put the potions in their drinks, careful not to do it when they were looking and to not touch them at all. Once they were in the goblets, Harry quickly snuck out of the Great Hall, went into the stairwell that led to the Slytherin dorms, pulled off the cloak, and re-entered the Great Hall visible. When Harry looked around the hall, he had to fight back a laugh when he saw one twin was pure silver, except for his clothes, and the other was emerald green. Smirking at the sight, he walked over towards them, pretending to play the amazed Slytherin who had just walked in to see two Gryffindors in Slytherin colors. When he got there, he saw the twins trying everything to get the color off, but they didn't realize it was a potion and not a spell. "So, which of you is going to tell your captain that you've switched teams?" Harry asked as he took a seat next to the twins to look at them, though he was planning to go eat at his own table unless invited to stay. "Switched," one twin started. "Teams," the other finished. "Why, of course," Harry stated, having the time of his life. "I mean, except for the robes, you're most certainly Slytherins now, right? Otherwise, why would you have spelled one another to be Slytherin colors?" The twins stared at him in horror as they realized what he meant before going back to trying to finite the color off of them once again. When they finally realized it wasn't going to come off, they turned to Harry pleadingly. "Please take this off," they said at the same time with a pleading tone in their voices. "Who said I'm the one that did it?" Harry asked, pretending to be insulted to have been suspected. "I only came over here to see why two Slytherins were at the Gryffindor table before I realized who it was. Besides, what Slytherin wouldn't enjoy and laugh at the sight, especially after what you tried to do to our team?" "You're the only Slytherin in the school right now," one twin stated. "So you have to be the one to have pranked us," the other added. "What? No one else in the school could make it so that two Gryffindors were in Slytherin colors but a Slytherin?" "Well, yes," the silver twin started. "They could," the green one added. "But that would bring upon our wrath," they finished together. "Besides, we know those four in the other houses and they wouldn't do this, so that only leaves you," the silver added. Smart, but how did I do it?" Harry asked, knowing that it would throw them off. The twins shared a look before replying in sync, "We have no idea." "Then you can't prove it was me as I have no way to do the prank." "Oh, it was you. But you have sneaky ways that we don't know of. Either way, you pranked us well. So we have to commend you, Mr. Potter, on a job well done. Now please get rid of the color." They pleaded together. "Sorry, boys, but I can't help," Harry stated while he decided to eat with the twins and grabbed some toast and eggs. "Besides, the rest of the school needs to see your new and improved colors." "What? Don't worry, the color will fade, eventually." "How long is eventually?" one twin asked slowly, as if afraid of the answer. 2 weeks. Harry made it sound like a question. 2 weeks. They both yelled, earning them a glare from Professor Snape, the only teacher still in the hall, by coincidence. "We can't stay like this for 2 weeks. We'll be the laughingstock of the school. And it won't be for a prank we pulled." The twins both looked horrified at that fact, which amused Harry even more as he finished his eggs and grabbed some bacon. "Sorry, boys, but I can't help," Harry said after he swallowed. "It's out of my hands now. You'll have to wait for it to wear off." The twins groaned and fell silent as all three of them ate their breakfast, neither of them commenting on Harry's eating at the Gryffindor table. Harry knew it was because of the prank as well as the fact that Ron wasn't there, as Ron would have yelled until he left his table. The twins didn't talk again until all three were done and Harry was about to get up to go back to the Slytherin dorms to read some of the Dada books Theo had gotten him. "Hey, Harry," one of the twins asked. Yeah, Harry turned to face the colored boys. We know we haven't been the nicest of people to you because you're a Slytherin, the Silver Twin said. But we've been thinking all of breakfast, and we've realized something that most haven't, the Emerald Green Twin said. You're an okay guy, both said as one twin held out his right hand and the other his left so that Harry had to cross his arms to shake both of them at once. Thanks, he replied with a smile. I'm glad someone in Gryffindor besides Hermione and Neville has finally realized it. I don't have friends in all of the houses for no reason, you know. We see that now, Silver said. But we didn't want to admit it to ourselves before, Emerald finished. Glad to have some more Gryffindor friends, if we are friends, Harry added hesitantly. Of course, Emerald said forcefully. Anyone who can prank as well at this, Silver gestured down at himself, is a friend in our books. And is also a good person, no matter what house, Emerald added. Great, but I really can't help you, and you're not finding out how I did it just yet, Harry stated as it was obvious those were the two things that the twins wanted. Oh well, they both sighed. Oh, Harry, we might be able to get some more Gryffindors on your side, Emerald said out of nowhere. Yeah, the Gryffindor team already respects you for your flying, and once we tell them that you're a good person, the reservations they have will disappear. Besides, all of the team agreed after the game that you were someone we'd befriend if we knew what sort of person you were and you turned out to be good. Well, the whole team besides would. He doesn't seem to care about anything beyond Quidditch. Harry snickered as he had heard stories about Oliver Wood and how he ran his team ragged through practice. So, we'll see if we can get you more friends, Emerald stated. And maybe we can pull some pranks together. I'd like that, Harry admitted, but they can't be on Slytherin or Professor Snape, and I can't be shown as involved in them to anyone except friends. Basically, if the Quidditch team decides to be friends and you trust them, I'll trust them. My Slytherin friends will know, but only them. Deal. Deal, both twins said. All three boys shook on it. Maybe, after a bit, we can trade tricks, one twin said hopefully. We'll see, Harry said with a secretive smile on his face. The twins had identical smiles on their faces as well. Just as Harry was about to say something, Ron walked into the Great Hall, spotted him, and began marching towards the three. Ron was obviously furious at the sight of Harry at the Gryffindor table, but the fact that the twins were letting him sit there seemed to set him over the edge. What is he doing here? He yelled at the three boys, drawing the attention of Professor Snape until Harry looked up at him and shook his head slightly. Our friend is enjoying a Christmas breakfast with us, Ronikins, the Silver Twin said. Speaking of which, Happy Christmas Harry, the Emerald Twin said for both of them. Happy Christmas, Emerald, Silver, Harry replied, using those nicknames just to spite the twins and to make them laugh, which it did. It also made it so that Ron realized that his twin brothers were the colors of Slytherin. Why are you both in Slytherin colors? Ron asked angrily, as if expecting they had done it on purpose just to spite him. Oh, just trying out a new look, Silver said. We're showing our true colors, Emerald added. Well, Harry, ready to go? Silver asked as both twins pushed their empty plates away. Yup, let's go, Harry said as he stood and walked towards the doors to the Great Hall, completely ignoring Ron and fighting back a smile at the fact that he now had the Weasley twins on his side and he might just get more Gryffindors into his growing group of friends through them. The week following Christmas that led up to the other students returning was much more fun for Harry than the first. With the twins as friends, he was never bored. Whether they were teaching Harry spells of all kinds or planning pranks with him, the twins kept him busy. 3 times that week the three of them went outside for snowball fights. Ron even joined the second one, though it was obvious by his words and actions that he had only done it to hit Harry, which wasn't an easy task as Harry's reflexes were very sharp after 10 years with the Dursleys. The fact that he played Quidditch didn't hurt his reflexes either. All of Harry's friends had expected to come back to a gloomy Harry, but instead, they walked into the entrance hall as a group to see a smiling Harry with an excited gleam in his eyes that said he had something to tell them. After they all thanked one another for the gifts, Theo got tired of waiting and asked Harry what was up. Smiling evilly, Harry called out, "Silver. Emerald. The school is back," much to the surprise of everyone who had gone home for the break, especially The girls on the Gryffindor team, 2 boys stepped out of the shadows, one silver and the other emerald green. When everyone realized that they were the Weasley twins, the entire entrance hall burst out in laughter while a few asked how and why they had done it, but the twins only smiled and shook their heads. Both boys moved towards Harry and wrapped an arm around his shoulders, which surprised everyone but Harry as he had gotten used to it finally. "We decided over the break," the silver twin, who happened to be Fred, began. "Before the break, but we did it over the break," George interrupted. "Yes, we decided we'd show our true colors, so on Christmas Eve." "Christmas morning," George interjected. "We turned our bodies green and silver," Fred finished. "We'll go back to our fake selves in a week," George announced. "Ow!" both boys suddenly exclaimed as the hands not over Harry's shoulders went to their ribs while they glared down at Harry, who only smiled and raised an eyebrow at them. Sighing, they both gave in to his wishes. "Since our young friend here doesn't like our statement," Fred began while looking down at Harry. "We're going to tell you what he wishes us to," George finished as they both sighed dramatically, which earned snorts from many people, Harry included. "We were pranked over the break," Fred stated, sounding sad. Every person in the hall froze at that. "You see, we were careless and thought that none of the few students still at this lovely school would prank us, so we let our guards down," George said dramatically. "Our young friend Mr. Potter here took advantage of our weakness and made us Slytherin mascots in Gryffindor. He won't tell us how he did it or why it lasts for 2 weeks, but he tells us it will wear off. So until it does, we're Slytherins residing in Gryffindor Tower." Everyone stared at the twins and then Harry, who smiled innocently and waved. No one could believe that the twins had been pranked, but the proof was right in front of them. Then, the 4 females on the Gryffindor Quidditch team stepped right up to the trio. "Well, Harry, if you managed to prank these 2 idiots, you can't be all bad, right girls?" Angelina Johnson said with a smile. The other girls all nodded with their own smiles. "Why thank you, Angelina," Harry replied, a small smile forming on his face. With that, more of the students in the Great Hall began moving towards the group and some congratulated Harry on a prank well done. Harry could tell that this one moment might have just gotten him some more friends in the higher years, which was one of the things keeping the smile on his face. Ellipsis. The next few months went by quickly for Harry after that. Once he had explained how the prank had worked to his Slytherin friends and the twins, a plan was made for the leaving feast with another potion Professor Snape helped them make. The twins did the work with Harry helping as much as he could as it was a much more complicated potion. Harry's head of house was skeptical at first about helping the twins, but when Harry explained that his helping them meant Slytherin house would only get pranked if another house, almost always Gryffindor, was pranked as well. It was a good deal that meant Slytherin wouldn't be singled out anymore. Otherwise, Harry's group grew again in the first week back after Christmas. Not only did all of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, besides the captain Oliver Wood, join the group, but so did 4th-year Hufflepuff Cedric Diggory. The new additions to the group helped the first years with homework and spells in a huge way, and they learned more than ever before. Harry and the other Slytherins kept a close eye on Ron Weasley and his 2 friends, but they didn't seem to be having much luck with the information they had, so they weren't all that worried. They were only keeping an eye on them to pick up new information to pass on to one of the head of houses or the headmaster. Quidditch training took up a lot of his time, and Slytherin demolished Ravenclaw in January while they just managed to pull a victory against Hufflepuff in May. Even if Gryffindor won their last match against Ravenclaw, they would need well over 300 points to even tie for the cup with Slytherin, so the team was feeling very good about itself. In the end, Gryffindor only managed 200 points, so Slytherin was awarded the Quidditch Cup for the 8th year in a row, which made Professor Snape very happy. It seemed not a single Slytherin could fault their head of house for getting a first year onto the Quidditch team. The only thing that was off in the last half of the year was Draco Malfoy. As winter turned to spring and spring to summer, Draco began talking to Harry more, especially during potions. It seemed, to Harry and his other friends when he mentioned it, that Draco had taken the words spoken in the headmaster's office on the first day of classes to heart. The group heard him saying Muggle-born instead of Mudblood more and more. He stopped picking fights with others, he, and his friends by default, stopped harassing their classmates from other houses. He was literally becoming like Harry and his friends. The Slytherins had even seen him hovering by their table in the common room, library, and class. They knew it wouldn't be long before he asked to join the group, and he'd be welcomed in. End-of-year exams were upon the students, and to Harry, they all sort of merged into one another so that the week passed by quickly. It wasn't until the last exam was done and everyone had gone outside to relax that anything interesting occurred. Ellipsis. Harry flopped himself onto the ground under a tree by the lake after throwing his bag down, sighing in relief. Theo, Daphne, Tracy, and Blaise all mimicked him. The exams were finally over. They were free for an entire week before they found out how they had done, and they finally got to relax. Finally, Harry sighed in relief. I thought exams would never be over. I know what you mean, Theo said. I thought my hand was going to fall off from all that writing. My hand is still cramping, Blaise complained as he shook his left hand out. I'll never understand why they have to torture us with these exams, Daphne groaned as she lay down on the ground and closed her eyes. And I know it's to test our gain in knowledge and to see where we are, Trace, she added without even opening her eyes as Tracy opened her mouth to retort. Humph, Tracy grunted, crossing her arms over her chest and turning away from her friend in annoyance. Well, whatever happens, we're done, Harry said in relief as he leaned against the tree and closed his eyes. The 5 Slytherins sat or lay under the tree in silence for a while, just relaxing and enjoying the fact that they were finally done for the year. They were all listening to the sounds of kids relaxing, the twins messing around with the giant squid in the lake, and some kids running around. It was a very peaceful atmosphere that showed how relieved everyone was that it was all over. After a while, Daphne sat up and grabbed a deep purple journal from her bag along with her quill and ink. Tracy, seeing what Daphne had grabbed, snatched her own ink and quill from her bag while pulling out a smaller version of the journal Daphne had from her pocket that grew into a royal blue journal the same size as Daphne's. They both began writing in their own journals, taking turns writing in it. The very odd actions had been going on for 5 minutes. Before Theo noticed and pointed it out to Blaise. Each boy took out his own quill, ink, and journal. Blaise had gray while Theo had a dark green. Both boys began writing so that it seemed that there was always one of the 4 friends writing at a time. Harry, who had heard the moment they had taken out the journals, was listening to their quills writing on the parchment in the journals. Cracking an eye open, he recognized the journals as the ones they used while doing homework in the library. They were the journals that made it so that his friends were sometimes hiding smirks, smiles, and laughs while writing in them. He didn't know what exactly they were, but he knew that if he waited, he'd find out. Finally, after a good 15 minutes of writing in the journals, the 4 friends put them on the ground, still open. Tracy reached into her bag and pulled out a 5th journal, this one an emerald green that matched Harry's eyes. Harry. His eyes flew open as he turned to face his 4 friends, his eyes going to the 5th journal in Tracy's hands right away. Yeah, he asked quietly. This is for you, Tracy said as she held out the emerald green journal to their friend. Harry took the journal and was surprised to find it was soft leather that had been dyed and spelled so that, while it felt soft, it wouldn't be able to bend except at the binding. Then Harry looked at the book more closely. On the back at the bottom in silver was his name. That wasn't the oddest part of it, though. No, that was the shape. He opened the book and was met with another cover also in leather. It was a 3-fold journal. When he opened the second fold, his eyebrows went to his hairline in surprise as he looked at the inside of the journal. On the leftmost and the rightmost folds there was a piece of parchment stuck on each. In the middle was a pad of parchment, most likely charmed to never run out. All 3 were completely blank. Looking up at his friends, he raised his eyebrows and waited for an explanation. We call these messenger journals, or journals for short, Theo said. Harry just raised his eyebrows again, waiting for a real answer. Put your left index finger to the leftmost page, Harry, Daphne informed him. Shrugging slightly, he did as he was told, and was amazed beyond belief. The moment his finger touched the page, the entire inside of the journal transformed. The right page got a box at the bottom right that said show. The middle page stayed the same, but the left page changed dramatically. There was suddenly two lists, one that said on and the other that said off. Under the on list were the names Harry, Daphne, Theo, Blaze, and Tracy. Harry's head flashed up as he looked at his friends. All of them smiled at him but Tracy, who was writing in her own journal. When she looked up again, Harry looked down at his own journal, and was surprised to see something on the middle page. Tracy, these journals can send messages between them. Whatever you write and show, anyone that's on the on list will see it. My father made and charmed them himself. He told me he's willing to make as many as I want or need. We asked him to make this for you a few weeks ago. It will turn on only for you, but anyone can write in it once it's on. If it's not on, it works just like a normal notebook, though you write in the right page and it transfers to the middle one, which can be turned into a roll of parchment with your wand. Harry was surprised to see that the writing was in Tracy's own handwriting. He grabbed his own ink and quill so that he could try it himself. Harry, so we can take notes and do homework in these things. Daphne, basically, I did my homework in here more than once, and all of my notes were taken in it. The parchment never runs out. Theo, we've had these for a few years, but this is the first time we've have someone to give a new one to. Blaze, Tracy's father made them for us when we were 8 so that we could talk even when we couldn't see each other for a while. Pureblood families can't always get together, so the children get very bored a lot. Harry, so I can use this while in the Muggle world, right? Tracy, I asked my father when I first wrote to ask for one. He said that, as the magic is all in the book and not you using it now that it's been charmed, the sensors won't go off because you use it. Daphne, not even the shrinking and growing part. Harry, the what part? Tracy, no, Daph. And, Harry, she's talking about how if you put your left index finger on your name on the back, it shrinks. It grows if you do the same thing when it's small. That's how it was in my pocket before. Harry, oh, cool. That means the Dursleys can't, never mind. Theo, who are the Dursleys? Harry, my relatives. Daphne, what would they do if they saw the journal, Harry? Harry, nothing. Don't worry about it. Blaze, Harry, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Now, I think we're getting odd looks, so we should put these away for now. The others all looked up and saw that Harry was right. Other students were looking oddly at them because they were not only writing after exams were done, but they weren't talking. All of them closed their journals and shrunk them to put in their pockets, quills and ink going back into bags. After that, they all went back to their relaxing positions to relax for a while longer as there were still at least 3 good hours before dinner. Ellipsis. Harry looked up from his place the tree an hour later to see Ron Weasley and his 2 friends rushing up to the castle from Hagrid's hut by the forest. He raised an eyebrow, grabbed the cloak from his bag, and followed them. His friends just saw where he was going and went back to relaxing. Slipping into the shadows, Harry used both the darkness and his cloak to keep himself invisible to the trio as they stopped not far from the doors to the grounds to talk. Hagrid would just tell Snape how to get past Fluffy. Ron Weasley was saying, I mean, you don't just tell a hooded person how to put the thing to sleep, drunk or not. We can't let Snape get past Fluffy and steal whatever's below that trapdoor. Seamus Finnegan said. Harry had to try hard not to snort. The boys still hadn't figured out that the stone was under that trapdoor, and they had the information firsthand that Harry and his friends had gained secondhand to figure it all out. I still can't believe Hagrid let the idea of having his own dragon put aside his best interests, Dean Thomas said as he shook his head. I mean, letting someone who just so happens to have an egg with them chat with you about creatures when you've got Fluffy guarding something is just not what you do. Especially if the guy is getting you drunk. Either way, he's done it, and now we've got to stop Snape from getting down there. Ron said quite loudly in Harry's opinion. How? Seamus asked reasonably. Why don't we go down the trapdoor ourselves tonight? Dean asked. A great idea, Dean. Ron said, smiling at his friend. With that, Ron and his friends seemed to realize they were still close to the entrance hall and decided to go up to their dorm to plan some more as they knew Neville was outside with Hermione and a few others from the group. Harry sunk to the floor against the wall with the cloak still over him as he mulled over what he had just heard. From what the trio had said, Quirrell knew how to get past Fluffy because Hagrid, the owner of the thing, had gotten drunk at a bar, most likely in Hogsmeade, and had begun talking with a man who just so happened to have a dragon's egg in his pocket. Now the trio wanted to stop him, though they thought the man was Snape, a fact that still made Harry have to hold in a snort. The three didn't even know what was beyond Fluffy, the idiots. Though, Harry did have to admit that the idiots did have fair points when it came to Hagrid's stupidity in telling the hooded man how to get past a three-headed dog that just so happened to be guarding the Philosopher's Stone at Hogwarts. Harry was about to get up and go tell his friends what had happened so that they could tell Professor Snape when Professor McGonagall came down the hall and he got a better idea. He whipped off his cloak and slipped out of the shadows, rushing to catch up to his professor as she headed up the marble staircase. Professor McGonagall, Harry called as he chased her up the stairs. Yes, what is it, Potter? She asked, obviously forcing herself not to snap, make a face, or some other things she always seemed to do with him because he wasn't in Gryffindor, her house, like his parents. I've got something you need to hear, Professor, he managed to pant as he tried to catch his breath. It's about the you-know-what on the third floor. With that one statement, her entire demeanor changed and she ordered him to follow her to her office, which was on the first floor. When they got there, she closed and locked her door before doing something to it. Harry guessed they were privacy and silencing wards, but he couldn't know for sure as they wouldn't be studying them until at least 5th year. She then gestured for him to sit. What did you find out, Potter? She asked sharply once she was seated behind her very organized, Gryffindor-colored desk. Ron Weasley, Dean Thomas, and Seamus Finnegan were talking with Hagrid, I gathered, and then went to the hallway right by the entrance hall. While there, I heard them talking about how Hagrid told a hooded man how to get past Fluffy, his three-headed dog that guards the stone on the third floor, because he was drunk and talking with him. They think he's Professor Snape, but I know it's Quirrell. He knows how to get to the stone, and with Professor Dumbledore gone for the night, it's the perfect time. How do you know the headmaster isn't in the school? Professor McGonagall asked sharply in her shock. I'm a Slytherin for a reason, Professor, Harry replied with an eyebrow raised, but one look at her face told him to just tell her. That and I saw a man with a silver beard who could only be the headmaster flying towards the gates on what looked like nothing but thin air. No broom or anything else. Then I remembered reading somewhere that we have a herd of Thestrals here at Hogwarts, so I'm guessing he was riding one. Either way, he only leaves on important business, which means he probably won't be back until morning. Professor McGonagall stared at the boy in front of her who acted much older than his 11 years. He, and his Slytherin's friends as well, had figured out so much with so little information. She realized, looking at the boy in front of her, that with he and his friends in the school, the next 6 years would be very interesting. Very well, she finally said. Rest assured, the right people will be informed and the stone protected. Now, before you go, is there anything else I should know? I might be having my Gryffindor friends stay up late to keep Ron and his friends from going after the stone, though they don't know it's the Philosopher's Stone, Harry admitted after a moment of fighting with himself about telling her. Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow before replying. Very well. Just make sure those twins don't harm their brother. Have one of the others take care of them and the twins there as backup. Got it, thanks Professor. No, thank you, Mr. Potter. You might have just saved the stone, Professor McGonagall replied with the first smile she'd ever had for Harry, even if it was a very small one. Harry left the room quickly after that and went back down to his friends, telling them quickly what had happened and what he had done. They were all happy he had told someone, though they wished he could have told them about it first. When they were all talked out, they went and grabbed dinner in the Great Hall, all 5 of them sharing a look with their professors at the table to tell them that they knew. They told Hermione and the other Gryffindors to stay up late, hidden, so that they could stop the trio from leaving the common room that night. While the 5 couldn't explain why they needed it done, they got the point across that it was important and had to do with the professors. They all promised to do it. Once they were done, the Slytherins all went to their dorms and took out the journals to write so that Harry could get used to it and so that they could talk about things like the stone in private. All in all 5 were relieved that they didn't have to do anything more about the stone. They had done their part, and it was up to the teachers to do the rest. Professor Quirrell set his conjured harp to play a soft song to keep the 3-headed dog asleep. He then sent down the trapdoor a few fireballs followed by a cushioning charm before jumping into the hole in the floor. The charm did the trick and he didn't feel a thing besides a soft floor when he landed. The devil's snare was nowhere in sight. In the room with the flying keys, he used a spell that located the right key before countering the charm on it so that he could summon it, which he did. Once in the room with the chessboard, Quirrell used a spell his master was whispering into his mind to force all the chess pieces away from him so that he could just walk through the door, the pieces resetting themselves behind him. He made quick work with the trolls being his specialty. It was out cold before the thing could even realize he wasn't alone anymore. Then he listened to his master again to get a spell that allowed him to walk right through the black flames without needing to figure out which of Snape's potions was the correct one. What he found on the other side of the fire, however, wasn't what he had expected. Standing in front of an elegant mirror were the 4 heads of house, Professors McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick, and Sprout. Quirrell realized then and there that they had known all along that he was after the stone, but it was too late for him to do anything about it. Each of the 4 teachers raised his or her wand, but Quirrell had his own wand out and blocked the stunners aimed at him. Moving fast, a duel began full of shields, stunners, body binds, and darker curses Quirrell was using under orders of his master. 10 minutes after he had entered the chamber with the mirror that held the Philosopher's Stone, Quirrell was finally hit with a full body bind. He felt a burning pain as his master left him, a dark shadow suddenly appearing above his now dead body. Lord Voldemort was furious that his plan had been figured out and foiled. He charged out of the chamber through the black flames in the doorway and out of Hogwarts itself. The 4 professors were healing one another when the headmaster rushed into the chamber to find it empty of everything but the mirror, his 4 professors, and Quirrell's body. He realized what had happened and sighed in relief before asking what had happened. Once he knew the full story, Professor Dumbledore knew that he had some points to give to Slytherin at breakfast the next morning. Overall, everyone was relieved that no one had been hurt and that the stone was still safe and in the mirror. No harm had come of this. They all owed Harry Potter and his 4 Slytherin friends a huge thanks for what they had done to save the stone. Most students would have kept the information to themselves and gone after the stone when they had heard about the person knowing, sort of how Ron Weasley and his friends had done. This was one of many times the professors, mainly Dumbledore and Snape, were relieved Harry James Potter was a Slytherin and not a Gryffindor. Ellipsis. Professor Dumbledore stood up at the breakfast the next morning once everyone was there to eat. The entire hall went silent in respect for the great wizard. Thank you. Now, I've got some personal thanks and points to give out this morning. I know it seems that I have no reason, but you shall all understand soon enough. First and foremost, I must give Tracy Davis, Theodore Knott, Daphne Greengrass, and Blaise Zabini 25 points apiece. The 4 of them along with one other informed the professors of something they had heard and figured out going on in the school. This information helped save a priceless artifact being kept in the school from the hands of someone who wanted to steal it. I must also give Harry Potter 40 points for his quick thinking last night. He received information that told us when the robbery was going to take place and it permitted many of us to protect the artifact. Sadly, Professor Quirrell lost his life while we were down there, so he will not be teaching with us again. My final points are 5 points each for Miss Johnson, Miss Bell, Miss Spinnet, Miss Granger, Misters Fred and George Weasley, Miss Stimpson, and Mr. Longbottom. They each did something not many would do. Many people are willing to stand up to other houses and enemies, but these 8 stood up to their own housemates without even knowing why. In fact, they stopped said housemates from going out and possibly getting themselves harmed. So they earn those points for saving their housemates and for standing up to their own. Please recognize these people, but do not question them. None know exactly what happened last night. With that, Professor Dumbledore sat down, and the entire hall burst out into whispers. Ellipsis. Harry groaned slightly in annoyance as he opened his eyes the afternoon before the leaving feast to see who had moved his feet to the ground to find Daphne sitting where his feet had just been resting peacefully on the couch in the common room. "Daphne," he complained. "You need to share the couch, Harry," she replied as she made herself comfortable and ignored Harry's mutters under his breath. Harry turned as he heard people settling onto the couch next to his and saw Theo and Tracy sitting down while Blaise took one of the two chairs opposite them. While it was normal for the group to sit like that, though who sat where was usually different every time, the fact that all of his friends had decided to make a circle around him at exactly the same time made Harry suspicious that there was an ulterior motive. "What is going on?" he demanded. The others all looked at one another, as if deciding who should start. "Harry," Daphne said as she started the conversation, "you've been acting odd ever since the end of exams. More specifically," Blaise took over, "you've been acting weird ever since the Dursleys were brought up." The four friends watched as Harry flinched and then shivered slightly at just the name. "You've been acting like you don't want to go home for the summer since then," Tracy added as an afterthought, or so it looked. "You're right, Trace," Theo said, a bit surprised as he hadn't picked up on it though the girls had. "Don't you want to go home, Harry?" "Do I want to go home?" Harry snorted at the thought. "I'd rather spend the summer with Ron Weasley, without the twins there." His friends all stared at him in shock as he said that, unable to believe he'd rather be with that Gryffindor than his family. "How is that possible?" Daphne asked. "I don't want to go back to the Dursleys, okay?" Harry snapped, angry by the topic of the conversation, not because of his friends. "Just leave it alone." Harry was about to leave when someone unexpected came up to the group, Draco Malfoy. Harry froze, half sitting and half standing. "Can I talk to you all?" Draco asked nervously. Harry sat down again. "Sure. What's up, Draco?" he said for all of them while Daphne gestured for Draco to take the empty seat next to Blaise, which he did. "I don't know how to say this any other way, so I'm just going to be blunt," Draco said as he gained more courage from their friendliness. "I want to be friends with you and in your group, but it has to look like an alliance to all but your closest friends." "Why?" Daphne asked as she became the voice of the group, knowing the most about alliances of them all. "My father," Draco replied, and Daphne's face showed realization for a moment before she turned to her friends. "Draco's father wants him to have an alliance with us, Harry to be more specific, but Draco himself wants to be friends. If we do it this way, it's a win-win for all of us. His father gets Draco in the alliance he wants, Draco gets his wish to be our friend, and we finally get Draco as our friend." Draco looked up in surprise at that as he hadn't realized they wanted to be his friend. "Do we agree with the idea?" The others all nod. "We agree," Daphne said as she turned back to the young Malfoy. "Terms?" Draco asked as he went into full-out alliance mode. "Any terms for the alliance, you guys?" Daphne asked. "He's also asking for the friendship, if you didn't catch it," she added as an aside. "None of your friends can join us during our study session or anything else, though you may," Tracy said immediately. Draco nodded. "I quite agree. I noticed, as did you all I suspect, that I got the idiots and you're all the smart ones of Slytherin in our year." The group all nodded. "They'll be kept away." "Good," Daphne said. "Anything else?" "No more mudblood at all except when you must for your father's sake," Harry said after a moment. "You only use Muggle-born, otherwise." "I've been trying to do that anyway," Draco admitted quietly, as if ashamed. "We've noticed," Blaise said. "It's what made us realize this would be coming soon. We were happy to see it." Draco smiled hesitantly as he was in completely new territory with all of this. "Anything else?" Daphne asked as she had nothing else to add herself on top of the other terms. "Any information you can get on your father's plans and actions," Harry said, though he was more asking than requesting or ordering. "Of course," Draco said. "I'd want to help as much as possible. Besides, that much I'd expected." He flashed them a more real smile. "I believe we're done," Daphne said with a clap of her hands. "Do this again before the feast to have witnesses. We'll just list the terms at that time, not try to talk them through again." Draco agreed readily and then left with a smile on his face none had seen before. "He's different," Blaise commented. So are you, Blaze, Harry retorted as he made himself more comfortable on the couch, wishing Daphne hadn't taken his foot space. You used to be against Muggle-borns, claiming purebloods were 10 times better than them, and now you think they're completely normal and even forget all about blood when you're with them. If that's not change from the beginning of the year, I don't know what is. How about how you've made it so that all of the first years besides Ron's group and the idiots in our own house think that none of the other houses are different from their own except for traits so that they all work together? Theo asked. Well, that too, Harry admitted with a nod in Theo's direction. All of them laughed quietly as they realized how much Harry had done to the school in just their first year alone. Even they had to admit they were afraid to see how the next 6 years would turn out if he could change school politics around in 1 month of school. Harry snuck out of the Great Hall after putting the potion into Dumbledore's goblet with his cloak on even though it was a half-hour before dinner. He and the twins had worked hard on the potion so that it would fit Snape's description to the letter. They didn't want anything to go wrong with this prank. He returned to the common room to meet up with his friends before heading back up to the Great Hall to discuss the alliance formally with Draco. Daphne was the one to make them sit with Harry in between Theo and Blaze with Tracy and herself on either side of them. Draco sat in the same gender order when he and his friends got there. I've come to formally ask for an alliance with Harry James Potter and his friends, Draco said once he and his friends were seated across from Harry and his friends. We accept the alliance, but we have terms, Harry replied exactly how Daphne had taught him in the common room. The terms are, Draco asked. The first is that your friends do not come near my friends except when forced to in class. Draco nodded his agreement to the first term like he was supposed to. The second is to stop using the word, mudblood, and use, muggle-born, in its place. Again Draco nodded. The third and final term is to talk freely with us no matter what the topic. Draco smiled slightly while he nodded his agreement as he recognized that the third was a hidden way of having him tell them about his father. As you agree to our terms, we agree to the alliance, Harry finished. And the alliance is sealed, Draco said to finish off the alliance. Both boys stood up just moments before the headmaster did, not having been paying attention to him as they had been making their alliance. Everyone had noticed the new seating arrangements and the talking, and they had all been surprised, but nothing surprised anyone, teacher, student, or ghost, more than Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy reaching across the Slytherin table and shaking hands in front of everyone. They sat down, looked around the hall, realized what had happened, and looked up at the headmaster to wait for the announcements. Once Dumbledore had recovered from his shock and given his announcements, he gave a toast with his goblet and took a sip. The next thing anyone knew, he was suddenly the 8 colors of the houses, only the silver and emerald matching the colors of the hall as Slytherin had won the house cup again. His beard was emerald while the rest of his hair remained silver. One arm was half gold and half scarlet while the other was half blue and half bronze. His face was partially yellow while the rest was black. Professor Dumbledore was literally the perfect headmaster as he fit into every single house because of his coloring. It took a few moments for the shock of seeing the headmaster change color to wear off, but once it had, everyone was laughing so hard that some could barely breathe, those who had known about the prank among them. All of the professors could be seen either smiling or laughing, including Snape and McGonagall. The 4 heads of house thanked Dumbledore for supporting their house just to make the joke that much funnier. Harry sighed as he got off the Hogwarts Express at platform 9 3/4. He didn't want to go back to the Dursleys and even his friends had figured it out by then. Every single one of his friends from Hermione to the twins to Susan to Terry to Draco to Daphne knew. They had all tried to make his train ride fun, but it was hard when he really wasn't looking forward to the summer. He had to survive 2.5 months with the Dursleys, who hated magic with a passion. The young Slytherin took his wand out of his pocket and carefully slipped it up one of his pant legs and holding it in place with his sock so that no one would notice it was there, even if he sat. Harry wanted to be sure he'd keep his wand, even if he couldn't use it. It was better to have an unusable wand than to not have it, especially in the Dursley home. His friends all noticed his actions and were confused by it. Not even their Muggle-born friends like Hermione were slipping their wands up their pants as if they would never see it again if they didn't. In fact, Hermione was very confused by Harry's actions, more confused than the purebloods. The only ones who had an inkling of an idea didn't have a very large one, and this just added to their confusion. Harry fingered his shrunken journal in his pocket, not noticing his friend's scrutiny, and tried to decide if being in his pants pocket was safe enough for it. With his uncle, one could never be too sure what he'd do to get all of Harry's school supplies. Harry had to be very careful how he did things so that he'd never get in trouble. "Harry," Hermione asked quietly from beside him as she walked over, making him jump before looking over. "Yeah," he asked, still a bit startled. "Why are you hiding your wand?" she asked. "Not even my family would dare try to take away my stuff. No one else is trying to hide their stuff. What's going on at your home?" "Nothing's going on at my house," he replied a little too quickly and harshly. "Now, I've got to get going. My uncle is probably waiting on the other side of the barrier." Harry then hugged the girls, telling Daphne and Tracy that he'd write when he was in his room, and shook hands with the boys. All of his friends watched, worried, as he went through the barrier before sighing sadly, saying goodbye, and going off to find their own families. On the other side of the barrier, Harry had found Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and their child, his cousin, Dudley, waiting for him. He followed them to the car, put his trunk in the boot, and got into the backseat with Dudley, completely ignoring his entire family and wishing he was back at Hogwarts. Harry would rather be anywhere else but with his family. Ellipsis. When Harry and the Dursleys got back to Privet Drive, Uncle Vernon took his trunk and padlocked it into the cupboard under the stairs before padlocking Hedwig into her cage. Harry was allowed to bring her upstairs into his room with him, but he couldn't let her out as his uncle was afraid he'd sent notes to his friends. Luckily for Harry, he had his journal so he could still talk to 4 people. The moment he entered his room, Harry was searching through the piles of Dudley's old stuff to try and find something to write with. He was surprised, lucky, and happy to find an unopened box of pre-sharpened pencils. Usually Dudley would have kept those sorts of things in his room, but Harry realized that Dudley hated school, so putting a brand new box of pencils in the second bedroom and saying he lost them was a sneaky way out. Grabbing one of the pencils from the box, Harry opened and activated his journal. He was surprised to find all 4 of his friends on. He'd expected 1 or 2, not all of them. Daphne, Harry, hey, Daphne, Tracy, hi Harry. Oh, by the way, if you want to say something like that you're laughing, put stars around it and we'll know that you mean you're doing it. Harry, huh, Theo, laughs like that, Harry. By the way, I really was laughing. Harry, oh, and shut up, Theo. Theo, try and make me. Blaze, rolls eyes. It hasn't even been 10 minutes and you 2 are arguing already. Tracy, Blaze, you know they do it because it's their way of saying they're bored and need something new to do. Blaze, yeah, I know, but even you have to admit it's kind of sad. Daphne, I don't think she was denying it. She was just being herself and explaining why they're doing it. Harry, can you 3 just shut up? Theo, yeah, it's sort of insulting to have you 3 talking about us like this. Harry was about to write something else when he heard his uncle yell up the stairs, boy. Harry, guys. I've gotta go. My uncle is calling me, and he's not in a good mood right now. With that, Harry closed his journal with the pencil inside, shrunk it, put it back in his pocket, and hurried down the stairs. Yes, Uncle Vernon, he asked the moment he got within his uncle's vision but was still too far away to actually touch. You have dinner to cook, boy, so get to it, his uncle ordered before going back into the living room to watch the telly. Sighing, Harry went into the kitchen and began making dinner for the Dursleys. He'd probably get a small piece of it and the rest would go to mainly Dudley. It was sad, yes, but it was also how the Dursleys did things, so Harry put up with it and just went with the flow. Daphne, something is going on at that house. Tracy, you're right, Daphne, there is. Harry's never acted like this before. Theo, how do we prove it? Harry won't tell us anything, especially not after that slip last week. Blaze, we sneak it out of him, or figure it out from the little things he says. Daphne, like how his uncle was mad today. Blaze, exactly like that. Tracy, we'll keep an eye on our friend. Harry, why am I not on much in the day? Oh, I help out around the house, go out on walks, go to town, and hang out with Dudley, that's all. Harry, Dudley invited me to hang out with his friends all day, that's all. Harry, nothing's wrong, you guys. I'm just really busy. Tracy, how's your homework coming, then? I need some help on the charms paper. Harry, oh, I've been too busy. You know, hanging out with Dudley and the family. I'll get around to the work later. I've gotta go. Talk to you all another time. Daphne, I'm worried about him. Tracy, yeah, he never doesn't do homework, he's always making Theo and Blaze do theirs during the year. Daphne, I think we've got a problem on our hands. His homework is always done when we ask during school, we get the most help from him. Tracy, well, that's another thing to add to the list, happy birthday, Harry. Theo, having a good one. Harry, yeah. I've gotta go, Uncle Vernon is calling me. Daphne, I'm really worried about him now. It's like he forgot it was his birthday. Even if he didn't, which I don't think he did, he wasn't expecting that from us. Blaze, did you see how he hesitated before saying he's been having a good one? Theo, yeah, I was about to comment on it as well. Tracy, something fishy is going on with him. We've got to drag it out of him this year if not before school starts. Daphne, yeah, any luck getting him to agree to come over, Tracy, my dad said he could, but Harry turns the offer down every time. It's like he's afraid to even ask. Keeps saying things like he's busy with his family and helping around the house. Blaze, keep trying, please. Tracy, I will. Harry headed outside after doing the breakfast dishes to enjoy the sun as well as the peace and quiet while it lasted. He hated lying to his friends, which was what he had done just before his uncle had called him downstairs to make breakfast for his family. His birthday meant a nightmare for him. This year this uncle was having an important dinner, and he had to pretend not to exist the entire time. Harry snorted lightly as he thought about having not to exist, something he'd had to do for most of his life to escape punishments. At least now he had something to do thanks to his journal. He was planning to talk with his friends the entire time. Not even he was blind enough not to see that his friends were trying to pry information about his relatives from him. Suddenly, Harry saw two tennis ball eyes looking out at him from the bushes. Startled, he blinked and looked back to see nothing there, but he knew that it was something. Being a wizard meant anything was possible, including something looking at him from the bushes. Instead of moving, though, he put the information into his mind to ask his friends about before going back to his thoughts, only to be interrupted again by his cousin, Dudley, coming over. I know what day it is, he sang as he waddled, over. You mean you've learned the days of the week well enough to know that it's Friday? Harry retorted as he turned to face his whale of a cousin. I mean it's your birthday, Dudley sneered once he had let that statement run through his mind for a moment. No friends writing to you. Do you even have friends? How do you know they haven't written me? Harry asked, a smirk on his face as Dudley suddenly became unsure of himself. Dudley turned away as he had been doing all summer. It had been a huge surprise to his cousin that Harry suddenly wasn't as easy to pick on anymore. After being in Slytherin for 10 months, Harry had picked up on a lot of sarcasm, cheek, and quick wit, a lot more than his cousin had. Suddenly, Harry was the one winning all arguments between the two, and Dudley was leaving him alone more and more. Harry went back to relaxing after that. Boy, Harry sighed as his uncle's voice broke through the silence that had fallen out in the backyard for a few hours after Dudley had left him alone. It was just getting dark, which meant it was time for dinner and then a night of silence. Standing up quickly, he made his way into the kitchen, being careful to walk on the newspaper as his aunt yelled at him to. Eating the 2 slices of bread and the lump of cheese quickly, Harry made his way into his room just as the doorbell rang, ignoring his uncle's reminder to be silent. His journal was out of his hand and growing before he was even done closing his door. He activated it, pulled out a pencil, held it to the writing page, and turned around to go fling himself onto his bed when he had to hold in a yell. On his bed was a tiny creature. It was covered in dirt, wearing an unbelievably messy and old pillowcase, and was staring at him with the eyes from that morning. Who are you? Harry asked, his hands not moving from the doorknob or journal. What are you? Harry Potter, the creature said in a high-pitched voice. So long Dobby has been wanting to meet you, so long, it's such an honor to be meeting you. I'm sorry, but who are you? What are you? Harry repeated to the thing that he guessed was named Dobby. Dobby, sir. Dobby the house elf, Dobby said with a gleam in his eyes that Harry didn't understand. Suddenly, Harry's journal began burning and it startled him enough that he looked down at it instead of at the house elf. His eyes widened as he saw everything he and Dobby had just said was repeated on it, and his friends were all reading it. Daphne, Harry, I just heated up your journal. What the bloody hell is going on? That Daphne had just cursed shocked Harry more than anything else. Daphne never cursed. She was always hitting Theo and Blaze upside the head for doing it. I have no idea what's going on here, but I really can't have a house elf in my room right now, Dobby, Harry said, answering both Daphne and Dobby. This is a really bad time, my uncle has guests over and, Harry trailed off. Tracy, it's obvious Harry can't answer as directly right now, but he's doing it the best he can. Harry, if you can read this, a house elf is to a family in the wizarding world, usually rich and old ones like the Malfoys. This Dobby could be bad news, so be very careful. Harry took Tracy's words into account from the corner of his eye as he watched Dobby rock back and forth on the balls of his feet, looking at Harry with a little fear. Harry Potter, sir, Dobby has come to warn you, but he wonders where to begin, Dobby squeaked. Why not from the beginning? Harry suggested, not knowing where the elf should begin either. Harry Potter, sir, you must not go back to Hogwarts, Dobby said suddenly, shocking Harry to his core. I have to go back to Hogwarts. He almost yelled, but then remembered about his uncle so he just said it forcefully. It's where my friends are, and it's my home. I can't stay here. Theo, something odd is going on here. Harry Potter, sir, there is a plot, an evil plot. It's going to happen at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Terrible things are to be happening at Hogwarts this year. You must not go back. You is to be in danger if you do. The elf looked very scared. Plot? What plot? What's going to happen? Who's doing it? Dobby cannot say, sir. Please, you must be promising not to go back. I have to go back. Term starts in September and my friends will be worried if I don't go. Harry exclaimed, knowing that 4 of his friends were all reading what was somehow appearing in the journals without him writing it like there was nothing more important in the world. Friends who don't even write to Harry Potter, sir? Dobby asked. Harry looked at Dobby confused before he realized that except for his 4 friends writing in the journals, he hadn't had a single piece of writing from any of his numerous friends. How do you know about that? Harry asked sharply, ignoring the fact that Daphne had just written a message. Harry Potter must not be angry with Dobby. He was only acting for Harry Potter's own good, Dobby said while walking back a bit as Harry took a step closer to him. Have you been stopping my mail? Under whose orders? Your master's. No, sir. Dobby's master doesn't know he is being here. Dobby will have to put his ears in the oven for being here. Harry looked startled at that because, from what Tracy had said, he had gathered house elves had to follow orders like S. Have you been stopping my mail, though? Harry repeated, putting that information away until later. Dobby slowly pulled out a bundle of letters, some from each of his friends except the ones talking through the journals and Draco. Harry Potter, please don't be mad. Dobby is just doing this for Harry Potter's own good. Give me those letters, Dobby, Harry said through his teeth. Harry Potter must promise not to go back to Hogwarts, Dobby stated, keeping the letters out of Harry's reach. I have to go back to Hogwarts, Dobby, Harry said. It's my home. Harry knew that statement would cause him problems in the long run from his friends, but he had to say it to try and get the letters. Then Dobby is being sorry, Harry Potter. Dobby must do this for Harry Potter's own good. With that, Dobby ran between Harry's legs, opened the door, and ran out of the room. Harry quickly glanced down at his journal, which was burning in his hand. Daphne, do not follow him. He's going to try and get you in trouble so you can't go back to school. Tracy, we'll tell the others a house elf was stopping your mail. Don't bother with the letters, Harry. Theo, Yeah, I mean, you've been talking with us all summer. Blaze, ignore the elf, stay in your room. Sorry, guys, but I can't let that elf do anything downstairs. I don't care about the letters that much, it's my uncle's wrath if something goes wrong with this dinner that I'm afraid of. With that, Harry ran out of the room, his journal shrunken but still open in his hand so that the four could still read what was being said around him, not that Harry realized they could. Harry found Dobby in the hallway outside of the kitchen, a finger pointed into the kitchen. Following the finger, Harry's gaze found Aunt Petunia's pudding floating in midair. No, Dobby, don't. Harry hissed at the elf, knowing that if it fell, he'd be blamed even if he was in his room. Harry Potter must say he is not going back to Hogwarts, Dobby repeated quietly. It is the only way. I can't. Harry hissed, his heart falling as he realized he was about to get it good. Hogwarts is my home. Then Dobby must do this, for Harry Potter's own good. With that, Dobby's index finger flicked down to the ground before he snapped his fingers and disappeared with a crack. The pudding fell to the ground with a loud crash, and his aunt, his uncle, his cousin, and his uncle's 2 guests all came running into the room. His uncle made up an excuse about why Harry had been in his room while his aunt got out ice cream and made Harry clean up the mess. Harry's journal was still open and in his hand, but he knew that putting it into his pocket while his uncle could see him would give it away, so he kept it in his hand the entire time he was cleaning. Sadly, an all came with a letter that Harry was forced to read aloud after the Masons, the guests of his uncle that he was trying to get a deal off of, had left. It informed him, and in turn his family, that he wasn't allowed to use magic outside of school. Harry knew he was in trouble when his uncle grinned an evil grin before locking Harry in his room. You're never going back, boy, his uncle snarled through the door. You're staying in this room forever. With that, Harry heard his uncle putting bolts and locks onto his door and watched as a cat flap was put at the bottom of his door. Harry knew it was for meals without even asking. Uncle Vernon talked on the phone quite loudly as he ordered metal bars to be put onto Harry's windows the next day. Harry finally fell onto his bed, shrunken journal still in his hand somehow, and tried to tune his angry uncle out. It was very hard until his journal started burning in his hand, and he unshrunk it to find an open and active journal in his hand with very worried friends still on. Daphne, Harry, what was that? Tracy, no more games, Harry. We know something is going on at that house, and you're telling us what? Harry sighed before taking the pencil and beginning to reply, not in the mood to try and figure out what had happened earlier with Dobby and the words turning up in the journal. Harry, what part are you talking about? Blaze, your uncle, Harry. What was going on with that? Locked in your room, never going back. Harry, the Dursleys, they don't like magic. I told you the first day of school I didn't like the muggles I live with, and I really don't. I was never told I was a wizard even though they both knew, they were hoping to force it out of me. Theo, force what out of you? Tracy, and how? Harry, the magic in me. They wanted it out. I wasn't lying when I said I was doing chores around the house, I was lying when I said I was going into town and on walks. Blaze, and those times you hung out with your cousin. Harry, he and his friends were chasing me around, trying to catch me so that they could play an old game. Daphne, the name of this game. Harry, you don't want to know it, trust me. Tracy, Harry, we're your friends. We know that your life must have been hard, now that we've heard your uncle talk to you and call you a freak. He never even used your name. The thing is, without knowing all we can't help you. Harry, it was called, Harry, hunting, closes eyes tightly. Tracy, oh, Harry. Daphne, Trace, talk to your dad. Try and get him to do it tomorrow. Harry, do what? Tracy, bring you to my house. I've been talking to him about going to your home and dragging you over here. We've all been really worried. Now we know you can't stay there. Harry, you would have really done that. Theo, any of us would, but Tracy's place is the best place for you to stay, so all of us have been talking to him whenever we're there. He's agreed to it, just hasn't wanted to go. Harry, thank you. Daphne, it's no problem. Now, sleep. We'll try and get you out of there tomorrow. Harry, night, then. Harry signed off properly this time, and hid his shrunken journal under his pillow before changing into some of Dudley's old pajamas, the only thing his aunt and uncle would let him wear as everything else was in his trunk under the stairs. He was fast asleep before his head even hit the pillow, his emotions having run wild that evening. "Tracy, my dad said he'll go first thing in the morning. He's even going to one-up it." "Blaze, how?" "Tracy told me to keep it a secret. You'll know when Harry knows. Just trust me when I say you'll all love it, though no one will love it more than Harry. His life is about to change for the better." Harry woke up the next morning to someone shaking him awake. He closed his eyes tighter and tried to roll over, but the person was obviously expecting it as the hand just held him in place. Groaning, he finally opened his eyes and blinked 3 times before sitting up to face Tracy, who was fully dressed and standing in his room at the Dursleys'. "Tracy?" he asked in disbelief. "Yup," she replied with a soft smile. "My dad is downstairs, yelling at your uncle for the locks on your door, the cat flap, the mess of your room, the clothes you're wearing, and basically everything I told him about last night on top of anything else he can find. He's furious about what we're seeing here." Harry looked down at his legs in embarrassment and shame until Tracy forced his head up so that he was looking at her in the eyes. "Don't be ashamed of this, Harry. Your relatives are the ones who should be ashamed. You're sleeping in a tiny room full of broken junk that obviously belonged to your cousin as much as the clothes you're wearing. We don't even see your school stuff in here. It's locked up under the stairs," Harry muttered as he grabbed his glasses from his bedside table and stood up to go downstairs with Tracy. When they got down there, they were met with a sight. The man standing just inside the door was obviously Tracy's father. Both had blue eyes and blonde hair going on dirty blonde. Her father was glaring at Harry's uncle, who was cowering in fear while his gaze was fixed on Mr. Davis's wand, which was pointed right at Uncle Vernon. It was obvious that Mr. Davis was done yelling at his uncle, but Harry was still cautious as he stepped off the final step of the stairs and stood waiting. "Daddy," Tracy said as she stood next to Harry and got her father's attention, "Harry's up and says his school things are locked in that cupboard under the stairs there. Can we get them out so that he can change?" "Of course, dear," her father replied as he waved his wand at the cupboard that had been Harry's home from the time he had been placed at the Dursleys as the age of 1 until he was 11. Harry quickly grabbed his truck, and with Tracy's help, brought it back upstairs. He was careful to stay just out of reach of his uncle, who had switched his gaze from the wand to Harry. None of the magic users in the house were unaware of the glare burning into Harry's head like a bullet. When the trunk was in his room, Harry opened it and was relieved to find that the charm that allowed only him to open the trunk that he had put on it had obviously worked as nothing was touched. Tracy quickly went through his clothes and pulled out some Muggle clothes as well as one of the black cloaks from his school uniform. Looking at her quickly, Harry realized that Tracy had on a cloak over her clothes, just as her father had, now that Harry knew about it. He smiled at her in thanks before she went out into the hall to wait for him while he changed. Once in his clothes that actually fit, he stuffed all the clothes that had once belonged to Dudley into the broken wardrobe in the room. Then, he grabbed his wand and put it in his pocket along with his journal, which he grabbed from under his pillow. The rest of the pencils, along with another 10 boxes he had managed to find in his room and Dudley's while cleaning, were added to his trunk before he got Tracy again. He lifted one side of his trunk with one hand while the other carried Hedwig, who was still padlocked in her cage and would have to be let out before too long. Tracy got the other end and, together, they both brought his stuff back downstairs. Mr. Davis unlocked Hedwig's cage so that Harry could let her out. He then shrunk both Harry's trunk and the cage for Harry to put in his pocket. "You will never be seeing this boy again," he snarled at Uncle Vernon. "You and your wife are terrible guardians and should be ashamed of yourselves. You were asked to raise the boy like your own, I'm guessing, and instead it looks like you treated him like garbage. It's obvious he used to sleep in the cupboard under the stairs, he wears cast-offs of your own whale of a son, he does all the chores and most of the cooking, and he's barely fed." Harry gaped at Mr. Davis as he said these things. He flushed in shame when his cupboard was mentioned, and Tracy looked at him in shock and sorrow. If there was one part of his past he did not want getting out, it was that he had lived in that cupboard for 10 years of his life. Embarrassment covered all of his features as he listened to his uncle getting told off. "Come Tracy, Harry, Mr. Davis said as he turned to leave the house. "We've got other places to be and better people to be with." Harry followed the two from Privet Drive, getting into the car that was sitting in the driveway with Tracy. Mr. Davis drove for a while before anything was said, and it was Harry who spoke, the thing said before finally clicking in his mind. "I don't ever have to go back." Harry's voice was a mix of shock, hope, amazement, and disbelief. "No, Harry, you don't," Tracy said from beside him. "Daddy is going to very quietly take the case of your guardianship to the ministry, and try to make it so that my parents are your guardians instead of the Dursleys." Harry stared at her, gobsmacked. Then, his face slowly transformed to one of extreme happiness, joy, and amazement, as if he couldn't believe his ears. A smile slowly grew on his face until Tracy was seeing a smile on his face like none she had ever seen before. None of his smiles had that much happiness and joy behind them, nor had they ever been that large. It was like the idea of going back to the Dursleys had always been at the back of his mind and holding him back at least a little. "Thank you," Harry said quietly, though both Tracy and her father heard him. Those two words showed all of the emotions he was feeling and meant more to both of them than anything else Harry could have done. Harry stared in shock at the house he had just gotten a tour of. While Tracy's father was Muggle-born, it was obvious that her mother came from at least a moderately wealthy pureblood family. The house was 3 stories and had to have at least 10 bedrooms alone, all on the second floor. There was a huge library that took up a good portion of the 3rd floor, with the rest of it being taken up by an indoor pool. The first floor had a living room with 3 long couches and a bunch of armchairs, a large dining room, and a nice kitchen. The grounds outside were extensive and there was even a pond large enough and deep enough to swim in during the summer. Just looking at it all had Harry falling in love with the place. He couldn't believe that this might actually be living here during the summers on top of the rest of this one. When they had first gotten there, Tracy's mother had been waiting at the front door with a kind smile on her face. Tracy had her facial features while she had her father's coloring. Once he had been formally introduced, she had hugged him before going into the kitchen to see about helping the house elves make a meal for breakfast as Tracy and her father had left very early. Tracy had then taken him on a tour of the house and told him about her family's history, which she hadn't told him much of at school. Her mother was from a neutral pureblood family that had money and land, but not as much as the older pureblood families like the Malfoys and Blacks. Mr. Davis was a Muggle born from Wales who had fallen in love with her mother and gotten permission to marry her from Tracy's grandfather after being accepted into the Auror Corps. Both had been neutral while Voldemort was alive, but even then they had felt more towards the light side and away from Voldemort's ideals. What most didn't understand about her family was that it was neutral because it understood both light and dark magic and how the so-called dark magic wasn't really dark unless you had bad intentions except for a few spells. Because of this, they stayed neutral in the war and didn't join in on the fighting. It turned out that the fact they seemed more light than dark was the reason Tracy's house was the best place for Harry to stay. The fact that her father was Muggle-born and Tracy a half-blood only helped. Ellipsis. That was delicious, Harry said with a smile as he put his fork down next to his empty plate. Thank you. It was nothing, Harry, Mrs. Davis said with a smile of her own as she raised her fork with a bite of pancake on it. Harry, do you want me to show you which room will be yours? Tracy asked once she finished her milk off. Sure. Both of them left the table once given permission by her parents and rushed upstairs. Tracy took Harry to a room next to the one she had said was her own, though she didn't let him in, saying that she'd show him later on. When they entered, Harry was shocked. The room was an emerald green color with silver carpet, the colors of Slytherin. The bed reminded him of the one back in his dorm at Hogwarts because both were mahogany. His trunk was open at the end of it. In a way, this room was mimicking his dorm because he also had a desk, chair, and wardrobe made of mahogany. A bathroom was off the side. Something he hadn't been expecting was the stand by the open window, which was where Hedwig was asleep with her head under her wing. Her cage was on the ground next to it. A small smile came to his face at the sight of his owl sleeping there peacefully. So, do you like it? Tracy asked him after a few minutes of allowing him to look around. I love it, he replied, turning to face her with a growing smile. When we all got my father to agree to let you come over a couple of weeks ago, my parents asked what we should make your room look like. All of us talked about it for 2 days before coming up with this. We all knew that you'd love it. Harry was smiling by then, amazed by the kindness of both his friends and her family. Daphne's room is on the other side of mine with the boys on the other side of the hall, Tracy continued. We've all been close friends for years, so we all have a room at each other's homes. At first, we slept in 2 rooms, but then we all got our own when we turned 9. Wow, Harry said quietly. All of this was amazing him beyond belief. He had grown up in a home without being loved, and now he had amazing friends who were doing so much for him. Suddenly, both of them winced and their hands flew to their pockets. They caught each other's eyes and began laughing quietly as they opened their journals. Daphne, they said in the same breath, which just made them laugh even harder as they activated the journals. Tracy went over to Harry's desk to get them quills, but Harry grabbed her arm to stop her. He went to his trunk and pulled out a second pencil, which he passed to her before picking his own up from inside the journal. It's a Muggle thing, he explained to answer the question in her eyes. No ink needed. You just write. Her eyes widened as she realized how much easier this would be, and then she began writing, as did Harry. Both. Yes, Daphne. They both knew that would annoy her as they constantly spoke in unison. The trait had continued on in the journals. Daphne, I hate it when you both do that, you know. Both. Yup, we know. Daphne, arg. Stop. Both. Why? Daphne. Anyway, how'd it go? Harry, her house is so awesome. Both had caught the other's eye and agreed silently to just give it up. Daphne, so they got you. Harry, yup. Tracy came up to my room and woke me up. Tracy, Dad went up with me, got his room unlocked, took one look at the room and Harry, and went down to yell at his uncle. I'm surprised the yelling didn't wake Harry up. Theo and Blaze were always saying Harry's a light sleeper and wakes up early. Harry, yelling men isn't something I'm not unused to, it normally wakes me up, but I was exhausted from Dobby last night. After reading that, Tracy got up from her place at Harry's desk and joined him on his bed. She hugged him tightly, and was happy when he hugged her back after stiffening for a moment. Daphne, I'm going to guess that Tracy is hugging you right now, Harry, so I won't bother saying anything on top of that. I'd be doing the same thing if I were there, too. No one spoke on the journal for a good 10 minutes, which was when Theo and Blaze, who were both staying at Blaze's house for the night, got on to talk. Theo, hey, what's going on here? Blaze, yeah, how did the rescue of Harry go? Harry, I'm at Tracy's. Nice place. Both had let go when the 2 boys had joined the conversation, but Tracy stayed on the bed with her journal and pencil. Tracy, you should have seen his face. He was amazed beyond belief. Harry, oh, shut up, Tracy. In his room, Harry poked Tracy in the side, making her squeal with laughter as he had hit a very ticklish spot on her. Her pencil was on her journal as she had just been about to retort when he did that. Tracy, squeals with laughter. Harry and Tracy stared down at their journals in disbelief. Both knew that Tracy had not written that. Now that they were thinking about it, Harry hadn't written anything at all last night until after the whole Dobby incident. Both silently came to an agreement. Both, guys, we'll be back. We have to ask someone something. Both of them signed off without waiting for a response and ran out of Harry's room to the living room, journals in hand. When they got there, they were both relieved to find her father sitting at one of the desks Harry had missed the first time he had been in here. He was writing something with a quill, but turned around to face them when both children ran into the room. Yes, children, he asked, curious as to the great rush. Dad, did you charm the journals so that if we talk, the words or actions will appear as if we had written them? Tracy asked in a great rush. And if someone else speaks while in the area of them, can their words also appear? Harry added, having just thought of how that had happened with Dobby and his relatives. The answer is yes to both, Mr. Davis said as he moved to a couch and motioned for them to sit on one opposite it. If a quill, or whatever you're writing with, he added as he saw a pencil sticking out of Harry's journal, is touching the rightmost parchment. Anything said by an owner of a journal, a magical creature, or a relative in any form of an owner will appear in the journal as if written. The catch is that only owners of a journal have their own handwriting and name appear when they speak. If it's a relative or a creature like a centaur or house elf, the handwriting is like that from a computer and the name says other. When he finished, he watched as both children absorbed it all. Does that mean we can let others write in our journals until we give them their own? Harry asked slowly. Yes, but it will be their handwriting under the name of the owner, so you'll be able to tell whose journal it is as well as that it isn't the owner. Why didn't you tell us? Tracy demanded after taking that bit of information in as well. Where's the fun in telling you all that you can do with these things? Her father retorted with a smile on his face that proved he had definitely belonged to Slytherin when he was in school. Does that mean? Harry started with a frown on his face as he fought to figure out how to turn his thoughts into words. Does that mean we might find more features to them, or maybe add our own in the future? Harry was speaking slowly, his ideas still forming in his mind. Oh, I expect to get letters home from Tracy telling me about the new feature you've all found at least once a term, her father said with a smile. It also won't surprise me if you all either ask me for extra things or find others to put them onto the journals at random times. I'd be very disappointed if you didn't use these to their full extent. Harry and Tracy shared a smile as they realized they now had something extra to do during school as well as for the rest of break. Thanks, Daddy, Tracy called as they both jumped to their feet and ran down the hall to Harry's room. Once they were seated, they both hurried on again to explain to their friends what they had both just found out. The 5 friends then spent the rest of the morning testing out the talking feature, not even noticing the time flying until parents began calling for kids to go downstairs for lunch. After lunch, Tracy had her dad add a charm to her and Harry's journals so that a pencil, quill, or pen could be held at the top right corner of the page for 5 seconds and then let go with the writing tool staying in place so that they wouldn't have to hold it there to use the talking feature. He also added a holder to the journal so that 2 pencils could be kept in the folds of the journal, one in each. Once that was done, Tracy set up the journal so that they would use hers to talk into. Harry set his own up so that it was leaning against the desk at an angle so that he only had to look up to be able to read it. The rest of the afternoon was spent with Harry doing homework and talking with his friends while Tracy just plain spoke to them as her homework was done. None of Harry's friends commented on how the Dursleys had locked up his school stuff so he couldn't do homework or touch any of his things. That evening, Harry was surprised when the 4 friends came over. It wasn't until they all were wishing Tracy a happy birthday that he realized her birthday was the day after his. Harry wished her a happy birthday, wishing that he could have gotten her something, though he knew she understood. When Tracy saw him upset about not getting her something, she took him aside and told him that just being able to have him there on her birthday was a gift. Harry felt better after that and was able to enjoy the dinner with his friends. All 5 of them joked around and acted as if they had seen each other just the day before, sort of like school had never ended. It was sad to see the 3 off, but they left, all 5 friends smiling. Both of them went to bed happy that night. The next week was spent in a similar way, though the schedule changed. After breakfast, they'd go to Harry's room so that they could let Harry do homework while they both chatted to at least one of the 3 friends, though usually all 3 were on. After lunch, Harry and Tracy would go for a swim in the pond or go for a fly around the house. At night, before bed but after dinner, they'd move to the library to find books to read and read until bed. Then, something new happened. Harry, Mr. Davis said as Harry took another bite of pancake and then turned to face him. You, Tracy, and I are going to Gringotts. We have to see if we can't take you to the Potter family storage vault to see what's been left in there. You might also be old enough to hear your parents will now. Harry stared at Mr. Davis for a full minute with his mouth hanging open and eyes wide before he was able to react. Even that took Tracy poking him in the ribs to get him to do. Harry turned to glare at Tracy because her poke had hurt. There will. He then stuttered out as he turned to face Mr. Davis again. Of course, Harry. They'd have had a will, but there's always an age where a person is old enough to hear it if the main benefactor is very young. It's not uncommon for the age to be 11. You don't have to have it told to you, though. You can choose to get a copy of the will to hold on to. Oh, Harry thought about that for a bit before turning back to another question. Potter family storage vault. You haven't been to it, Mr. Davis asked, quite surprised when Harry shook his head. Why, it's the Potter vault that's full of books, weapons, jewelry, maybe some furniture, and probably the most likely place for a letter from your parents to be. Harry's mouth fell open again as he realized he might actually be able to read a letter written to him from one of his own parents. This time, Tracy didn't poke him as she and her parents could all see the tears coming to Harry's eyes before his blinking wiped them away. They hadn't realized how much this would mean to him, but once they thought about it, they realized that it would most likely mean the world to this poor boy in front of them. We'll be going after lunch, Mr. Davis told Harry as the boy got up from the table to go to his room to think. Only Harry's nod told the family that he had heard. Tracy gave Harry a minute to get to his room before following. When she got there, Harry was sitting on his bed, staring at the wall, completely still. Walking over to sit near him, she didn't say anything as she saw the silent tears running down his cheeks. Instead, she waited for him, only putting a hand on his shoulder to tell him she was there for him. After a minute or so, Harry turned to his friend and she pulled him into her arms as he continued to cry silently. She could tell that he had never cried for his parents before. He was finally letting out the grief of growing up without his parents. Harry knew he was crying on his friend, but he also knew that she got what was going on inside of him. The two of them just knew each other. It was like they had grown up together. They were as close as siblings, and it showed. Their friends had grown to think of them as the siblings that had grown up apart. They certainly acted like it. When Harry finally stopped crying, the grief was gone, and they both knew he could and would move on from all of this. His life had been hard, they both knew it, but he was finally away from his past and he would grow from it. Once he went to Gringotts and found out what was there for him, he would be ready. Whatever they found there would only help him, not hurt him. We'd like to see someone about Mr. Potter's storage vault as well as his parents' will, Mr. Davis told the goblin teller at Gringotts. The goblin looked Harry over, found his scar, nodded, and called a goblin over to show them to a private room so that another goblin could help them with what they needed. Well, what can Gringotts do for Mr. Potter? The goblin, Blacktooth, asked as he entered the room where the three were sitting. We'd like to know if he could have a copy of his parents' will, Mr. Davis told the goblin without hesitation. Yes, he can, Blacktooth replied without even checking. We were hoping he'd come in last summer, but he never asked about it when he was here on his birthday. Wait, I could have gotten it last year. Harry had sat up straight and looked a bit angry. Yes, Mr. Potter, Blacktooth said calmly, though he was a bit surprised the boy hadn't known. Headmaster Dumbledore was informed many years ago and then reminded before we sent you a letter that you were to come and see us about it once you were 11. Many things flew through Harry's mind at that, but only one thing came out of his mouth. You sent me a letter. Yes, Mr. Potter, was the answer. We sent it exactly a week before your 11th birthday to inform you that you could come and claim the will on your birthday. It seems Dobby isn't the only one stealing letters from me, Harry said to Tracy as they shared a look. You never received our letter? Blacktooth asked, a bit surprised. No. Before my Hogwarts letters, I never received a single letter. Harry thought for a moment before moving on. Why did you tell Professor Dumbledore? Because when Sirius Black, your chosen guardian and godfather, was found unacceptable as your guardian, Professor Dumbledore received the okay to be your magical guardian. Were you not informed of this either? Not at all. Harry and Tracy shared a long look that held an entire conversation in seconds. A lot was kept from me it seems. Well, can he have the will now, please? Mr. Davis asked politely after a minute of tense silence. The entire silence had Tracy and Harry talking silently, both showing their anger at Dumbledore that had been non-existent before that meeting. Oh yes, I even have a copy with me, Blacktooth said as he pulled out a sealed scroll and handed it to Harry, who put it into the pouch on his belt that shrunk anything put into it, not wanting to look at it yet. Is there anything else? We'd like to go to the Potter storage vault, if we could, Harry said before Mr. Davis could speak for him again. Of course, Mr. Potter, Blacktooth said with a nod. I'll get someone to take you down there. Would you like to go to your trust vault as well to pick up some money? Yes please, Harry said, knowing the money bag on his belt was almost empty. Very well. Blacktooth went to the hall and came back in with Griphook, the goblin who had taken Harry to his vault last summer. Griphook will escort you. After a very long cart ride that had both Harry and Tracy smiling, Harry quickly filled up his money pouch with galleons before they headed off even deeper into the ground towards the storage vault. When they finally stopped again, Harry was a bit nervous, but he also knew he had to go in there. Griphook opened the vault for them the same way he had opened the vault for the Philosopher's Stone, by running his nail down the middle of the door. Then, he told them he'd wait outside for them. Harry entered the vault and stared. Around him was a vault filled with bookshelves full of books, jewelry boxes, a bunch of jewelry, racks of weapons ranging from bows to swords to shields, and in the middle was a simple wooden box. Harry ignored everything around him as he walked up to the box and picked it up. It had a design on the top he saw. Now that he could see it clearly, there was a stag with a lily in the body. Harry closed his eyes for a moment before opening the box to find 2 letters with his name on them, each in a different handwriting. Pulling out the one with the more masculine handwriting, Harry sat down on the floor in the middle of the vault, completely oblivious to everything but the box in his hands and the letters inside. He opened the one from his father and began reading, tears slowly making their way down his face as he read something his own father had written. Harry, I'm so sorry I couldn't be there to see you grow up, which would be the only reason you're reading this letter. Your mother and I knew Voldemort was coming after us, so we hid. We're about to cast a spell to hide ourselves, but Padfoot, your godfather Sirius Black, is trying to convince us to use Wormtail, Peter Pettigrew is his real name, instead of him to hide the secret. He's always saying, Prongs, Wormtail won't be expected, I will, he's the perfect choice. The thing is, I'd rather have my best friend guard my family. The problem, Padfoot has a point. I can't decide which of them to use yet. Anyway, I know you're going to be an excellent person, no matter who raises you. You and Lily are the loves of my life, and you both mean the world to me. No matter what happens, know that I love you, I've always loved you, and I always will love you. Before I end this, I've got to say that I know you're going to be an excellent Quidditch player. I took you flying once and all you wanted to do was go faster. You're also always trying to grab the toy snitch I got you. No matter what you do with yourself, I'll always be proud of you. Love, Dad. P.S. If you're going to Hogwarts, just remember that even though your mother and I were both Gryffindors, it doesn't matter what house you're in, we'll always be proud of you, even if you're a Slytherin. Harry barely even noticed as Tracy put an arm around his shoulder while he was reading. All he did was pull out the letter from his mother and begin reading it, still ignoring his surroundings. My dear Harry, I love you with all of my heart. If you're reading this, Voldemort found us and we didn't get to watch you grow up. I'm so sorry that this happened. Either way, I just know that you're a good boy and an even greater person. Nothing anyone else says against that is true. I just know you're the best you can be. You are the main reason I live. James comes second when it comes to you, Harry. You're my little boy, and nothing will ever change that. I love you so much, and there's nothing else I can say. I love you more than anything in the world, and I always will, even in death. If you're anything like me, you'll make a bunch of friends in school, get good grades, and just enjoy life. The only advice I can give you for Hogwarts is to forget the houses and be friends with who you choose, not who your house chooses. Otherwise, have fun and enjoy Hogwarts. Love, Mum. Finally, when Harry put both of the letters back in the box and the box into the pouch at his side, he noticed Tracy there with him, holding him tightly with one arm as he cried silent tears. Wiping his face, he gave her a shaky smile to tell her he was okay, and she smiled in return as she helped him stand up. With a final squeeze, she let go of him and walked around the vault with him. Harry saw 2 tiny boxes, not far from where the box had been, and opened them to find his parents' wedding rings, both somehow still in perfect shape. He pulled them out of the boxes, found a gold chain in the pile of jewelry, and put them around his neck. Both he and Tracy fingered them before he put them under his shirt and moved on. Grabbing a few bracelets when Tracy wasn't looking, Harry slipped them into his pouch, knowing exactly what a few of his friends were getting for Christmas. Otherwise, Harry mainly looked at the jewelry and moved on. When Harry got to the books, he slowed down a lot. Finding a bag like the one he used for school on the side of the first shelf, he grabbed it and began filling it with books on potions, charms, transfiguration, dada, animagi, occlumency, legilimency, nonverbal magic, and anything else that looked interesting. He had figured out early on that the bag shrunk the books and made them weightless like his pouch did, though only for books for some reason. Once he and Tracy had grabbed every book they could possibly want for the school year, they moved on to looking at the weapons. While Mr. Davis did not want them taking any bows or swords out with them, he did agree that they could get a few knives and daggers as they could be easily hidden. Harry grabbed a few sheathed daggers with emeralds in them before spotting some with rubies and then sapphires. It took him a while, but he finally found a few daggers hidden away with a gemstone that Mr. Davis told him was citrine, which was a yellow stone, in it. Just before they left, Harry saw a handful of pocketknives, which he took. Tracy spotted something on the wall by the door that made all three of them stop to stare at. There was dragonhide there. Harry walked up to the wall and ran his fingers over the black dragonhide boots on the shelves. Smiling, he pulled a pair down and replaced his sneakers with them. As all of the shoes were the same size, Harry guessed they would shrink or grow to fit his feet, and he was right. Turning to Tracy and her father, he pulled down 2 more pairs and held them out to them. Their eyes widened and they tried to tell him no, but they looked into his eyes and realized this was his way of saying thank you. They pulled them on and smiled as they changed sizes to fit their feet perfectly. "Grab some for the others?" Tracy asked Harry, knowing that he was trying to decide the same thing. "I think we should," Harry said before grabbing 4 more pairs, which confused Tracy and her father. 4, shouldn't it be 3? Tracy asked. "Draco," was all Harry said in response, as it was all the response needed. "Christmas gifts from you?" Tracy asked as he put them into the pouch. "From us," he said, which surprised her, but she smiled. "Our idea, so we share the gift, even if neither of us paid for it." Tracy agreed, so they began to look through the rest of the objects. On the shelves, they were about to give up, thinking that the rest was just armor, which neither of them wanted or needed yet, but then they saw something at the end. Smiles came to their faces as they shared glances. Both were staring at wand holsters of different types of hides, making them different colors. There were a few of each color: red, blue, green, black, gold, bronze, brown, and even a couple of silver. Harry quickly grabbed all but one of each color, slipping them all into his bag except one green and one gold. He put the green on his own right wrist while Tracy claimed the gold as her own. Both slipped their wands into them before running to show Mr. Davis them and give him his own black one. He thanked Harry profusely, but he just shook his head and snuck another pair of dragonhide boots into his pouch for Tracy's mother before they finally left the vault to go back home. Later that evening, back in Harry's room after dinner, Harry was finally getting around to looking at his parents' will. Tracy was in the bathroom, so he was alone for the moment. Opening the scroll slowly, Harry began reading. Basically, his parents had left him everything. They then said that Sirius Black was to be his guardian, and if not available, they wanted him to go to a light or neutral wizarding family. If he couldn't go to any of those, he was to go to a Muggle family. The only place could not go was the home of Vernon and Petunia Dursley. When Harry read that, he began shaking with anger. He was so busy being angry, he didn't even notice Tracy coming back into the room. She was frightened by the look on his face and went to get her father, knowing that he'd be able to help more than her, as Tracy had recognized the scroll in Harry's hands as the will. "Harry, what is it? What did you find in there?" her father asked, finally breaking through Harry's mind enough that he looked up and saw them both sitting on either side of him. "My parents said to send me anywhere but to the Dursleys," Harry managed to get out between his gritted teeth. Tracy put her arm around Harry like she had in the vault earlier while her father slowly pulled the parchment from his grasp, being very careful not to rip it. While Tracy helped Harry calm down, Mr. Davis read through the will, being very careful to read over the guardian section with the utmost care. Though he did not wish to tell Harry this, the fact that his parents hadn't wanted him to go to his uncle's home meant there was even more of a chance to get him away from their guardianship. Even better was the fact that they wanted him to go to a light or neutral wizarding family if he couldn't go to Sirius Black. Since he couldn't go to his godfather, the Davis family had a good chance of getting Harry as long as Harry was willing to stay, which had been proven by the past week. Mr. Davis smiled internally as he thought about the trial occurring in 3 days' time, the guardianship of one Mr. Harry James Potter. Ellipsis. Harry sat between Tracy and Mr. Davis with Mrs. Davis on her husband's other side at the bench in courtroom 6. They were going to have a closed session with only 10 people deciding with another ruling. It turned out that someone was deeply opposed to his switching guardians, so they were going to fight it out. No matter what the outcome, none of it was to reach the press or there would be trouble. Watching as Professor Dumbledore figuratively handed off the power of ruling the session, Harry was only mildly surprised to see him walk over to the other table facing those deciding. This is a case of the guardianship of Mr. Harry James Potter. The woman, who Tracy had whispered was Madame Amelia Bones, Susan's aunt, said as she looked down at Harry. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore is against the change while Mr. Samuel Davis wishes to take over the guardianship. Professor Dumbledore, please begin. Dumbledore stood up and began what must have been a long-prepared speech. I personally believe that this is all just a misunderstanding. When I heard about this whole trial, I went to the Dursley home and spoke with Mrs. Dursley. She told me that Harry is treated very well there and always has been, he loves it there. One look at Harry's face said otherwise, but Professor Dumbledore didn't pay attention to it, though everyone else did. From what she said, Harry has always been fed 3 large meals a day with seconds and thirds when he wants. Everyone saw that Harry was ridiculously thin, which contradicted with Dumbledore's words. He hung out with his cousin and friends a lot, running around outside and having fun. At those words, Harry had to bite his bottom lip to keep himself from yelling at Dumbledore. Tracy noticed and put her hand on Harry's arm, reminding him that he had friends who cared about him and would help him if he needed it. He visibly relaxed as he stopped biting his lip and listened to Dumbledore. Harry's had a very good life with his aunt, uncle, and cousin. They're pretty well off, so he's had his own room, clothes, toys, and anything else he wanted. When Harry coughed, it sounded like he was saying lies. Only Tracy caught it, but it was enough for her to tighten her grip on Harry's forearm. It is my belief that Harry has had a wonderful life, and that this is a misunderstanding. Mrs. Dursley even said that they gave him permission to visit the Davis family for the next couple of weeks before he goes back. With that, Professor Dumbledore gave the people at the front of the room a nod before sitting down, a calm look on his face. Yes, well, it seems both Mr. Davis and Mr. Potter wished to speak, Madame Bones said after the moment of silence Professor Dumbledore's abrupt finish brought about. I think we'll have Mr. Davis speak first and Mr. Potter will be last. Mr. Davis. Tracy's father rose and cleared his throat before beginning. I believe I speak for everyone when I say that I couldn't believe it when I heard that Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was sorted into Slytherin. The morning of September 2nd, I got a letter from my daughter, Tracy. Mr. Davis looked at Tracy for a moment as he said that, and the first thing in it after telling me that she was a Slytherin was that the Harry Potter was also a Slytherin. Even though I knew that Tracy wouldn't lie about those sorts of things, it wasn't until I got flow calls from the Zabinis, Knots, and Greengrasses that I believed it. After that day, I learned about Harry through my daughter's letters as well as the stories she told over Christmas break. The idea I got from both was that he's a smart, kind, unbiased young man that knows when to be serious and when to have fun. He also made friends outside of Slytherin and was among the top in their year. Everything I heard impressed me greatly. Mr. Davis paused, taking a deep breath as he did. Putting a hand into his robe, Mr. Davis pulled out a scroll as he shared a look with Tracy and got a nod from her that confused Harry just as much as everyone else. Harry didn't recognize the scroll, but he felt that it looked familiar for some reason. When Tracy came running up to me on July 31st, Harry's birthday, after dinner, I was worried. Her face was scared, worried, and upset all at once. Tracy also had this scroll in her hand, but she didn't even move to give it to me when I first saw her. From the very first day of summer, the day they all got off the train, Tracy and her friends were trying to convince me to get Harry over to my home. No matter what I asked, I didn't get any clear explanations. The most I got from them was that Harry had been acting odd since the last day of exams when summer was brought up and the fact that he had to go home finally hit him. It took them until the train ride home to drag it out of him that he didn't want to go home to the Dursleys. I was very confused by the fact that he didn't want to go home, so I put the idea to the back of my mind. The details stayed there until Tracy began showing me pieces of what Harry wrote basically every night about 2 weeks into the break. When Tracy came to me on the 31st and finally gave me this scroll, I was ready to act. This scroll contains a conversation that occurred at the Dursley home on the night of the 31st. Everyone watched as Harry's eyes widened in realization before he turned to Tracy. They began whispering almost silently with a lot of gesturing. The only things that anyone caught was Harry pointing to one of his pockets over and Tracy pretending to hold something in her hand while running her finger over it. While they were having their conversation, which only Mr. and Mrs. Davis had any idea about what it was about, Mr. Davis used his wand to make a copy of the scroll and presented Madame Bones with the copy before returning to his seat to wait. She, in turn, opened it and read what was written in it. What amazed those watching Madame Bones the most was the fact that the normally calm Madame Bones was going through emotions so fast that the watchers could barely keep up. Her face went from calm to shock to anger to sorrow and back to anger before she got a grip on her emotions and put on an emotionless mask while finishing the scroll of dialogue. Is this all true? Madame Bones asked in a tired voice once she was done. Everyone looked up to see that she wasn't asking Mr. Davis but Harry. Everything, Harry confirmed even though he had never seen the scroll as he knew where it came from and what was on it, even the part about the elf and the letter. I'll see to it that your record is cleaned, Madame Bones said matter-of-factly before she paused, deep in thought. Where did this come from? What do you mean, Mr. Davis asked, a bit worried as he knew the kids didn't want their journals known. What's the source? Madame Bones clarified. This was written by more than one person and had additions to what was said in the Dursley home. Mr. Davis was trying to come up with a believable answer when he saw Harry and Tracy sharing looks that were obviously a silent conversation between the two that had become as close as twins as they could be after only knowing each other for less than a year. When both of them nodded at once, he released a breath he hadn't even noticed he had been holding as he relaxed into his chair and let them both deal with it. Madame Bones, Harry called, may Tracy and I come up and show you something? When a curious Madame Bones nodded her consent, Tracy pulled something out of the bag she had never taken off her shoulder. Harry and Mr. Davis both saw a flash of lavender before her robes covered it, but no one else did as she had moved too fast for them. The two children walked right up to Madame Bones and stood in front of her, blocking her from Dumbledore's view on purpose. This is what we used to get the scroll, though we used other ones, Tracy said as she held out a lavender journal to Madame Bones and put it on the table between them. Mine is this one, Harry added as he pulled out his shrunken, emerald green journal and made it normal-sized. What are they? Madame Bones asked as she picked up the lavender journal. She gasped quietly when she turned it over and saw the name Susan Bones on the back in gold letters. They're messenger journals, Tracy explained. My dad makes them when I ask for more so that I can talk with my friends easier. This is the one we were going to give Susan in September. She was pointing at the lavender journal. But our friend Theodore not reminded us that you might be here today, Harry continued, which meant Susan could get it sooner, so we brought it with us. So you can write to each other with these? Madame Bones asked, amazed at the idea of it. Among other things, Harry said with a mischievous smile on his face. We can make scrolls out of conversations if we do it before we turn off the messenger mode. Tracy elaborated after giving Harry a look that only made a glint appear in his eyes to go along with his smile. When it's not in messenger mode, we can take notes or do homework in it and make scrolls with it. The writing put while not in messenger mode will stay, but not anything in messenger mode, so I made that scroll right away. Tracy nodded at the scroll still on the table. We also learned from that conversation, Harry nodded at the scroll as he mentioned the conversation, that talking can be transferred to the journal if a writing utensil is touching it, though not all talking can be transferred. That's what happened on my birthday and why the talking from the Dursleys, the house elf, and my friends are all on the scroll along with my own talking. Tracy nodded in agreement from beside him. Very well, Madame Bones said after a bit of thought. This is a reliable source. Her voice, which had been a bit louder so that all in the room could hear her decision, lowered to a whisper. I'll make sure Susan gets this after work today. Both children nodded their thanks before returning to their seats. Mr. Davis, Madame Bones called, please continue. Tracy's father stood up again to continue. I went to the Dursley home the very next morning. When Tracy and I went upstairs to find Harry as he was still asleep, we found his door with 3 or 4 locks on the outside and a cat flap on the bottom for food. Once I got it open, I found a room full of broken, second-hand furniture, toys that were old and mostly all broken that obviously didn't belong to Harry, and a pile of clothes that were obvious old clothes of Harry's cousin on the floor next to his bed as well as on him. By then, most of the people around Madame Bones were muttering, and everyone in the room was upset and furious except for Harry, Tracy, Mr. Davis, and Professor Dumbledore. When Tracy had finally woken Harry up, he told us that his school stuff was locked, with a padlock no less, under the stairs in a closet. He hadn't even touched the trunk and things inside of it all summer. Harry was feeling very relieved that he had asked Mr. Davis not to tell them that the cupboard under the stairs had been his room for 10 years. Everyone was already worked up and outraged, and they only knew about that one summer. Tracy and I took Harry home, and he spent the last 10 days with us. Every time I see him he's either smiling or his eyes are shining in happiness, neither of which I saw when I picked him up from his relatives. Mr. Davis was done and sat down while Madame Bones tried to calm the others down even though she herself was outraged and upset by all of this. Dumbledore was still sitting quietly, though anyone that knew him well enough would be able to tell that he was devastated by what he had heard. Mr. Potter, Madame Bones said sadly when everyone was at least quiet again, it's your turn to speak. My life at the Dursleys hasn't been easy, Harry said calmly as he stood up, but I've survived it. I never had anywhere to go before Hogwarts. Now I know that I have friends who will take me in if I need it. Even more, I know now that my parents never wanted me at the Dursleys. I used to think that they had wanted me there, but I just saw their will 3 days ago. It said that if I couldn't go to Sirius Black, Harry paused as he saw people flinching at the name before moving on, then I was to go to a light or neutral family, which includes at least 2 of my friends including the Davis family. If I couldn't go to one of those places, I was to go to any Muggle home but the Dursleys. Because I now know all of this, I can't think of the Dursleys as home. If I'm forced back there, I'll just run away to someone else's house and never look back. Hogwarts and the Davises are my homes, the Dursley home will never be home to me again, no matter what you do. Harry's arms had crossed over his chest in defiance as he spoke, and his face was pure determination and defiance. Very well, Mr. Potter, Madame Bones said. We will take all of this into consideration as we discuss it. Madame Bones then put up a silencing ward so that Harry and the others couldn't hear her and her colleagues, but they could hear those waiting for the verdict. Madame Bones, Professor Dumbledore called. She removed the ward and looked at him. Yes, Professor Dumbledore. She was obviously a bit confused. I'll personally find and fill out the forms needed to change Mr. Potter's guardians from the Dursleys and myself to the Davises. Everyone shared shocked looks for a moment before staring at Dumbledore, all unable to speak for a moment. Why? Harry demanded, breaking the silence. Why now? You were against the change an hour ago and now you're suddenly for it. I want a reason. Everyone looked from Harry, who was glaring at the headmaster, to Dumbledore, who was looking at Harry sadly. Dumbledore sighed sadly and answered. The blood wards I erected 11 years ago are gone. You no longer see your aunt's house as your home, so they're gone. The Davis home is better protected than your relatives now. There's no point in denying that the Davis home will be a better environment for you, and now I have no reason to keep you from it. Harry continued to glare at Dumbledore even as he nodded to let the professor know that he understood what the man was saying. Otherwise, everyone else didn't move as they were all still in shock by what Dumbledore, and then Harry, had said. It took a lot of time for them to all come out of their shock. "Well, I guess we're done here," Madam Bones finally said. "Mr. Potter will be with the Davises from now on." She gave everyone in the room a hard look right in the eyes. "This trial is not to get out to the public or the papers. This is a private trial for a reason. No one is to find out about this or you will have to deal with both myself and Mr. Potter personally. No one outside of this room can even know it occurred." Everyone nodded before standing up and talking amongst themselves. Tracy and Harry were sharing smiles while Mr. Davis ruffled Harry's hair affectionately. Mrs. Davis walked around her husband to hug Harry with one arm while the other hand went onto Tracy's shoulder. To the other people in the room, it was obvious that Harry had become a part of this family so much that it was like he was one of their own from the beginning. As the group of 4 was about to leave the room, Professor Dumbledore walked up to them to speak to Harry. "I'm truly sorry about how you grew up, Harry. I had no idea your mother's sister would treat you like that. If I'd had any idea that was happening, you'd have been moved to the next securest place I could find, but I had no idea." The professor truly did look like he was sorry, but Harry was a bit annoyed by the reason Dumbledore had given in, so he was having a hard time forgiving the man. It took Tracy squeezing his arm and giving him a look that said to calm down before answering for him to take a deep breath and look at what Dumbledore said from all angles. "You could have done a lot better, Professor," Harry said slowly as he thought carefully about his words, "but everyone makes mistakes. Many things could have been done including checking on me once in a while as well as just not sending me there in the first place, but that's all in the past. Next time, tell me before you act. Think it all through before you just do something. Your actions affect a lot of people, Professor, because of who you are, so make sure you realize all of the possible outcomes and not just the ones you want." Harry smiled slightly at his professor. "Thank you, Harry, for forgiving me. I'll keep your advice in mind for the future because it's good advice. Please, enjoy your new home." Professor Dumbledore then turned to Mr. Davis. "I'll have the necessary forms to you tomorrow, Mr. Davis." Tracy's father nodded. "There's just one problem," Dumbledore said slowly, as if worried that he had to say it. "There is?" Tracy and Harry asked at the same time. Mr. Davis was nodding as if he understood what Professor Dumbledore was saying, though. "Yes, though it's more of an addition. Because Mr. Potter does have a godfather, the change of guardianship will have to include something about him." Mr. Davis just nodded in agreement. "I was thinking that we could add that if his parents' chosen guardian could suddenly take Harry, then Harry could have the choice of who to live with and have as a guardian. Does that work with all of you?" Harry, confused as he didn't even know he had a godfather, just nodded his agreement as it seemed to work for him. Tracy, seeing Harry agree, sighed slightly before agreeing herself. Mrs. Davis looked at her husband, who was thinking carefully for a moment before he realized that it was probably the best they could do as it would give them a chance to keep Harry. Both nodded their acceptance at the same time. "Well, then, I believe our work is done here," Professor Dumbledore said. "Mr. Davis, I'll come by your home tomorrow to finish the forms." The headmaster made it sound like a question, not a statement, so Mr. Davis nodded. With that, Professor Dumbledore left the room. Harry was about to ask who his godfather was and why everyone seemed so worried about it, but Tracy shook her head just enough for him to see, so he kept quiet. Both children just followed the adults out of the room and to the flow, which had amazed Harry as the idea of traveling through fireplaces was something he had never thought about before. He had quickly learned that he didn't like the experience as the spinning and colors made him dizzy. Harry also couldn't land on his feet at the end. Just as the group got to the flow, Madam Bones caught up to the group as she was going to go home and give Susan the journal and grab some lunch. Harry remembered something just as she got there, and turned to Tracy to ask her something. "Trace, you have the purple one with you." Harry watched as her confused look quickly turned to one of realization. "You're lucky I brought all of the ones we've got so far with me," Tracy replied with a smile. "You never know who you're going to run into while you're at the ministry." Harry just smiled at the excuse as he took the purple journal from Tracy's bag the moment she had it open. He then turned to Madame Bones, who was talking with Tracy's parents about the sort of information they'd get as Harry's guardians, and walked up to her slowly. "Madame Bones?" he asked cautiously when there was a break in the conversation. "Yes, Mr. Potter," she replied as she turned to face the two children. "We just remembered that Susan and Hannah were planning to spend a lot of time together this summer, and, well," Harry then held out the purple journal with the back up so that she could see Hannah Abbott on it as an explanation. "You'd like me to get this to Hannah for you?" Madame Bones asked with a smile that reminded both children of Susan. They nodded. "Of course I will. This might help the two of them keep in touch without running owls ragged or driving Hannah's family crazy." Madame Bones was smiling as she said that and took the journal from Harry. "Thank you," they both said at the same moment, which seemed to surprise Madame Bones for a moment. "Susan told me that you two act like twins, but I didn't see what she meant until now." Both Harry and Tracy blushed slightly as they heard that, but the smile stayed on their faces. "Thank you for what you've done, Amelia, but we'd better get going, Mr. Davis said from beside the fireplace. Of course, Madame Bones said. "You both probably have some friends to tell the news to. I'll make sure Hannah and Susan get these today." She held up the journals. "You all enjoy the rest of the summer." Harry followed Tracy through the flow and back to her home. Tracy was waiting to grab his arm on the other side so that he wouldn't end up on the floor like he had the last time. Harry just smiled his thanks as he moved out of the way and dusted himself off as soot fell from his clothes. The two children rushed to Harry's room once Tracy's mother told them they had about an hour before dinner. Harry sat against the headboard of his bed with a pillow behind him. Tracy was going to go sit at his desk, but Harry called her over to his bed and pointed at the space next to him. Tracy just smiled as she settled in a position almost identical to Harry's. Both pulled out their journals, though Harry's was in his pocket while Tracy's was in her bag, and activated them before putting their pencils in the corners so that they could talk instead of writing. "Daphne, finally, what happened?" "Both. Calm down, Daphne." "Harry, man, Blaze, did you purposely get her all worked up while we were gone?" "Blaze, nope. This time it was all Theo." "Theo? Hey, it was not. I just got on myself a minute ago. My mother decided I needed to clean about 6 different rooms for no reason at all." "Daphne, we're getting off track here. What happened?" "Tracy, well, Dumbledore fought the change as hard as he could. Of course, it seems like Harry's aunt lied up a storm to him. Daddy told them all the truth, and then Harry got up and stated that he was never going back to that. Harry, hellhole. Tracy, yes, hellhole ever again. He also said that it would never be his home again. I guess that one statement is what changed it all because Dumbledore said he'd personally fill out the forms to switch guardianship." "Harry, I got annoyed and asked him why. Turns out he had some sort of blood ward, whatever that is, at my aunt's house, but they were destroyed the moment I said that house wasn't my home ever again. Stupid reason to send me back, but whatever, nothing I can do about it." "Blaze, so, you're free?" "Both. Yup. Daphne, yes. Blaze, awesome. Theo, thank Merlin." Harry and Tracy suddenly looked over to the left fold of the journal as something caught their eyes and smiled when they saw that both Susan and Hannah had just touched their journals, accepting ownership of them and making it so that they were on the list of the people not on at that moment. "Harry, I believe we're about to get a couple more people in the conversation." Before anyone could reply, Susan and Hannah signed on. Harry and Tracy shared a quick look. Tracy, "Hi Susan." Harry, "Hi Hannah." Susan, "What are these things?" Tracy, "Like the note said, they're messenger journals. My father makes them so that my friends and I can talk easier." Hannah, "And you gave one to each of us?" Harry, "Well, yeah, you're both our friends." Daphne, "You didn't tell us you managed to get them to them." Harry, Rolls eyes Daphne, you've barely let us speak past telling you about the trial. How were we supposed to tell you that Susan's aunt was there or that we got a couple of journals to her to pass on? Theo, he's got a point, Daphne. Daphne, shut up, Theo. Theo, shutting up, smirks. Susan, Auntie didn't tell me how she got these except that they were from a couple of my friends from school, she didn't even tell me which ones. Tracy, Harry and I gave them to her not all that long ago. We were at the ministry too. Tracy paused there as she spoke, unsure if she should finish, but she didn't have to. Harry, change my guardians from my aunt and uncle to Tracy's parents. Hannah, so you're at Tracy's house, Harry. Blaze, if I'm right, and I'm pretty sure that I am, then they're both in what's now Harry's room. One or both of them is on his bed. If it's only one, then the other is at the desk. Both. Oh, shut up, Blaze. Theo, he's right. Daphne, I'm going to go with they're both on the bed today. Both. Shut up. Snickers from multiple people. Susan, are you all actually writing? Because you seem to be writing fast if you are. Harry, no, we're not. Put your quill at the top right corner of the rightmost fold and hold it there for at least 5 seconds before letting go. Then just talk and the journal will pick it all up. Daphne, Trace, your dad still has to do that for the rest of us. Blaze and Theo, yeah. Tracy, get over here and he can. Mutters something that sounds like idiots under breath. Gah. Why did the journal have to pick that up? Harry, is snickering because even I could hear that one. Tracy, glares at Harry. Hannah, so we just talk like this. Susan, looks like it. Daphne, yeah, you've got it. Susan, this is cool. It'll be useful in school when we're alone to just be able to talk if we're doing homework and can't write as easily. Harry, yeah, it's going to be fun using these this year. Hannah, who are you going to give them to? Tracy, we've already gotten my dad to make one for Hermione, Neville, each of the twins, Terry, Padma, and Justin. Plus, the next time Daphne is here, we've got one for her younger sister, Astoria. It'll make it easier for the two of them to keep in touch as Astoria doesn't start until our 3rd year. Daphne, yeah, Astoria was a bit upset that I didn't write as often as she had wanted me to, so I thought this would make her happy. Theo, wait, you're forgetting Draco, Trace. Harry, oh, that's right. We'd better remember to tell your dad that. Tracy. Tracy, what color should he have, though? Harry, silver, duh. Harry, Tracy, time for lunch. Both of them looked up as they heard Tracy's mother calling them down to eat. Both, we've gotta go eat. We'll talk to you all this evening. Harry, tell Susan and Hannah the normal schedule. We'll be using it again tomorrow. Though we might be trying to get at least a few of you over here in the next couple of days to hang out. Bye. Both children closed their journals and went to wash up for lunch. Harry had never felt happier than he did right then. He knew he didn't have to ever go back to the Dursleys, he had a great group of friends, and this was the best summer he had ever had. Arg. Harry was jolted awake by Tracy jumping onto his legs a week after the trial. Harry was normally up before Tracy, but it seemed that she had decided to set an alarm just so that she could wake up Harry on the day of their Diagon Alley trip. Tracy, Harry yelled as he realized who it was that had jumped on him. Did you have to jump on me to wake me up? You could have just shaken me or something. Where's the fun in that? Tracy asked with an innocent smile on her face from her position on Harry's legs. Instead of answering, Harry just used his legs to push Tracy off of his bed before getting out of it himself. He then glanced at the clock by his bed and had to hold in a groan as he saw it was only 7 in the morning. Glaring at Tracy, he grabbed some clothes and went into the bathroom to shower and get ready for the day. When he walked into the kitchen half an hour later, Tracy was sitting at the table with her journal in front of her and open, a pencil in her hand as she read what at least one of their friends was writing. Harry slipped into the chair beside her and pulled the journal closer to him so that they could both read it. Tracy didn't even care as they both did this a lot, neither of them minded when the other did things like that. Harry slipped the second pencil out of the holder and read what was being said. Daphne, my mum says we're leaving at 9 to go to Diagon Alley. Theo, lucky, my father is making me leave in an hour. We'll be there at 8:30. It seems he wants to go to Gringotts as well as a few stores that have nothing to do with my supplies before we meet up with you all. Tracy, Daddy says that he'll be taking Harry and me at 8:30, too, but that's so that Harry and I can go to Gringotts for a bit. Harry stole the journal from Tracy as he didn't really feel like talking that early in the morning. It wasn't an uncommon thing for Tracy and Harry to talk through their journals when it was too early or they were in different rooms. Harry, we are. Tracy, yeah, Daddy's going to let us go down to the storage vault while he takes care of a few things with the goblins. Harry, sweet. Theo, if you're going to be there at the same time as me, can I join you? I'd rather not join Father as he goes on one of his business runs. Tracy, as long as Harry doesn't mind. Harry, I don't mind at all. Actually, I keep forgetting to take that stuff out of my bags from last time. We'd better do that after we eat, Trace. Tracy, oh yeah, we've got all those books to look through, don't we? Harry, yup. Blaze, morning guys, yawns. Daphne, morning, Blaze. Blaze, my mum just woke me up. Something about leaving for the alley in an hour or something. Daphne, why is it I'm the only one not getting there at the same time as the rest of you? Susan signed on before anyone could reply. Susan, I just got up, so when is everyone getting there? Daphne, everyone but me is getting there at 8:30. I'm getting there at 9. Susan, Hannah and I are going with Auntie at 9 to the alley. Theo, so, Harry, Trace, Blaze, and I can go to Harry's storage vault, and then we'll meet up with 4 if we count Astoria, on the steps of Gringotts. Blaze, I'll have to ask if I can go to the vault, but it sounds good to me. Susan, same with me. Tracy, Harry's eating eggs right now, so I'm not letting him near my journal, but I asked and he said it's fine with him. Hannah, well, then, we'd better not get in the way of eating. See you all in a bit. Ellipsis. Harry pulled out the pouch and the book bag from the last trip to Gringotts almost 2 weeks earlier. Here, Tracy, you take out the books and stack them on the floor or something. Harry passed her the bag with the books. Harry then went and sat on his bed with the other bag. He carefully pulled out the daggers and pocketknives from the vault. Laying the daggers all out in a careful line on his bed with each color near the same colors, he admired them for their beauty. It was obvious that they were made very carefully. Harry would even wager a guess to say that they were all goblin-made. Once that was done, he took the pocketknives and looked at them carefully. His eyes opened in surprise when he found a note attached to one of them telling him what they all did. Each knife could open any locked door, untie a rope, pick a lock, and cut through most metals, though some took longer than others. A smile crossed his face as he put the silver pocketknives with the emerald daggers, the gold with the ruby daggers, the bronze with the sapphire daggers, and the plain black ones with the citrine daggers. After that, Harry took out the dragonhide boots. Putting aside the pair for Tracy's mother, he put the rest with the green daggers to give to his Slytherin friends. The dragonhide wand holsters were next. He decided to not go by house color this time, and started sorting. Draco got one of the 2 silvers Harry had grabbed while Fred got the other and George got a green. Daphne got gold like Tracy, Theo got a blue, Blaze got a black, Hermione got a brown, Neville got a bronze, Justin got black, Hannah got one of the greens as she liked the color, Susan got red, Padma also got a brown, Terry got blue, which would make him happy as it was his favorite color. Harry thought for a moment before grabbing another gold and putting it with the spare emerald dagger and silver pocketknife he had grabbed by mistake. He was planning on giving them to Astoria for Christmas so that she'd have them by the time she got to Hogwarts the following year. Finally, Harry took out the box with the stag and lily carving on it. One of his hands held the box just large enough to hold an envelope while the other pulled the gold chain from under his shirt to hold onto the rings there tightly. A lone tear ran down his face as he thought of his parents before putting the box on his bedside table. He kept the rings outside of his shirt. Once he was done, he looked up to see that Tracy had all of the books sorted by subject and had just finished herself. She looked up and smiled at him before walking over and wiping the tear away from his cheek. "I know you miss them, but I think they'd love the person you've become," she whispered as she looked at the rings around his neck. Harry smiled in return. Tracy always knew what was on his mind and how to help him. "These are yours," Harry said as he held out one of the daggers and pocketknives in Slytherin colors. "We'll have to look for belts while we're in the vault later," Tracy commented as she put the weapons in the pocket of her robe, which she was already wearing even though they still had 20 minutes before they left. "Yeah, you're right," Harry agreed as he took his own weapons and put them back in the pouch before attaching it to his jeans with the clip on the back. "How are we going to get these to the others?" Tracy asked as she looked at the items lined up on the bed. "Well, some of these will be given on the train," Harry said as he put the 4 Gryffindor, 2 Ravenclaw, and 1 Hufflepuff sets onto his truck, careful to keep the stuff separate. "The rest we'll give to them today. Well, except for Draco's and Astoria's. I want hers to be a Christmas gift, and Draco we won't see until the train either." The 2 Slytherin sets were added to the trunk as well. "Put them into the book bag that we're bringing anyway," Tracy decided before grabbing it. "You'll empty most of it before we get to the vault anyway." Both of them put the rest of the sets into the bag before Harry found his robe, boots, and money bag. He put the bag onto his other hip while the boots and robe went on. Slinging the book bag over his head and shoulder to rest on the other shoulder, Harry walked to the door and turned at the doorway to see if Tracy was following. Smiling, she followed. "Can Griphook please take my 3 friends and me down to the Potter storage vault?" Harry asked when they got to Gringotts, his scar visible so that the goblin would know it was really him. "Of course," the teller said, though he looked a little surprised that Harry had asked for a specific goblin. "Come with me, Mr. Potter," Griphook said minutes later when he got there. When they finally got to the vault after the amazingly fun ride, Griphook opened the vault again and told them he'd wait outside. The 4 friends went into the vault. "Whoa, this is all yours, Harry," Theo said as he stared around the vault. "Yeah," Harry replied as he looked around again. "Harry, the bag," Tracy said to remind him. "Oh, right." Harry opened the bag over his shoulder and pulled out the boots, daggers, knives, and wand holsters for his 2 friends. He and Tracy had decided to give them the boots now. "These are for you both. I've got some for all the main people in the group. Harry, these are goblin-made," Blaze exclaimed as he looked at the dagger Harry had just handed him. Theo was putting the boots on. "I thought they might be, but I wasn't sure," Harry admitted as he looked around the weapons for belts. "Harry," Tracy called from over by the dragonhide. Harry turned and saw her holding up belts made of the hide. "Perfect," he exclaimed as he rushed over and saw that they were all in the same colors as the holsters. Working quickly, he grabbed the same number of belts in each color as he had of the holsters so that they'd match. He slipped his own emerald green belt on, put the sheathed dagger on it, and attached both the money bag and pouch to it as well. Harry then held out a gold belt to Tracy, a blue to Theo, and a black to Blaze. Each of them copied Harry in putting the belts and daggers on them. None of his friends tried to decline the offers because they knew that Harry wouldn't take no for an answer, and they also all realized that this was his way of saying thank you for being there for him. Plus, he hadn't gotten any of them anything for birthday gifts last year, so it was only fair. When they were done, each member of the group split up and went to look around. Blaze went to go look at the books while Theo went to go check out all the dragonhide. Tracy went to see the jewelry, just to see what was good in the collection. Harry, on the other hand, went to go look at the weapons again. Harry kept picking up the different swords. Some had different gems in them while others were just made well. None of them felt right to him, so he left the swords alone and went to go check out the bows. The woods ranged from almost white to almost black. All of the bows were light and beautifully fletched, some even having carvings in them. Done, Harry went to go join Blaze at the bookshelves. Harry and Tracy had already got all the books they could, but Harry saw a small bookshelf in a corner of the vault and went over to check it out. "Where are you going, Harry?" Tracy asked quietly as he passed her on his way to the shelf. "The shelf over in the corner," Harry replied while as pointed at it. Tracy caught up to him as he walked over to it. "There's nothing there, Harry," she tried to tell him, but he just shook his head and kept walking until he reached the shelf. Harry turned quickly to see that Tracy seemed to be stopped by a sort of barrier. Tracy, I think this corner is only for Potters and their families, Harry said quietly before turning back to the shelf as he heard Tracy walk off once she understood what he meant. Harry looked at the books with his eyes widening more and more. With each spine he read. The books here weren't books but journals of all kinds, personal, potions, spells, work, and family. Oh, there were a few normal books, but they were all about the Potter family. Working quickly, Harry grabbed all the books on his family before turning to the journals. At the topmost shelf with books, which was about a third of the way to the top and half full, Harry saw books from his parents. Almost reverently, Harry picked up all the journals his parents had written, from his mom's potions and charms journals to his dad's transfiguration ones. He put all of the journals into his bag before finding the personal ones and adding those too. Harry turned to leave the corner, tears running down his cheeks as he thought about all the things he might find in those journals and books, when he saw something else that shocked him. There was a case on the wall with so many wands he couldn't count them all. There was a name under each one, some with purely Potter in the name while others had Potter as either the first or second part of their surnames. At the very end were the names James Potter, Lily Evans Potter, and Harry Potter. Harry's was the only one without a wand above his name. Harry closed his eyes tightly as he lightly touched his parents' wands, unable to hold back the tears. He didn't know how long he stood there, his eyes closed tightly, tears running down his face, and a hand on his parents' wands, but eventually, Tracy went to the barrier and called his name, trying to get him to leave. When Harry left the corner, Tracy wrapped an arm around his waist and kept it there as they walked back to the others. Theo and Blaise looked at Harry in concern as they saw the tears running down his face. "Their wands are in there," Harry whispered through his tears. "And they left journals." Harry gestured to his bag. "Oh, Harry," Tracy said quietly yet sadly. "I'm okay," he muttered as he wiped his face with his sleeve while his other hand closed around the ring still on the outside of his shirt. "Did you guys find anything?" "I found a few good books to read," Blaise said as he held up one of the book bags like the one Harry was wearing. "I found a single book," Theo admitted. "I was mainly looking at the dragonhide. Did you see the cloaks they've made out of it?" "No, I didn't," Harry said. "Show us." Theo took the group and showed them all the cloaks, which had been hidden underneath the armor. Smiling slightly, Harry told Theo to take his favorite one and keep it. He then collected more and put them into his book bag, which was getting very full. "For Christmas, so you both can't take one right now," Harry told Tracy and Blaise. "I don't mind if you know what you're getting this year because it means you'll know it's special." Harry looked around for another bag and was pleased to find one of dragonhide that looked just like the one for books. When he put the cloaks into it instead of the other one, they shrunk and lost all weight, which made him add the weapons to it too. Slipping it onto the other shoulder, Harry kept both bags with him and smiled as he barely felt any weight from either one. "Let's just go," Harry said quietly once he had all he would need. The others agreed and they all left to go back to the surface where they met Tracy's father, who had a folder of papers with him now. "All done?" he asked when they got there. Tracy just nodded. "Then let's go meet the others." When they got outside, Susan, Hannah, and Daphne all rushed up to them while someone else followed slowly. Harry let the girls talk to the other three while he stayed to the side. The fourth girl walked up to him instead of the others. Turning to look at her, he realized that this must be Astoria. While Daphne had blonde hair and sharp blue eyes, Astoria had light brown hair and the same eyes. Just looking into her eyes, Harry could tell that not only was she smart, but she'd be a Slytherin without a doubt. The way her eyes were observing everything and taking in every detail had Slytherin written all over it. "You must be Astoria," Harry said as he held his hand out for her to shake. "Yes, and you're Harry Potter," the girl replied in a soft voice that reminded Harry more of Tracy than of Daphne as she shook his hand. "Hey, Trace," Harry called over his shoulder once he let go of Astoria's hand. "Turquoise." Tracy nodded as she got his meaning and pulled out a turquoise journal, which she threw over Theo's head to Harry, who caught it quickly. "I believe Daphne's told you about these," Harry said as he turned back to Astoria and opened the journal to show her the 3 folds and the 2 pencils. "These are Muggle pencils, they work better than quills." Astoria smiled slightly and grabbed the journal after Harry closed it, claiming it as her own. Harry watched as she shrunk it and slipped it into her pocket without even thinking about what she was doing. He had to smile as he realized she must have watched Daphne do that hundreds of times this summer. Now that we're all caught up, let's get shopping, Mr. Davis said. Auntie Amelia will be right out, Mr. Davis, Susan said so that he'd wait another minute or two. Ah, yes, and how about your mother, Daphne? Mr. Davis asked as he realized the adults weren't there. She told Astoria and I that she had things to do and would just meet us at home. I just have to make sure I don't lose Astoria while we're here, Daphne explained while Astoria made a face at the last part. Okay, Mr. Davis agreed. Theodore, Blaze, your parents already told me that they'd send some clothes over to my home and you could spend the night with Harry and Tracy. All four of the kids smiled as they heard that since it would be the third time in a week. Each time the others slept over, they would all stay up late talking and then sleep in the next morning. It was a lucky thing that Harry had finally finished his homework the day before the trial. Just then Amelia Bones walked out of the bank and joined the happy group of friends. They all set off to the apothecary to get their potion supplies before going to get new parchment, quills, and ink. Harry and Tracy made faces as they had to get that as they'd rather use Muggle pens and pencils than quills and ink. The wizards in Britain are so old-fashioned, Harry said as they left the shop. Pens don't need to be dipped into anything and they're cheap. Pencils can be erased. Why we're still using quills and ink I'll never understand. Can I see one of these pencils you use? Madam Bones asked Harry. Harry slipped one out of his journal after making it normal-sized. Interesting, it doesn't need any ink at all, and this lets you erase mistakes so that you can fix them. Yup, Harry replied. I might have to see about getting a bunch of these as well as pens for the DMLE, she muttered as she handed the pencil back to Harry, who put it away. If you can convince Hogwarts to switch over, I'd willingly pay for any pens and pencils you need for the DMLE for an entire year, Harry told her. I'll talk to Dumbledore about it, but the purebloods will be a problem, Madam Bones informed Harry. They're too set in their ways to change. Plus, many of them would hate the idea of using Muggle objects. Show them how much better they are, then, Harry argued. If they realize ink stains won't happen anymore, they might change their minds. Plus, it's not like we're forcing it on them, just the school. True, I'll speak to Dumbledore about it, Madam Bones promised. After that, the group went to Madame Malkin's to get new robes and cloaks, and some of the group had grown over the year and summer. Harry didn't get a new cloak, but he got robes. From there they went to Flourish and Blots to get their school books. Harry took one look at Lockhart's books and threw them into his bag. He didn't even want to look at them. The covers were ridiculous, and a quick flip through to see the dates the events occurred said that they all overlapped, meaning he was a fraud. The rest of the books were fine. The boys dragged the rest into Gamble and Japes, a joke shop. After getting a few supplies, they stopped by the owl shop to get treats for their owls. The final shop was, of course, the Quidditch shop. Harry got new pads along with gloves made especially for Seekers. Theo and Blaze got new pads as their old ones from playing at home were getting worn. The girls looked around, but none of them were very interested in playing Quidditch, though all of them liked it and didn't mind the boys dragging them into the shop. Once they were all finally done, the group left the alley and went into the Leaky Cauldron, a pub that was the entrance to the alley, to get some lunch. Mr. Davis and Madam Bones went to their own table a little bit away from the kids so that they could be by themselves. Hey guys, Harry called down both sides of the table as he was in the middle with Tracy on one side and Astoria on the other. I've got something for most of you. Everyone looked up at that. These are from my storage vault. Harry passed the different sets around the table, saying who each set belonged to so that they got to the right people. When he was done, everyone but Astoria had a set as the others had gotten them earlier. Everyone was comparing them, so Harry was able to listen to Astoria when she pulled on his sleeve. Nothing for me, she asked sadly. Harry looked at the others before leaning in to whisper in her ear. Except for Theo, no one else has one of these yet. They're all going to get one for Christmas. Harry handed her a gold cloak to match the gold holster he planned to give her for Christmas. Plus, who says you aren't getting that stuff later on? Harry winked at her as he sat up straight again. She smiled as she figured out what he was saying. Astoria would get the same stuff, just not yet. Instead, she got something only one other person in the group would have until later that year. Everyone thanked Harry as they put the holsters, belts, and daggers on. Pocketknives went into pockets, wands into holsters, and Daphne slipped on boots. After that, lunch was a loud affair with lots of joking, stories, and just talking. When it was finally time to go, everyone was surprised to find out that Madam Bones and Mr. Davis had contacted families and gotten permission for everyone to stay with Harry and Tracy that night. Daphne, Astoria, Susan, and Hannah had to go home to get clothes, but they would then head straight over to the Davis home after dropping off their things. That night, it was a continuation of lunch as everyone went swimming and then for a fly before dinner. It wasn't until Tracy's mother sent them all to bed at midnight that they all finally went to sleep. Harry woke up the morning of August 31st and sighed. It was the last day of summer, and he and Tracy would be going back to school the next day. They were both planning on packing their trunks that morning after breakfast. Thinking back to the past 2 weeks of the break, Harry smiled lightly. Almost every day had at least one person of the group over at the Davis house. The last few days Harry and Tracy had gone to Susan's house with Hannah and some of the others. While it confused him at first, Harry quickly picked up that Tracy's house was the easiest to be at because it was a neutral one. Groaning slightly, Harry got out of bed and went to the bathroom to shower and change his clothes. When he was done, he walked quietly down to the kitchen and found that only Mrs. Davis was up. Sharing a smile, both of them worked together to make a quick breakfast just as they had done many times over the summer. It had become a tacit agreement to work together if they were the only ones up. The agreement also meant the house elves got a break for breakfast. After everything was put onto the dining room table, Harry went and knocked on Tracy's door. She had told him quite forcefully the first day that he wasn't allowed in her room, and he accepted it without complaint. Whenever he was sent to wake her up, he just knocked on the door and waited until he heard her moving around. Once sure Tracy was up and moving, Harry went back to the table and served himself breakfast. By the time Tracy walked in fully dressed and showered, Harry was halfway through his eggs and had already eaten 3 pieces of bacon and a slice of toast. Tracy joined him at the table moments before Mr. and Mrs. Davis entered the room and sat down. By the time both Tracy and Harry were done eating, they were awake enough to start packing. Going to their own rooms, they couldn't talk, so they just went to work. Harry put his potions kit and cauldron at the bottom of his trunk along with his Christmas gifts as he was hiding them. Next went Lockhart's books followed by those from his vault, which he hadn't gotten the chance to look through really. After that went his uniforms followed by robes. At the top went his ink, quills, parchment, homework, and book bag. Done with all of that, Harry turned to his dragonhide bag. In it he put all of the journals for the others, which he had finally gotten Tracy to give to him, the weapons for the others, and his dragonhide cloak. Once that was all done, he closed everything up, put his clothes for the next day on top of his trunk, and sat down on his bed with his journal. Sighing lightly, he lay down on his bed, closed his eyes, and just left his closed journal on his chest as he relaxed. Harry didn't feel like talking all that much right then. A few hours later, Tracy went into his room and found him asleep. Smiling lightly, she went and sat at his desk and wrote to the others instead of talking. They all recognized the difference, but didn't say anything as she told them Harry was asleep. It wasn't until Tracy's mother called them down for lunch that Tracy finally woke Harry up. Smiling sheepishly, Harry joined her for lunch and then a fly outside, after which he packed his Nimbus 2000. The two then decided to go for a final swim in the pool before dinner. That night, both of them went to bed at 9 without complaint, knowing that they'd be up early to get to the train on time. Ellipsis. Harry walked into King's Cross with his trunk on a trolley in front of him. He watched as Tracy and her mother walked through the barrier to platform 9 3/4. Tracy's father was going to go through with Harry. As the two males headed to the barrier, Harry thought about the scarlet train he'd see on the other side and smiled. That smile turned into a grimace of pain when his trolley banged into the barrier and right into his chest. Luckily, Mr. Davis caught Harry before he fell over. Hedwig screeched in her cage, but Harry quickly pulled out an owl treat and fed it to her, quieting her. "What's wrong with the barrier, Mr. Davis?" "Tracy just got through," Harry said, looking just as confused as Mr. Davis. "I'm not sure. Let me try something, Mr. Davis pulled out his wand and leaned against the barrier to hide the fact that he was using it to tap the barrier. After a minute or two of it, he sighed. "Harry, try contacting Tracy with your journal. Let her and her mother know what's going on. I'm going to keep working on this." Harry nodded and got his journal out. Activating it, Harry quickly slipped his pencil out of its case and began explaining the situation to Tracy, who was frantic at the moment. Just as Tracy was going to ask what was taking so long, Mr. Davis suddenly almost fell through the barrier. Smiling at Harry, he led the boy through the barrier after the Emerald Journal was put away without explanation. "Harry!" Tracy yelled as she jumped at the boy, who, quite used to this after the summer, caught her and held her in place until she let go. "What happened?" "The barrier sealed itself, Trace," Harry replied as he moved his trolley out of the way of the barrier and towards the train. "I wonder why," she said much more calmly as she turned back into her normal, quiet self. "Who knows?" Harry shrugged. "We can talk about it later. Let's go find a compartment." Tracy sighed and gave it up for the moment. Together, they found a compartment about halfway down the train as it was just after 10 and the train didn't leave until 11. Once their stuff was on the racks inside, they went out to say goodbye to Tracy's parents. "Thank you for everything you've done for me this summer," Harry said with his throat tight. He didn't know how else to say it because there weren't enough words in the world to describe how thankful he was to Tracy and her parents. "Harry, you don't have to thank us, Mrs. Davis said. "We did it because we wanted to, not because we had to," Mr. Davis said. "You're like my brother, Harry," Tracy muttered quietly from beside him. "We take care of our own, and you're one of us now, Harry." "Tracy's right, Harry, you're one of us now, and we take care of our own," Mr. Davis said. "Thank you," Harry finally managed to get past the lump in his throat. Tracy hugged Harry from behind while both of her parents hugged him from the front. Harry's hands went to the chain around his neck and closed around the rings hanging there. He knew, right then, that his parents would be proud and approve of what he had done with his life. Finally, he stopped fighting the tears and let two fall down his face, one on each side. When they all let go, each of Tracy's parents wiped away a tear. All four of them had a small smile on their face. Harry and Tracy said goodbye one last time and then went back to the compartment they had found on the train. Slowly, one by one, their friends all made their way into the compartment with their trunks. Daphne came first after saying goodbye to Astoria. Theo slipped in moments before Blaze joined them. Susan and Hannah dragged Justin over about 5 minutes after Blaze got there. Harry gave him his yellow journal, black wand holster, black belt, citrine dagger, and black pocketknife. Susan and Hannah promised to tell Justin all about the journals in their own compartment and dragged him out. Hermione and Neville came to join the compartment as they couldn't hang out with their own house. Neville got a white journal while Hermione got a brown one. The bronze dragonhide reserved for Neville and the brown for Hermione was well received. Neither tried to fight it as the entire group knew how Harry was. He wouldn't take no for an answer when he didn't want to. When the Weasley twins came to visit, Harry got to have a lot of fun with them. "Hey you two," Tracy said as Harry began searching through his dragonhide bag. "Hey," one twin, who only Harry could tell was Fred, said. "What's going on in here?" George asked. "Harry's giving out gifts to all of his closest friends," Hermione said. "Gifts?" George asked. "For us," Fred added, pretending to look surprised. "You shouldn't have," they exclaimed together. "These belong to you now," Harry said as he held out 2 ruby daggers and 2 gold pocketknives. Harry and the Slytherins were fighting to keep in laughter while Hermione and Neville were wondering why the twins only got 2 things. "Thank you." Both of the boys took their gifts and turned to leave. "What, don't you want the rest?" Tracy asked innocently. Both boys turned so fast Harry thought they had broken their necks doing it. Harry pulled one of the silver belts and holsters with one hand while the other pulled out the same objects in emerald green. Silver, he stated as he handed Fred the silver objects. Emerald, he finished as he gave George the other ones. The twins laughed good-naturedly as they put the dragonhide items on. "And now we're going to be kind," Daphne, Theo, and Blaise said at the same time, copying how Harry and Tracy normally spoke. Harry held out a gold journal to Fred and a scarlet one to George. "Silver, you may claim the nickname of Gold for today only. Emerald, you may claim the nickname of Scarlet for today only," Harry said, trying to be professional about it. Harry actually kept a straight face until the twins burst out laughing. That was when he finally let go and copied his Slytherin friends by collapsing onto his seat and laughing so hard he was in tears. It took all 9 of them at least 3 minutes to calm down, but they eventually did. "Seriously, though," Harry said once he had his breath back, "these are yours." He held out the journals again. "What are they?" the twins asked at once as Fred took the gold and George the scarlet. They both knew that Harry could tell them apart. Harry left it up to the others to explain the journals as he collapsed into his seat again with a smile, checking his watch to see they had about 3 more minutes before the train left. He was planning on going to give Padma and Terry theirs when the train left the station. On top of that, he was going to find Draco and talk with him. The twins eventually left, and the train began moving. Harry barely paid attention as his friends all began using the journals to chat around the train. In fact, it took Tracy elbowing him from her position next to him to make him pay attention to anything. "What?" Harry muttered in annoyance as he rubbed his side because of the pain there after being elbowed. Tracy just pointed to the door. Oh, at the door was Draco, and he was alone. He was looking anxiously around as he waited out there. Harry gestured for him to come in and Draco did after looking around once more. The moment he was in, he pulled the blinds on the windows closed. "What's up, Draco?" Harry asked as everyone watched Draco and his odd behavior. "Father has spies all over the school in the form of Slytherins," Draco said quietly, as if afraid he'd be overheard. "Oh, come on," Harry muttered as his mind went through the spells he knew until he found the one he needed. "Silencio," he said while pointing his wand at the door. "There, you're free to talk." "Thanks," Draco said as he breathed a sigh of relief. "No problem," Harry replied as he sat back down again and began looking through his bag. "Harry, Father wants me on the Quidditch team, and he's got the brooms to bribe them with to get me on," Draco said so fast that a couple blinked in surprise. "The problem is, I don't know what spot to go out for except Seeker, and that's your spot." "Draco," Theo interrupted, "do you remember all those times when we were younger and played Quidditch?" Draco nodded. "I've always said that you're a good seeker, though you have nothing on Harry, but I always saw you as a chaser, not a seeker. And I've always seen you as a chaser as well, Theo," Blaise said. "You'd be a good keeper, Blaise," Theo returned. "Anyway, what I'm saying is go for chaser. You're better than any of the ones we have on the team right now." "What about you and Blaise?" Draco asked as he seemed to be thinking it through. "What do you mean?" Blaise asked. "He's asking if we should take over the Quidditch team and make over half of its second years," Harry said, a smirk on his face as he thought about the brilliance of it. "I personally think it's a brilliant idea. You 3 should try out and prove to Flint that we'd make the team at least 10 times better than it already is." The 3 boys shared looks while Harry pulled out the stuff for Draco. By the time he was done, the 3 boys had huge smiles on their faces and were nodding. Harry snickered at the sight before coughing to get their attention. "This is for you, Draco. All but the journal comes from me." Harry held out a silver journal, emerald dagger, silver pocketknife, silver dragonhide belt, black dragonhide boots, and a silver dragonhide wand holster. Everyone in the group knew that Draco really loved silver. "Harry's been giving similar things to all of his closest friends today," Neville said quietly from his place in the corner of the compartment by the window. "Wow," Draco gasped in awe. "This dagger is goblin-made and this is all dragonhide, Harry, all of this is amazing." Harry just smiled in response. "What's with the journal, though?" "It's a communicator," Tracy explained. We call them messenger journals, Theo stated as he held up his own for Draco to see. If you activate it and sign on, you can write in it or talk to it in a specific way and everyone else using one can see it. A bunch of people have them now, Blaze elaborated. Put your index finger onto the leftmost flap. Draco did as he was told. Whoa, amazing, Well, if you write on the rightmost flap and press the little box at the bottom, everyone else can see it. Also, if you talk while the quill or pencil, that's a muggle thing used to write and it's much better than a quill, as on the rightmost flap, it appears in the middle page, which is where the conversation is automatically. This is so awesome, Draco murmured in awe. Harry used that distraction to sneak out of the compartment. He didn't notice Tracy following him and he went off in search of the Ravenclaws. When he found Padma and Terry, he gave them the stuff and explained the journals to them quickly. The two of them were astounded by them. When he turned to go back to the compartment, he was surprised to see Tracy leaning against the wall. She had a slight smile on her face as she looked at her almost twin brother. Without a word, she turned and headed back to the compartment, Harry following. Once they entered the room again, they quickly and quietly took their seat back. No one had even noticed they were gone as they had all started talking in the journals. Harry and Tracy joined the group. Fred, these are so cool. Padma, yeah, they are. George, hey, Harry, is it all right if Fred and I bring our younger sister Ginny over to meet you and hang out in your compartment? She's bored in here and she does want to meet you. Harry groans quietly. Fred, oh, don't worry Harry. She wants to meet you, not the boy who lived. Tracy, really? George, really? Because Ron's always complaining about Harry now, she doesn't know what to think, so she wants to make her own opinions on Harry and his friends. Daphne, then bring her over. She can spend the rest of the trip here with us. Susan, how do you all have room in there? We've got 6 in here and we're packed. You all must have close to 10 people now, and you're willing to take another person. Theo, I might have asked my mum for a charm, and she gave me one. Snickering from multiple people. Harry, only you would think to do that, Theo, and then act like that when it's a great chance to brag. Theo glares at Harry. Harry, oh, I'm so scared. Bursts out laughing. Fred, well, we're going to bring Ginny over. We'll be there in a minute or two. Harry closed his journal after reading that. The others kept on talking, but he wasn't truly in the mood right then. Without even thinking about it, Harry's hands went to the chain around his neck. He felt Tracy move next to him and looked over at her to see that she was looking at him closely, especially his hands. Sighing, Harry dropped his hands from their place on the chain, but she grabbed them and brought them back up to there with a small, sad smile on her face. Harry was about to say something when the door opened and the twins popped their heads into the compartment. They didn't look at all surprised to see Draco in there. In fact, smiles came to their faces when they saw he was actually sitting with the rest of his fellow Slytherins instead of the idiots he had hung out with first year. The 2 redheads entered the compartment, and another, smaller redhead followed them in. Harry took a look at her as she looked around the compartment. Her red hair wasn't just one shade like the twins, Percy, or Ron, hers was multiple shades and seemed to match fire or a sunset. When she looked at him in the eye, Harry saw chocolate brown eyes looking back at him. It didn't surprise Harry at all that the girl, Ginny, seemed to take in a lot of details in very little time. She was obviously a very observant girl. Her eyes, still looking at him, seemed to have a lot of knowledge behind them. To Harry, though, Ginny had a fire in her eyes that said not to mess with her unless you were ready for the consequences. It was something she obviously picked up from having 6 older brothers. Harry cocked his head to the right at almost the exact same moment as Ginny did the same thing, which made the twins snort. Rolling his eyes at their antics, Harry was pleased to see a slight smile on Ginny's face in response. "Hi, I'm Harry," he finally said as he held his hand out for her to shake. "Ginny," she replied as she shook his hand. "These are my friends, Tracy, Daphne, Theodore," he goes by Theo, though, Blaze, Hermione, Neville, Draco, and I believe you know Silver and Emerald, Harry finished with a smirk as he went around the compartment to introduce everyone. Each person raised his or her hand or nodded when their name was said. Silver and Emerald. Ginny snorted. Hey, you dubbed us Gold and Scarlet for the day. The twins complained in one voice. I did, but I had to introduce you with your true names, Harry replied as he raised an eyebrow in their direction. It seems it's a good thing I did. I can't believe you both didn't even tell your own sister about the famous 2 weeks of last year. Harry shook his head in mock disappointment. I guess we'll have to tell her, Blaise said with a smile on his face at the idea of retelling that story. Should we really be leaving her here, Fred? George asked his twin as they faced one another. I'm not sure, oh twin of mine, should we? Fred replied. Yes, Ginny exclaimed. So get out. Ginny took out her wand. The whole compartment watched in amusement as the twins' faces went from joking to scared in seconds once Ginny took out her wand. Their normally tanned faces went pale as they looked at her wand and slowly backed away to the door of the compartment. Once the door was open, the two of them were almost climbing over one another to get out of the room. As the door shut, the whole compartment burst into laughter. Harry grabbed Ginny by the wrist and made her sit down next to him as they both laughed. When they finally calmed down, Harry flashed her a smile before turning to his friends. So, who wants to tell the lovely lady the story of Silver and Emerald? Harry asked the compartment at large. I'll start. Blaise exclaimed before anyone else could say anything. Harry nodded his agreement. Ginny, did your brothers at least tell you about the first Quidditch match of the season? The Slytherin vs. Gryffindor won. Ginny nodded. So you know that Harry here caught the snitch and won the game for Slytherin? Ginny nodded again with a small smirk on her face. Well, your brothers were sore losers. The next morning, as each member of the team entered the room, they hexed them so that their hair was Gryffindor colors. Unfortunately, if the person with the hex on them tried to charm it off, it slowly spread down the body with each try. Ginny started snickering quietly along with most of the group. Harry was smart and realized that if someone else without the charm cast the counter, it would come off. Daphne got it off for him, and Harry then told the rest of the team so that it ruined the prank. Well, Harry here wanted revenge. Blaise paused. I think Harry should tell this part as he never really explained it properly. What I'm about to say is to never leave this compartment, Harry said darkly as he took over the story. Everyone nodded solemnly. Well, I wanted revenge, but I knew that I would need help doing it, so I went to the one person I knew would be the best help, Professor Snape. Draco, Hermione, Neville, and Ginny looked at him in surprise. I know, it's Snape, but I knew he'd be able to help. I asked him if he knew a potion that could turn a person another color, say silver or emerald. He realized quickly why I wanted it and accidentally told me that the instructions were on the classroom board for both potions, that a first year could brew them, and that the classroom would be open for the next few hours. I just went and brewed them. Harry shrugged. No big deal. The thing is, Theo said as he took over the story, Harry didn't want to retaliate right away. Those twins would be on guard for a return prank for the next few weeks. He waited. Christmas break came around, Daphne continued, and Harry was the only Slytherin left at Hogwarts for the break. As you know, Ginny, your brothers were also still at Hogwarts. Now, all of us expected to come back to Harry all moody and upset, but we come back and he's smiling. It was the oddest thing ever, Tracy agreed. He was waiting for us in the entrance hall with a huge smile that made it seem like we had never even left. We found out moments later why he was so happy. Most of the students coming back from break were in the entrance hall when Harry called out for Silver and Emerald, telling them the school was back, Draco said as he cautiously picked up the story. The next thing we know, two kids, one completely silver and the other completely emerald green, walk out of the shadows. It took everyone a few moments, but soon everyone realized they were wearing Gryffindor robes and they were the twins. Everyone tried to ask why they had done it and how they had done it. You brothers tried to play it up as them joining the Slytherin side, Hermione started, surprising everyone as no one had expected her to join in. It was working until Harry elbowed them in the ribs. He just smiled up at them until they sighed. I was under their arms as they told the truth saying that they had been pranked over the break, Harry said with a smile that showed his pride at what he had succeeded in doing. Everyone was amazed as they told them that I had pranked them. It took a few minutes, but then the Gryffindor chasers and Seeker came up to me and congratulated me on a prank well done. claimed that if I could prank the twins that well, I had to be a good person. How long were they like that? Ginny asked as she finally got over laughing at the situation her brothers had been in. Oh, from Christmas until the Sunday after the first week back from break. Longer than I expected, but it was so worth it, Harry replied as he laughed slightly. No wonder they haven't said anything about it, Ginny said with a smirk on her face. It also explains why they were talking about you so much this summer. They were trying to persuade Mum to let you come over for at least a day, but the idea of a Slytherin in our house scared her. The twins wanted to hurt her when they realized that she was listening to Ron's rude words instead of theirs, but I convinced them to let it go. I have a feeling they're going to try and prove it all to her somehow. Ginny shrugged. Harry shared a look with the other Slytherins in the compartment. They all shrugged in the same moment, none of them really caring what others thought of them, as it was very normal to have that sort of bias on them. No big deal, Theo said as he settled down into his seat a bit better. We're all used to it, Draco added as a small smirk came to his face. Anyway, Harry said as he looked down at Ginny next to him, what house do you think you'll be in? Gryffindor, Ginny said automatically. My whole family's been there. So you don't want to be the one that's different? Harry asked as he cocked his head to the left. I do, and I know I'll make great friends in other houses, even Slytherin, Ginny grinned cheekily as she said that, but I want to be with my family. Besides, it all comes down to what the Sorting Hat thinks of me, right? True, Harry admitted as he nodded. Let me guess, you got the information about the Hat out of twins by threatening them. Duh. Ginny smiled happily as her eyes twinkled with mischief. Harry turned to Tracy and said in a stage whisper, I think we've got another Slytherin on our hands. Ginny elbowed him in the back when she heard that, but Harry just turned around and smiled cheekily. He's not lying, Ginny, Draco said suddenly as the others laughed. I can actually see some of your brothers in Slytherin. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. What? The twins could be in Slytherin with the way they think, and the prefect, Percy, right, is so ambitious that I'm wondering why he isn't a Slytherin. Ginny was quiet for a moment before she said very quietly, you're right, and most of the family knows it. The thing is, we're all brave and will fight when we have to. Why don't we just let the Sorting Hat decide? Tracy suggested as the compartment stayed in an awkward silence for a little. I agree with that, Theo exclaimed. Let's just enjoy the trip to Hogwarts, Hermione finished as she opened her journal again and activated it until a look from Daphne made her shut it again as she remembered Ginny didn't have one. Let's, the rest of the compartment agreed. Harry smiled down at Ginny as she joined into the conversation as if she had always been there. He knew then and there that the group had another member, no matter what house she ended up in. To be continue, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.